I work in downtown Riverside. I left work and just headed out here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Really appreciate that. Again, one of the witnesses in there describing what he saw. So we'll move down here. You can see they're continuing to set up the perimeter. Again, saying that his wife, who works in that building, heard the shots, and she sheltered in place, locking herself inside one of the offices with a coworker. And as they were leaving, she was walking by bodies on the ground. So again, we don't have an exact number of confirmed dead. We have heard from a very reliable source that number is 12, but as you know, unfortunately, in these situations, that number tends to change as we learn more and more. Again, we are here at the intersection of Waterman Avenue and Vanderbilt Way, approximately half a mile south of the scene, and you can see this is where we're being held. We have many. This is the fourth ambulance now, I'm told, that has
the reporting
been
there of KABC, the ABC News owned and operated station for Los Angeles, and our network news service affiliate in Los Angeles, with a live report from the scene, talking to an eyewitness. And here's what I can tell you from the reporting of KTTV, Fox 11, our owned and operated station in Los Angeles. Fox 11 in Los Angeles now reporting 12 people confirmed dead in San Bernardino in yet another mass shooting. As a community stands on high alert, as a SWAT team moves into action, as first responders now go and put their lives on the line inside this adult center, an inland regional center, building number 2, where there, according to authorities, there are 1 to 3 perpetrators. KTTV Fox 11 has described these perpetrators as in military garb and witnessed by a number of people. I'm still hesitant to say that we're positive of that, because we know that the SWAT team is inside this building as well. And can we confirm that these 3 people who have been seen multiple times now in military garb are the perpetrators? Frankly, we cannot. But from the reporting of all the local agencies to whom we listen and on whom we rely, it would appear that there are many victims. KTTV Fox 11 reports 12 dead now at this location, not far off the San Bernardino Municipal Golf Course, and not far as well from Interstate 215 and Interstate 10, right in the center of things, just off the San Bernardino International Airport. I'd say less than a half mile from that location. We have no idea what may have precipitated this. We have no idea who the suspects are. We know nothing of their motive. We do know that authorities have shut down all of these roadways around these 3 buildings. This, again, South Waterman Avenue, Park Center Drive, which encircles this complex, all shut down by authorities to all vehicular traffic. I've just gotten this. Hostages have been coming out of the building, according to the reporting of KABC, our network news service affiliate there. You heard the local reporter on scene just a minute ago explaining that one person whom he had interviewed said that that person had come out of the building and had been going past bodies upon exiting. We have absolutely no idea how to bring context to this sort of thing, as is so often the case when these mass shootings happen. But frankly, we were working on a program that will air around the first of the year, and one of the segments for that program was crime and law enforcement activity on the last year. And just reading through it today, the number of people killed in mass shootings in the United States is astounding and horrifying. And today we're in the middle of another American event with shooters inside this building, authorities surrounding it, closing down the roadways. I'm confident soon they'll work to lock down schools in the whole area, and SWAT team members in there, according to the reporting of our local stations, confronting these active shooters who, according to the authorities there on scene, are still engaged in this mass shooting. Again, KABC and KTTV Fox 11 in Los Angeles both reporting at least 12 people dead now. And we're working this from multiple newsrooms, including our news hub in Los Angeles, where Trace Gallagher is standing by with new information. Trace, to you.
And Chip, now they are reporting that they are telling people, all authorities and first responders, to evacuate the building because apparently they have found a suspicious device inside this building. Again, we don't know what the device is, but we should tell you that witnesses are now saying that this may have happened all in one of the rooms inside this regional center, and that we're being told that a suspect walked in, or 2 suspects wearing ski masks and bulletproof vests walked into this room and opened fire. And then you have differing accounts where someone in camouflage attire was actually trying to get out of the building, but the police had barricaded the outside of the building, so that person could not get out, turned around, and then came back in. At the same time, we're also hearing that 10 other individuals who were sheltering in place or hiding inside that building have now been escorted out. We don't know if that's on top of the 30 so-called hostages that had already been escorted out of the building.
Trace, excuse me, listen, live interview with a witness, listen.
Minutes ago and said that there was a shooter. She thought he'd shot 10 to 20 people and they were hiding.
Hiding beneath the desk and inside the building as this shooter was there with the signal. Listen.
Someone had come in and started shooting, and they ran into an office, and she's hiding with some other people. And our friend's daughter's in there too, and she texted, and so they're both hiding.
So far, we don't have any way to know exactly how many people are in there, but we can tell you that we expect to hear more from authorities. Listen.
Gunshots. But someone, I think, must have told her, because she never said she heard gunshots, but somehow she knew that she said 10 to 20 people were shot.
And where does she work?
KTLA, which is a local independent station there in Los Angeles, but is actually connected to the local CBS station, reports that cops were on a training exercise locally and were able to respond very quickly. Let's listen to the witness.
Has she seen any victims down?
No, she hasn't said anything about that. She's been hiding.
I imagine you must be really concerned right now.
Your daughter?
Our thanks to KABC for its help covering. Back to the live aerials now, please. These aerials will show you KTTV's chopper, which is headed to the scene. Hard, really, to bring all of this into context and perspective now, but it's important that we do so. Around 11:15 this morning, this all began. So less than 45 minutes ago. Police are nearby in a training exercise, I meant to say, and authorities get reports of an active shooter at this location. They arrive, and it became clear in the early going that there were a number of victims. Our station in Los Angeles now confirms that there are 12 fatalities, though we have not gotten that directly from authorities. We know that the SWAT team and others, which were in building number 2, 3 buildings at this facility, those who were inside have been ordered to evacuate as they believe this active shooter situation is ongoing, and they don't want to risk the lives of I presume they don't want to risk the lives of the emergency personnel who made their way into these buildings. We're waiting now for authorities to give us more details, but we've been getting a lot by official Twitter and other sources. The first information we got from authorities was that there was an active shooter situation with multiple victims. It wasn't long before, just minutes later, we got word that there were as many as 20 victims, but there was no way to know exactly what victims means. For instance, if you are in a stampede trying to get away from someone and you're injured, you're a victim. So the number of people who were actually injured in this, we didn't really have a way to know. Live pictures from KTTV Fox 11 now, and you can see the choppers that have arrived on scene. It appears they have a triage center set up on the corner there. I believe this is that original avenue there, South Waterman Avenue, and yes, it is. It's been shut down, and you can see this gurney, or I should say a hospital stretcher, carrying a victim off to an ambulance. We're told that there have been as many as 7 ambulances on scene. The video frozen for just a moment and now gone to black, but it'll be back. And this has been the scene now for the past 10 minutes or so. This person appears to be responsive, head moving, hand seen moving just a moment ago. But again, a lot of victims here. The local stations are reporting as many as 12 people, or at least 12 fatalities on this scene, though we've not been able to confirm that ourselves and waiting for authorities to get that confirmation. Local NBC has been showing, KNBC has been showing video of the victims as we now have. These pictures are courtesy of KABC, KABC 7 for the Los Angeles area and our network news service affiliate. And you can see right outside the entrance to this place, you see Waterman Avenue on the sign just above, South Waterman Avenue. which borders this and has now been shut down. As you can see, they've set up what amounts to a mini hospital out front, getting people who've been injured in one way or another ready for transport. 5, 6, 7 fire department vehicles there, a ladder truck, and a bunch of regular water trucks. In addition, we've counted as many as 7 ambulances on scene. And from KTTV now, the other chopper shot, you can see another location where authorities are setting up, and there it is, where authorities are racing in with emergency medical personnel. We're told that a number of people who were earlier described as hostages were able to escape this building 2 of 3 on scene there. And here you can see people who've been brought out of the building, and as has been standard operating procedure since the Colorado shooting at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. When victims are brought out, they're all told to put their hands up in the air to make sure that none of those whom they think are victims are actually perpetrators, so that nobody else gets hurt. So those who were inside that building brought out with hands in the air as authorities try to make sense of what must be an incredible scene. We heard from just a moment ago from a man on KABC whose daughter is hiding in an office with other people. The daughter texted her father that people shot, waiting in the office for cops, and texted, "Pray for us." And I'm sure prayers are going out across the Southland and beyond, across America and around the world, as people are watching us on Fox News Channel around the world again, as yet another American tragedy is unfolding before our eyes. An active shooter situation. According to authorities, this situation is still active. Live pictures from KTTV, and you can see those 3 buildings there. Building 2 right there in the center, and this is the parking lot drive which surrounds it. You can see one number of police officers there with long guns drawn and pointed, clearly a sign that this is an active situation. This has not been resolved. Authorities are at the ready to make sure, if they have brought some people into custody, we don't know about it, but certainly there are still concerns of an active shooter. You can tell by the posture of the police officers as they go around this building on Park Center Drive. The driveway to the bottom of your screen that you see going from the right of your screen to the left, actually it's under that banner there, but you can kind of see what I'm talking about. That's Park Center Drive. It encircles this property, a 3-building property, and the initial report was the one on the left-hand side of your screen now, building 2, is the spot where all of this began. Then on Waterman Avenue, South Waterman Avenue, right there, the boulevard with the divided lanes, that's the spot where they came in to set up the emergency medical situation. And in addition, it looks like there are police there as well. You can see people in full Army green, not to say that they're military personnel, but certainly local authorities in their green trying to make sense of this. It's our understanding that the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office is in charge of this scene, and they've sent out some information to us, especially in the early going. This is a department that's always very good with notifications for media. It's always been their position that the more people know, the better people are able to help them with emergency situations, and they certainly have that as we speak. You see the SWAT vehicle in the near ground there on the left-hand side of the screen, and some people in civilian clothes up above, and then right down here, more people with their hands in the air waiting to be cleared by authorities. See, each of these people, as has been the case in the past, most often each of these people are taken, they're searched by authorities just to make sure that anybody who may be playing himself or herself as a victim isn't actually a danger to someone else around them. You can see authorities over here. This is one of the areas where they had set up sort of an emergency triage area for a while, but now it appears authorities are staging to work on what is their next line of attack. Trace Gallagher in the Los Angeles News Hub now. Trace?
A couple of updates, Shep. We should note that there is, we were told you, an active or a suspicious device inside of building number 2, and now we've been told they put a robotic device in there. They have taken all the first responders outside of building 2. We are being told they have put a robotic device in there, that this device was out of the norm, as they say, and they're planning to explode the device. Again, they don't know if this is a bomb or some type of explosive device, but they are planning to explode the device or at least try to detonate it in some capacity, and they have pulled everybody out of the building in the meantime. We talked about a couple of buildings on campus there. Building 1 has now been totally cleared. The people are out, and the authorities have been around that building. It has now been cleared. And the second floor, which is where SWAT teams were earlier on building number 2, we're now being told has been cleared. But the police, if you listen to their radio traffic, Shep, and you can listen to them go back and forth, they are believing that this was 3 different shooters using rifles, and that they do not know if any of them are still inside the building, but they are actively looking for an SUV that left the scene at some point in time. Again, we are still getting numbers of possibly a dozen people who were killed in this and many more who were wounded. They are still going floor to floor trying to clear this building, building 2. At least they were until a short time ago, and this suspicious device was on scene. They have now pulled out. We are waiting for more information to come in, Shep.
Trace, a chopper report now from KTTV Fox 11. Listen.
Here in looks like riot garb and ready to make a move of some sort. We also up here closer to the building. When we first got here, we noticed that the SWAT team was escorting a large number of people out of the building, all with their hands up. As you can see, the police department has just a massive sheriff's and police department response here, as it should be. Right at the moment, I can't see anything more going on in the buildings over here.
I want to give you new information that we've just gotten. There are reports from multiple news organizations, including KABC, our network news service affiliate, that the perpetrators here have been described as wearing masks and possibly body armor. It's an ongoing shooter situation. Continue listening to the chopper report.
And as you can see, large armed response here by the Sheriff's Department and other facilities.
Okay, Vinnie Mac, thank you for that. Now, as you can see, we have law enforcement there on the ground. Again, we know investigators are searching the buildings here. They're going office to office, building to building, trying to clear things. They haven't been able to clear it yet. There is, and again, it looks like, if you're looking at it, it looks like they have their hands are up here. We heard of 30 hostages at one point. I will tell you, I am hearing of people who have locked themselves in their offices, that they have seen bodies on the floor. And I'm looking at what eyewitnesses are being able to tell their loved ones who are on the outside, that people are being taken out of the building on stretchers. Again, we don't know. There could be 12 people dead. That's one of the figures that has been floating around. Also, it could be 20 people injured. It's just too soon to tell. There's one woman who says, one man who says he got a text message from his wife who was inside the building telling him that there was a gunman, that she saw co-workers hiding, that there were 10 to 20 people shot. So a lot of this that we're getting, we're
you're listening to the reporting of KTTV Fox 11 for the Los Angeles area as the mass shooting continues.
12 o'clock, we're coming up on
It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon on the West Coast. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, and you are looking live San Bernardino, California, where a mass shooting event is now underway. Police confirm multiple people shot and multiple fatalities. There are local news reports of at least 12 people dead, though Fox News Channel cannot confirm that. We know as many as 20 people have been shot and that they're taking the victims to area hospitals. The witnesses have described the perpetrators as 1 to 3 men. Most often witnesses say there are 3 perpetrators, but in some cases they may have just seen one. Multiple reports of the perpetrators being described as white men wearing masks and body armor. This all began just about 45 minutes ago at the Inland Regional Center. The Inland Regional Center is said to be a place where developmentally impaired people are served, some 32,000 of them in and around the area. Nearly 670 Inland Regional Center staff members provide services there. So 670 staff members in this facility, which is now on lockdown. There are 3 buildings here. One of them has been evacuated, according to authorities. Buildings 2 and 3, it's still underway. The Sheriff's Department has ordered all emergency personnel to evacuate those 2 buildings, and they now have what appears to be an active shooter situation and a standoff with SWAT teams underway now. This is a sort of trauma center area where authorities have been treating the wounded. We can presume, and only that some of them are shooting victims. Some may have been hurt in an effort to escape, but we've seen lots of people, and by that I mean dozens, maybe as many as 100, come out with their hands up, being frisked by police as the authorities try to make sure that none of those who are coming out as victims might actually be part of this melee. We have nothing to indicate what a motive may be here. I can give you a few bits of information about this area. The county municipal golf course is a stone's throw away. The international airport is about a half mile away. And from the maps at which we're looking, it appears 1,500 to 2,000 feet away from a Planned Parenthood center. That is not to say that this is in any way related to this. I'm letting you know what's around it, just so that we have some context and perspective of what's happening here. On the center of your screen now, you can see, again, people with their hands up, and authorities, according to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, our owned and operated station there, the authorities appeared to be working to mount an entrance of some sort. I told you a short time ago that the authorities had ordered all of their emergency personnel out of 2 of the 3 victims, and we're looking live through the facilities of the helicopter from Fox 11, and you can see authorities are on the move. The fire department, of course, in the yellow uniforms in the front, and then police and SWAT trailing there with a lot of people on their two-way radios and their cell phones, trying to figure out what the next step is, and what the authorities confirmed to us is still at this moment an active shooter situation, 45 minutes at least since it began there in Southern California. We're waiting for further tweets and official information from the Sheriff's Department as our Trace Gallagher watches along live with us from our Los Angeles newsroom, which is just inland from San Bernardino. Trace?
And just as you mentioned, Shep, there is a Planned Parenthood facility around the corner, but somebody brought up there might be a facility on the same campus as this. The sheriff has now knocked that down, saying that has nothing to do with this, so there apparently is no connection to that at all. You can see the parking lot set up here. What we're being told is they are separating people in 2 separate groups coming out of the building, those who were at one time or might have been hostages who were sheltering in place, and others who were witnesses trying to go through each group trying to find out what happened. Remember, the main focus here is to try to find out if there is still an active shooter situation inside one of those buildings. They are actively looking for an SUV they believe left the building shortly after the shootings happened. Again, unclear if that was a suspect who got away, but we do believe that police are looking for 3 different shooters who were carrying rifles, in ski masks, wearing protective gear, bulletproof vest, if you will. And it's unclear if they're still in the building, if they got out of the building. We heard a witness say earlier that someone actually tried in camouflage gear to force their way out of the building but couldn't get outside, so turned around and went back inside. The building right now is actually in kind of flux because they found at least 1 suspicious device inside, so they pulled out the first responders, and now the goal is to either detonate that device, to water it down, as they often do, to make sure that it does not pose a threat before they put people back inside that building. We noticed the 2 campus buildings there at the regional center. One of them has been totally cleared. That is the north building. That is I take that back. The south building has been totally cleared. The north building, the 2nd floor, has now been totally cleared of people. But again, the exact numbers of how many were held hostages, if any, or if the word was misused, or if in fact the people who were inside that building sheltering down have now been taken out. But as you can see, they are gathering everybody, which is standard procedure, checking everybody who comes out to make sure that they were not involved in this in any capacity at all, Shep.
Very concerned now, according to KCTV, our station in Los Angeles, of this possibility of an explosive device. Trace, the latest that we've gotten from our local media there are that they're just not sure. Is that how you understand it?
The whole thing is not sure. Just like we've covered 1 million of these, Shep, and you always in the early stages do not know exactly what's going on. So we don't know the exact numbers, so we try to avoid them.
This
we
explosive
get numbers
device,
from the
Trace.
police. Oh, the explosive device, no, we just don't know. But what they're saying is it could have been at least 1, and there might have been more, but they are putting a robot inside, and they are going to detonate this explosive device or explode it in some fashion before they let the authorities go back inside the building, Shep.
All right, good, Trace, thanks. 6 minutes past noon now in Los Angeles and in San Bernardino, where authorities tell us that the shooting situation is still active. We now understand why they would evacuate. Apparently, they witnessed this device of some kind. We don't have a way to know exactly what it is, except that multiple people, as the authorities entered, saw this thing that appeared to them might be an explosive device, and they decided now it's time to get out. So they evacuated everyone they could at that time. In the early going of this standoff, authorities reported this as hostages escaping the building. Now, I think we should not put too much emphasis on the word hostage, because anybody coming out of a building when there were shooters inside and the shooters were actively shooting Anybody who came out might have been considered one who was held by these people, whether they were sure of that or not. Okay, now we have confirmation now from authorities. There are 3 confirmed shooters. All 3 shooters are armed with rifles, and none of the 3 shooters is in custody. This is breaking now, and from authorities, this mass shooting situation, which is happening in San Bernardino, California, which began sometime after 11 a.m. I believe around 11:15, though I'm not sure, so a little bit less than an hour ago. The shooting that began then, the 3 perpetrators are still at large, all 3 of them armed with rifles. Multiple witnesses have reported to Fox News and others that they saw 3 men in what appeared to be body armor and masks. Now, when you're looking at people and you're not used to seeing people in body armor and masks, you can make mistakes on visualizing things like this, and it's possible that they did. But what we're doing is telling you what the locals have told the authorities, and that is that these 3 suspects were believed, according to the witnesses, to be armed. Well, authorities confirmed 3 men armed with rifles. It is witnesses who tell us that they were wearing body armor and masks. Further, authorities are searching for an SUV, which was seen leaving this facility during this mass shooting. This is not to say that they believe that the suspects are in, or one of the suspects could be in this vehicle, but it is a possibility. If we were using police lingo now, we would probably say these are persons of interest inside this SUV. When we get a specific description of this SUV, we'll bring it to you, of course, right away. Suffice it to say, a vehicle left. The authorities didn't like the looks of it, and they're looking for that vehicle. So 3 shooters confirmed, still to be active, nobody in custody. The number of injured, the initial report from authorities themselves was about 20, though there was no way to really know as we've been watching together as people have exited the building. I'm pleased to say we haven't seen anybody else come to one of these triage centers, but I can tell you that the first witnesses to escape from this building, or these buildings, and to begin talking to media, discussed walking past bodies. In other words, people who had been shot and were either incapacitated or sadly had been killed, walking past their bodies as they exited this building. So we have another major mass casualty event with an active shooting situation in San Bernardino. Again, this is they call it the Inland Regional Center. They have a total of some 670 employees there, but the locals who, presumably one of the managers there or something, has spoken to the media and suggested that there are some 200 to 300 employees who most likely would have been on shift at this time. So if you have some 600 employees, it might make kind of sense that maybe half of them would be there at a time. They serve tens of thousands of disabled people in the area. That's what this building does. It's a widely used, heavily used facility with a lot of space, which has been in position for many years. The bomb squad, this is just coming to us from CBS News and our network news service affiliate, KCBS and KTLA Television. This in from just a couple of minutes ago. The bomb squad is in the process of attempting to neutralize what appears to them to be an explosive device inside one of these 2 buildings. Now, it's not the north building. That's building number 1. It's been emptied, and they believe everything there to be safe. It's one of the other 2 buildings. They're not positive that this is a bomb or an explosive device, but as Trace Gallagher reported, they've sent a robot in to detonate this thing. Whether it's a bomb or not, they're going to blow it up so that it will neutralize it so it can't hurt anybody else. They've gotten people away from the immediate area of this believed to be explosive device. An NBC News photographer for NBC4 there is now reporting that he saw a pickup truck come out with 6 people wounded, loaded up on there, very familiar with this building, says that the center that is always filled with people at all hours of the day, a lot of people in that building, quoting now, "I've been there where the line has been outside the door. Not sure where the active shooter might have entered. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the building filled with people at this hour of the morning." Again, shortly after 11 a.m. is when this started, and the center building of 3 buildings. This to us from the White House. The president has been briefed on this matter. We don't know the details of that, but again, we can tell you that the president has been briefed on what is a mass casualty and mass shooter situation happening now in San Bernardino, California. The police were able to move in very quickly. According to local media reports, part of the reason for that is very nearby, there was a police training exercise which was underway. So this call for help goes out immediately, and very quickly, a large number of first responders were on scene. We're led to believe now that upwards of 150 emergency medical personnel are on scene. We're working with local hospitals to find out how many people have been transported to local medical facilities. There is a level 1 trauma center not far from this place, and history tells us that if you can get a wounded person to a level 1 trauma center alive, that normally they can keep that person alive. The work that first responders and medical personnel at level 1 trauma centers do is remarkable, to say the least. And needless to say, they're going to be very busy today. The initial report, some 20 people injured, 20 victims in this thing. In the early going, multiple television stations and newspapers were reporting 12 people had been killed. But now we're in a period where they've had to evacuate this building because of the fact that they have what they believe to be, that they strongly believe to be an explosive device. So they had to get people out of there so that they could deal with this explosive device before they could move forward. Is it possible that there are still victims inside that building away from the immediate area of the explosive device? We don't know. And more importantly, what we don't know is where these 3 active shooters are. Here's what we have officially from authorities. Confirmed. 3 shooters armed with rifles and nobody in custody. And as I mentioned, multiple reports of what they were wearing and how they were conducting themselves. Here's a graphic of the Inland Regional Center. You can see the 3 large buildings there, all part of one complex with as many as 600 employees. There's a little red square there, you see, but that's just to indicate this whole area is this conference center, and it's this Inland Regional Center. And it's my understanding that one of these buildings accepts patients coming in and out, and another of them might have been administrative. But the details of that will come together soon enough. For now, they're on complete lockdown in and around this area. And Trace Gallagher is watching along with us from Los Angeles. Trace, we got so much information in the early going, then the word of this possible explosive device, and since, very little official.
Very little official, Shep, but it appears that police still believe that maybe at least one of the shooters is still inside, because now they're calling for battering rams and bolt cutters as well as mirrors. And the reason they do that, of course, is so they can open these doors and then look around the corners so they don't run into any oncoming fire. It is unclear if police have actually gone back into the building and done that yet, because our information is that we believe that the robot is still inside the building waiting or in the process of neutralizing or detonating this device, which they called, and the quote here, out of the norm, that they want to make sure this device does not pose a threat before they send more of their police officers inside. We're also hearing, Shep, that there is not one of these suspects in custody, that one may be on the run in a black SUV, and they might believe others are inside, but there is a strong indication they know the name and the birth date of at least one of these shooters. How they know that, we have no idea. What the name is, again, very unclear, but police are gleaning more information about the people who may have been responsible for this, even though they have nobody in custody and nobody has been neutralized, as we hear in so many of these shooting events.
No, and I want to bring a little context to what we're seeing now. In the early going, there were multiple shootings. They happened in rapid succession. According to the reporting of KTTV, our owned and operated station in Los Angeles, which serves San Bernardino and all of the Inland Empire, according to KTTV, the first of 3 suspects walked into a conference center here at this building and began shooting. That was the initial report. Now, KABC confirms 3 shooters. And according to the reporting of KABC, our network news service affiliate, according to the reporting of KABC, a police officer told them on scene. Remember, I reported on this SUV, which authorities said they saw leaving the facility, and they had questions for the drivers and passengers in this SUV, a black SUV. That's the only description we've gotten of it. But according to the authorities, there is some concern that these shooters may have left this facility in a black SUV and may not be there anymore. So here's what we have. Shooting happened rapidly across the area with, according to the reporting of KBC, 3 shooters, and then nothing. They set up this triage area. A number of people were brought out. We saw the victims on the ground. We saw them being treated. We watched as some of them were put into ambulances. Then we watched as victims, those who had not been injured. But if you were in this building, you are definitely a victim. Some of the victims came out with their hands in the air. Those people were frisked one by one to make sure they weren't carrying weapons or that they wouldn't be dangerous to authorities or anyone else in any way. And since then, we've been told this is an active shooter situation, and they have what they believe may be an explosive device inside one of these buildings. They've sent a robot in. Now, during this process, there have been no more reports of any shooters. There have been no more reports of any shootings. There's been no more reports of anybody injured in any way, and yet the authorities still tell us this is an active shooter situation. So I suppose that could mean any number of things in a hypothetical world. Maybe the shooters are holed up somewhere, waiting. Maybe the shooters have left the facility, as has been suggested as a possibility to KABC Channel 7 News, ABC 7 in Los Angeles. The truth is, we don't know, but it is very concerning to those doing the reporting and the authorities as well, that these 3 shooters, identified by witness after witness after witness, encountered by the SWAT team, then the visualization of this SUV leaving the facility, and since then, no reports of anything aside from this possibility of an explosive device inside the building. So once again, this could mean any number of things. We can only hope that these shooters have been neutralized. Normally, when that is the case, an organization as of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office facilities and resources, normally if this situation had been contained and these shooters had been neutralized, they would tell the local population very quickly. Instead, they have said this is an active shooter situation, and yet, to our knowledge, there have been no more shootings. And we've been informed through the facilities of KABC that this SUV went riding out of there, and there was concern, at least by one officer speaking to one reporter, that the shooters might have gotten away. Trace Gallagher, this presents all kinds of possibilities, the likes of which it isn't even worthwhile for us to speculate about, but certainly matters of concern for authorities and others.
And because they don't know, Shep, they're taking great caution, which is why when they're going back into this building, or at least preparing to go back in this building, they want the bolt cutters, they want the mirrors to make sure they don't run into anything that could endanger them. We have now been told, talking about that suspicious device, that device out of the norm, as they called it, that the bomb squad has now entered the building, so they've gone back inside the building. We don't know if that's an indication that they have neutralized this device or they need somebody else to help them do that, Shep. Waiting for that as we listen to a live witness interview. Listen.
From what I understand, there was 3 shooters that went in. He said he didn't hear or see any of them, but from the reports that I've been getting is that there were 3 shooters in there. Supposedly they've taken off, left in some type of a SUV. Supposedly they found a package that they believe that might be a bomb, so that they're investigating that right now. I heard that there were multiple wounded and multiple fatalities.
And what is he telling you about what's happening up there right now? He's sheltered in place, correct?
Oh no, they've now extracted them out of the building and they're getting ready to transport them off-site to some other place. The police are.
Was there an event there today? Do you know any information about that?
He says it was just normal work day. Everything was just normal going on.
Has he heard about any possibly angry employees, anything like that?
No. No, he hasn't heard anything like that.
Did he describe whether he heard any shots or whether he saw any of the suspects?
No, he did not see anything on that.
What was the text message you received?
That the alarms had gone off and that they had received word that there was active shooters on site and that the police were there and they were trying to get a handle on it.
And what did you do right away?
I just happened to be over in the area, so I just kind of swung by in case he needed a lift or something, or, you know, if I needed to go to a hospital.
Do you know how many people might he be with right now?
He said there was a large group. The group he works with, there's only 3. But he said there was somewhere around 20 or so that he's...
And that's the report we've gotten throughout the day from an LA Times reporter. At least, now remember, this is a large building. In fact, 3 different buildings with, on total, not there today, but on total more than 600 employees. An LA Times reporter just told by people inside one of the buildings that there was a Christmas party underway at the time. This from Sergeant Vicky Cervantes, who's a spokeswoman for the San Bernardino Police Department, speaking to the Los Angeles Times newspaper, telling reporters at the scene that the shooters were reported inside this place, that the officers have not yet secured the building, and that they're still going door to door. The suspects, according to the police sergeant, Vicky Cervantes, the suspects, she said, are armed, heavily armed, and possibly wearing body armor. Quoting, "It's an active scene," according to the police sergeant. "It's very fluid." Continuing from the Los Angeles Times, the news footage showed police officers and firefighters there. Officials said that they got the call this morning just after 11 a.m. One person speaking to KABC, as we reported earlier, said that he saw bodies on the floor as he exited the place. The shooting, of course, according to the Los Angeles Times, has rippled across San Bernardino. Tom Brown said he and other employees at the customers at San Bernardino Golf Club, which is just around the corner, were on lockdown on Wednesday. They're searching for one or more gunmen right now, according to the reporting of the Associated Press, and there is concern about this SUV which left the scene. I want to be very clear about this SUV. Police have said that an SUV left the scene, that the police have interest in speaking to the person or persons inside this black SUV. No one inside that SUV has been called a suspect, but they are certainly of interest at this moment. No coronel is on the, no coronel is on the line with us, a witness to this. No, what did you see?
Well, there's a lot of movement of heavy artillery, a lot of cop cars, a lot of paramedics and helicopters landing. So, in case of the shooting, I didn't see anything. So.
Is the area still cordoned off?
Yeah, everything's cordoned off. The gates, we had to close our gates. So.
Where are you?
Everybody around here, the gas station and us.
So everybody in that general vicinity just told to shut down?
Yep, shut down completely.
Have police asked you anything about suspects or anything?
No, they haven't said anything yet. They kind of got everything over there all utilized. I can't really. They haven't said nothing to us.
No coronel who works nearby. The FBI sending this out, thanking us for our patience. The FBI responding to this shooting situation in San Bernardino with resources to assist our partners. No further information at the moment. This from the Los Angeles Times. Fred Henning, as a witness, said he was holed up inside a paralegal's office where he works with his wife about a block from this scene. Henning said they were standing outside as helicopters swooped in the area, quoting, "We just came inside because it could be stray bullets. Who knows," he said, quoting, "We did mill around outside for a while, but decided the better plan was to stay inside." The authorities suggest exactly the same thing. The KTTV, our owned and operated station there, says one suspect, heavily armed, walked into the building and straight into a conference room and started shooting. So came through the door and straight into a conference room. Police are still working to clear the buildings. According to the reporting of the officers on scene, agents from the ATF, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, saying the Los Angeles field office also responding here. So every major police and firearms agency reporting now. One person said that the building, they were there for a Christmas party. Again, not sure that that's in the conference room at the time, but you can imagine in a building of this size with a number of the departments that it would have, with more than 600 workers, more than 32,000 people treated there annually, and certainly lines out the door on many days. It wouldn't be unusual that in one place they'd be doing one thing and it would be business as usual, and another place there'd be a Christmas party going on. This time of year, that would be normal working situation, except on this day, it was anything but. About an hour and 20 minutes ago, the first call came out of an active shooter situation. Came to the San Bernardino Police Department, and the fire department was the first to confirm to us that there was as many as 20 victims on scene. Authorities have reported to KABC, Channel 7 News in Los Angeles, that as many as 20 people were down and that 3 suspects are believed to be involved. The suspects have been described by police to ABC 7 as 3 heavily armed men and have been alternately described by witnesses as wearing what appeared to witnesses to be body armor and in some cases potentially masks. They have many questions about an SUV which left the facility in the immediate chaos of the ongoing shooter situation. And then after the initial victims were taken away by ambulance after being treated on the road on South Waterman Avenue in front of this facility, after they were treated, the authorities found what they believed at the time to be an explosive device. Since, they've sent a robot in there to detonate that explosive device, trying to find out if indeed it was left behind by these shooters. A police interview happening on KTTV now. Let's listen.
We have multiple agencies that are clearing that building, making sure that that area is safe, making sure that we don't have any victims that are hidden someplace that we're not finding. It's going to be a very methodical process of looking through those buildings and making sure everything's secure. We don't know if our suspect is still on scene or if he's outstanding. We don't have any reports to confirm any of that information right now.
Are we talking 1, 2, 3 suspects at this point?
We're not clear at this point. We're really not sure.
We had heard reports of a shooter. We had been told what he was wearing and that he was in a dark SUV. Is that not the case, and that he left the scene?
I think if we had that information and it was definite that we had that information, we would get that out. Right now, that's rumor control. We don't have anything that is confirmed. As soon as we do have confirmed, legitimate information that we know to be factual, we'll get that out, because obviously we can't police the community without the community's help.
Right.
And the community could help us a lot if we had that information. So as soon as we're able to confirm, we don't want to cause a bunch of scare when we don't have the information confirmed. So it's going to take us a little bit right now. Our main desire is to make sure that we don't have any victims in there that need medical attention. So right now, life is our most important priority, and then we'll worry about the criminal stuff on the end. But right now, our victims is what we're looking for.
And those victims, Lieutenant Lawhead, are we hearing 20 victims? What about people who've been killed? Can you fill us in on that at this point?
I can't tell you how many, if any, fatalities. I can't even tell you exactly how many victims or the extent of their injuries. Those numbers are still being confirmed out. Nobody has confirmed any numbers. I've heard numbers of 20. I've heard, but I have not been able to confirm those. And in my briefing that I just got from Sergeant Cervantes, who's covering for me today, we're not confirming any numbers along those lines right now. And as soon as we go ahead.
You're hearing the same numbers we are. I mean, we're hearing everywhere that it's been 20 people shot, that there have been 12 people killed, that there was a hostage situation. Is any of that a possibility?
Anything is a possibility. I'm not the hostage situation thing is a new thing.
You're listening to Lieutenant Rich Lawhead speaking to KTTV Fox 11 in Los Angeles. And again, I want to confirm what it is that we were reporting. They're suggesting that the shooter may have gotten away. That's not what we're reporting at all. What we are reporting is that authorities on scene have reported, not this particular spokesperson who is in an office far away, but the police on scene have told people that have told the reporters there, an SUV went away. We'd like to speak to the people in the SUV. Not that they're suspects, far from it, that they would like to speak to them about whatever had just happened. We have just gotten a very interesting phone call from Glenn Wilworth, who is on the line with us, works at J&S Paper Southern, who's the manager there, and is live with us on the line. It's my understanding that you heard shots. Is that right, Glenn?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Take us through it back to the very beginning. You heard a guy across the street selling water, right? Go on.
There was a guy in a water truck filling up right in front of the regional center where this occurred, and he came running into our place seeking shelter.
And what did he say?
He told me it sounds like there's shots going on, so I grabbed my weapon and holstered it and went over to post up by his water truck.
Which was over there by this center where the shooting was happening, right?
Correct, yeah.
And what did you hear?
Several shots going off, probably 50 yards away.
Did you see a gunman?
I was only, because there's trees and stuff, I was only able to see the shape of a body, no description at all, but I did get to see a person enter into a black SUV and slowly pull away. Actually, he was headed towards me, so I thought that we were going to actually be able to get a good look at him, but turns out he veered away and just calmly drove away very slow. I don't know if that was them or you couldn't tell who was in it. Tinted windows, so.
You couldn't tell anything about this vehicle or the people inside?
No.
Let's go back to the shooting. You said you took your weapon. You were at work and you had a weapon. Tell me the details of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I always have a weapon nearby here at my work, just for, such a goofy occasion like this. So, yeah, I holstered my weapon and made sure that my employees and my family was safe here.
And what did police had conversation with you, right?
Correct.
What did they say?
I just gave them the description of what had happened and the vehicle that had left. I didn't know too much about what happened inside. The people were coming out while I was headed towards there, so I didn't get to even talk to anyone. They were just saying somebody's shooting.
You said people were coming out. How would you describe that?
A little bit frantic. They were kind of running out and ducking behind cars and just kind of getting away from the general area.
Now, people have described this gun. We've heard 1 to 3 gunmen. The initial report was 3 gunmen. At any rate, authorities said heavily armed, and that's about all the description they've been able to give to us. And you're saying because of the distance. How far away were you again? 50?
Maybe 50 yards.
So it was hard for you because of trees to tell, is that right?
Yeah, there's trees and bushes. It's got vegetation around, so it's a little bit difficult to get any clear description of anything. Couldn't see a license plate because it was traveling perpendicular to me. So.
Glenn, you seem mighty calm based on all this. How's that?
Well, I guess I've kind of always prepped my mind for such an occasion. So if something like this was to happen, I know that staying calm is the key.
Glenn Wilworth is from J&S Paper Southern, right across the street there, the manager of that place. Glenn, very interesting, and we thank you. Live pictures, now we're looking, I believe these are from KABC. No. Yes. Which station are we looking at now? KABC pictures now as they're going from place to place, it would appear, and authorities have approached what looks like a home, doesn't it? I don't have a way of knowing what this is, but they're not in ready position, if you will, not at the moment. We've been watching from this chopper location and that from Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and it's a very curious set of circumstances here, and I'll put it to you like this. This began now close to an hour and a half ago, sometime shortly after 11 a.m. Pacific time, and the initial flurry was intense and frightening, frankly, as some number of gunmen had entered this facility into a conference room. There were multiple witnesses describing multiple things, as they always do in the middle of a chaotic situation. The authorities and psychologists and the rest have told us it's not that people try to tell you something wrong. It's that when you're in the middle of a situation that is so completely foreign to you, you see one thing and often remember another. And that's why authorities say it takes so long to get accurate stories together of exactly what happened. So the authorities tell us now they're not sure exactly how many shooters there are. They're not sure where the shooter or shooters are. They don't know the details of this black SUV or whether it has anything to do with this scene. But they do know this. Somebody entered a conference room at this facility on South Waterman Avenue in San Bernardino, California, shortly after 11 a.m., a facility where the disabled are treated, and began shooting in a conference room. We know there are somewhere around 20 victims. I'm not sure authorities knew at the time. They were working very hard to get them 2 ambulances and off to get them help. Witnesses who came out of the building in the matter of the first few minutes described walking past bodies as they went out. Not one witness, but multiple, told the exact same story, walking past people who had been shot. Authorities confirmed that there are multiple people shot, though they don't know how many exactly. They know that there are multiple fatalities, we were told in the very beginning, though they're not sure exactly how many. What we can't tell is what happened between the first few minutes of this active shooter situation and then the finding of what they believe to be an explosive device. They were going in to try to detonate that explosive device to make sure that it didn't harm anyone else. And then all of a sudden, silence. Authorities have worked to evacuate. They evacuated 1 of 3 buildings on scene. They were working to evacuate 2 more. This explosive device or potential thereof got in the way of that. They're still working to evacuate the place. But there have been no more shootings to our knowledge. There has been no shooter apprehended. So what we had was a series of shootings in the very early going, an enormous police rush to this place, police and fire and other first responders putting themselves in harm's way to try to save people, and since then, silence. Was the shooter in some way disabled? Is the shooter in hiding? Is the shooter or are the shooters away from this scene now? These are questions to which we have no answers, and according to authorities with whom we've spoken, live and otherwise, they don't know either. That is concerning to all involved. Had they neutralized this shooter or series of shooters, the authorities tell us they would have told us that. Had they believed that these shooters escaped in this SUV, as described by both the witness with whom we were just speaking and others, they would have told us that as well. The fact is, they don't know what the situation with the shooter or shooters is. They know that a number of people have been shot. They know there was a shooter. They either can't find the shooter now or aren't giving us details about this shooter, but they tell us this is an active shooter situation and there is still danger. Trace Gallagher in Los Angeles, this is highly unusual, Trace. Either somebody's been disabled, somebody's hiding, or somebody's escaped.
Yeah, or all three, Shep. I mean, we don't know the numbers yet. I mean, we're hearing 3 from the police, and then you heard the PIO earlier say that he wasn't sure the exact number of shooters. But now we're hearing that some witness may have spotted a black Yukon on one of the surface streets in San Bernardino, and police are now en route to at least check out that Yukon. The witness saying that he thought, though the windows were tinted, the person might have had a black mask on. So police, as you might imagine, would be very interested in that. We also hear that LAPD is now involved in this, as you might imagine, with the joint companionship between those organizations. LAPD apparently has some information about one of the suspects. We don't know how they got the information, but that information is now being shared with the FBI, who is on scene, ATF on scene, as well as San Bernardino Police. The view you're looking at here, and you can see police kind of going in different buildings. This appears to be the command post, and they are checking out the various buildings to make sure they can set up there and do their work for the rest of the day, Shep.
Well, Trace, we're getting some clarity. This just in from police to the Los Angeles Times newspaper. They believe that there were 3 shooters. They believe now that the 3 shooters have escaped. This has just come to us through the reporting of the Los Angeles Times newspaper. Fox News cannot confirm this. More details in a moment. Witnesses are speaking. Let's listen.
Boom, 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 boom,
And then they said they're on the loose.
Yeah, and I was right behind the building, and I heard all the shots.
I started walking down by the Outback to get away, and people out there, and they heard. So I don't know what's going on here, but I was kind of scared about
You don't have people, friends, family members in the buildings?
No, I have a disability myself, and I just I know where it was at, and then, like I said, I was kind of in the area, and boom, boom, and
yeah. What goes on at that facility? What happens?
Well, it's all was
it Camp here? Is what I heard. Is that
it's an inland regional center.
It's a regional for disabled. Disabilities.
Like they coordinate bus rides and things.
Yes,
they coordinate bus rides and for disability, people with disabilities.
Yeah, and from what you know, your
my loved one is safe, and they need to do something. This is crazy. There's just too many shootings. Too much bad stuff
There's
going
no
on.
question about that, and we're starting to get more information in. And again, I want to be very careful so that you understand. Fox News cannot confirm the following, but we can tell you the Los Angeles Times newspaper is now reporting that they believe there were 3 shooters involved in this shooting, that they believe the 3 shooters have escaped from this location. I'm going to give you exactly what the Los Angeles Times is reporting. I'm going to read this to you verbatim. Again, Fox News cannot confirm this. According to the Los Angeles Times, and I quote, police are now searching for an SUV that fled the scene of this mass shooting and left up to 20 people injured inside this social services building in San Bernardino. That's a federal law enforcement sources, multiple, told the Los Angeles Times. At least 3 suspected shooters vanished from the building after the gunfire, the source said. Police have also used a robot to detonate a suspicious device found on the premises, according to the sources, who requested anonymity because the investigation is active and ongoing. Police on the scene are now assembling a battering ram to gain access to one of these 3 buildings. This says to the building, but it means one of these 3 buildings. And investigators may believe that one suspect was still inside. So the most important information that we could convey to you now would be the details of this black SUV and the people for whom they're looking. But we cannot do that yet because authorities have not yet shared that information. Here's a potential reason for that. You saw the mass chaos of all the people coming out of that building. And as the authorities said live on our air, the #1 priority is treat the victims, get the victims to hospitals so that they don't lose their lives, and at the same time secure the buildings. They were doing all of those things. And then you heard just a moment ago from our guest who was on the phone, you heard just a moment ago that he saw this black SUV leaving the place. Mr. Willingworth mentioned that he saw this one person, he saw him from 50 yards away, walk calmly toward the black SUV. The black SUV drives slowly off the property. And since then, it would appear, at least, from those of us who are watching it on the ground and those of us who are reporting it all over the place, if there have been more shootings, we have no knowledge of them. There have been no one else coming out of any buildings with their hands in the air. There have been no more shooting victims coming out to these rescue centers at which we're looking now. And then we began getting word of this SUV. And strangely, all quiet inside. So you can presume either these people are hiding, this person or shooters are hiding, they've been neutralized, which authorities say is not the case, or they've escaped. And now, according to the reporting of the Los Angeles Times, quoting federal law enforcement sources, what they have done is escape this facility. According to the reporting of a reporter from the Los Angeles News Group, this has just been sent to us. They overheard a sheriff say, quote, "All we can tell you is it's pretty bad, an active shooter situation." In a recorded message on the Loma Linda University Medical Center's emergency hotline, the hospital says it was expecting an influx of patients from the shooting, the number of patients not immediately available. The sheriff says, we've just gotten this in from 2 minutes ago, this from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's official information channels. The scene is still active. More information to follow. The best reporting we now have comes from the Los Angeles Times from multiple federal sources. And I must tell you, our own Catherine Herridge is working her intelligence sources, and our people in Washington are working their federal sources as well. So often the locals are so busy trying to solve the situation that the federal government gets the briefings, and it is the federal government that leaks the information to the media. The most important information we can have right now is details of this SUV. If, in fact, the Los Angeles Times reporting is correct, that they're searching for a black SUV that contains some number of shooter or shooters. We don't have that information yet from authorities. If and when they give it to us, we'll bring it to you immediately. Meantime, the Sheriff's Department confirms this is an active shooter situation. City schools, I've now learned, are on lockdown as a result, are not on lockdown as a result of this situation. They're using the hashtag Waterman Incident. Hashtag Waterman, W-A-T-E-R-M-A-N incident, I-N-C-I-D-E-N-T. And the reason they're using that hashtag is this was on South Waterman Avenue where this facility is located. Jim Estrada is a witness. He works at a business 150 yards away and is live with us. Jim, what did you see or hear?
Well, as far as what's going on now, the police helicopter that's been circling the building for the past hour left about 5-6 minutes ago and just came back. He went off to the north. Maybe he is following a potential lead of where
we don't really have a way to know what he was doing, but go on.
Right. But he's just come back. The fire department and the ambulances that were on the street earlier, they've left. I did see them treating a few people. They've taken them away. I can corroborate the employees that were
Jim, could you tell me what you saw or heard? Did you see or hear anything in the early moments?
I did not hear any gunfire. Helicopters were the first thing we noticed, came outside, then the streets were flooded with the emergency vehicles. Like I said, they did have several people outside they were treating. I did witness all of the one line of employees that they had come out with their hands raised. I'd say maybe 40 or 50 I saw come out, and then I went back in the building. But I'm back outside now, and the helicopters just left again.
Jim Estrada, this must have been an incredible thing to witness with this influx of emergency personnel from all over the place.
No, it's crazy. I mean, the streets are shut down. We're a business that's dependent on traffic coming in and out, so it's kind of put our business at a standstill, but that's really secondary to what's going on across the street from us.
Jim Estrada live with us. Jim, thank you. We're not allowing anyone on the golf course. We got a big helicopter sitting in the middle of the #1 fairway. This is according to Tom Brown, who said he and countless other employees and customers at San Bernardino Golf Club were on lockdown Wednesday. In the early going of this, if you've been with us for the last, I don't know, hour and a half or so, you saw live aerials now. You saw the golf course, which is really just a stone's throw away from the place. Fox 11 now showing victims coming into a nearby staging station. This is from their off-air pictures, and you'll be able to see they're using a live view to show people who are being evacuated. Of greatest interest and greatest concern now is the location of the gunman or gunmen involved here. The initial reporting was that someone walked into a conference center at this particular facility, and the Sergeant Vicky Cervantes, who's a spokesman for San Bernardino Police Department, told reporters at the time that shooters, up to 3 shooters, were reported inside this Inland Regional Center. Officers hadn't secured the center, and they were still going door to door. The suspects, she said, and I'm thankful to the LA Times for this, were heavily armed and possibly wearing body armor. That's according to the sergeant from the police department herself. An active scene, as she put it. Well, the authorities tell us this is still an active scene. You can see that the sheriff's office at this particular location is taking down crime scene tape because they had cordoned this area off, but a local bus company has offered to take people away from the scene, and they're doing that now. I mentioned the robot that was going in to detonate a suspicious device that was found on the premises. We now have confirmed from the San Bernardino Police Department that they did use a robot to detonate this suspicious device. Whether it was explosive in nature in and of itself, we don't have any way to know yet, but we know it's been detonated, and if it was an explosive device, it cannot cause harm to anyone else. The Los Angeles Times, Reuters news agency, now reporting 3 deaths confirmed, citing local law enforcement. Loma Linda University and Medical Center, they're preparing for this influx of people, but we don't have the details of how many were brought there. The initial report was as many as 20 people injured. Multiple news organizations reported 12 people killed in the early going, but authorities have not confirmed that. Why have they not been able to confirm the number of injured, potentially the number of dead? Well, it makes sense to us that they wouldn't be able to, because their first priority was treating the people who were hurt there and evacuating people from the building to try to keep anyone else from being hurt. And of course, now they're working to find these particular shooters, a shooter or shooters. Beatrice Valenzuela is with us now. She's live. She's a reporter for the San Bernardino Sun newspaper. Beatrice, am I saying your name right first? And do you have any more information about these shooters?
That's just on. Yes, that's how you say my name. And no, we're not getting a lot of information. As far as anything that was confirmed, we're still hearing 1 to 3. I initially heard that there were up to 25 casualties. Some of them were fatal. I
saw some victims, right?
Yes, I did see. I saw 2 people dead within the perimeter, and I saw about 3 dozen people who had been evacuated. None of those were wounded. They were actually being debriefed by officers.
Now, since the early going, say an hour ago, have you seen anybody injured or wounded or in any way affected coming out of these buildings?
No, at that point, everybody who was evacuated was out of the building. What I did see about an hour ago were about 4 to 5 ambulances speeding away from the scene, presumably taking the wounded to area hospitals.
Well, I'm now getting from my Fox LA that Fox LA and many other local news organizations are now reporting that the police are concerned that as many as 3 suspects may have escaped that scene in a black SUV. Have you heard that as well?
That is some of the initial reports that I had heard. Yes, I did hear that it was a black SUV. I also heard that the suspect or suspects were wearing body armor as well and may have been armed with some sort of assault weapon. But once again, those are all just initial reports that still have to be confirmed. But there's a lot of information coming out hard and fast at this point.
There is.
We're trying to root through it and make sure that we get the accurate information out there, you know.
Yeah, well, I do know. Beatrice Valenzuela is a reporter for the San Bernardino Sun and live with us. Beatrice, thanks. One more report now. KNBC Television, the NBC News network owned and operated station in Los Angeles, is reporting a suspect is still at large, quote, wearing tactical gear, potentially heavily armed. That from KNBC Television in Los Angeles. So let's bring this all into context to the best we can. Here's what we know. We know shortly after 11 a.m., an hour and 50 minutes or so ago, somebody, a gunman, walked into a conference center at this Inland Regional Center, which treats the disabled, treats some 32,000 people a year with some 600 total employees. So I'm led to believe that only around 200 or so were there at the time, along with patients. The person walks in, begins shooting in a conference room, and then multiple people drop to the ground. Witnesses who left the building confirmed that they saw bodies on the ground. I've spoken personally with one reporter who saw 2 under a blue tarp and multiple people who've seen fatalities there. We know as many as 20 people were hurt in that initial barrage. Now, authorities arrived very quickly. Some reporting indicating there was police training happening nearby. Authorities got in there very fast. Victims came out, people with their hands in the air, and then nothing. Then the report of a black SUV leaving the property and authorities questioning whether the suspects, a suspect or multiple suspects, might have been in it. And now it appears, we don't have this confirmed, but now it appears that the suspects who shot up this facility have escaped, and authorities are searching for them. Now, is it possible that one of these criminals may now be inside this building wearing tactical gear as described by some, wearing body armor and the rest? It is possible. The truth is we don't know where these suspects are. Authorities, as far as they tell us, they don't know where these shooters are, and they could be anywhere. Trace Gallagher in our Los Angeles newsroom. Trace.
You can see right there the California Highway Patrol vehicle, Shep, and we have now been notified the California Highway Patrol has put a be on the lookout, a bolo out for a black SUV believed to be a Yukon that they are looking for that may have 2 or 3 suspects inside. We told you earlier there was a report of a witness actually seeing a Yukon driving down one of the surface streets, and they believe the driver had a black mask on. The LAPD is now in the process of going to another building where the shooting did not happen and interviewing an employee in that building because apparently that man, according to reports, saw some men disrobing or taking off some black clothing, and they want to know if that's possibly linked to this activity at all. But again, you now have this citywide soon-to-be statewide alert for this black Yukon that they're saying has 2, possibly 3 suspects inside, but they are still going at this building where the shooting happened with all caution, believing there might be one of the suspects inside there. In fact, the KABC picture you're looking at right now may go away in a short while because now we're being told that the helicopters, the airspace has been ordered to be cleared out. We don't know why that is. Normally it's because they fear that, 1, that some suspects could actually look and see police activity, or 2, there might be a danger of a shooter in the area on the roof that could actually endanger those helicopters. So we don't know the reasoning behind that, but so these live pictures from the air could go away in short order, Shep. Still waiting to find out if police are actually inside building number 2 where the shooting happened and exactly what happened with the SUV that police were actually going to check out in the surface streets of San Bernardino about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Shep.
Trace, I must tell you, I feel like we're in the middle of a horrifying and at the same time historic event, as I cannot remember in 19 years of witnessing matters like this, going back to Columbine High School and beyond. I cannot remember a time when a man or men were able to enter a facility, cause terror among the people there, shoot people, kill people, and then are able to escape under the thumb of the long arm of the law and are now somewhere out in the population, and authorities an hour and 54 minutes or so later don't know where they are. It is, our viewers will notice that the helicopter is no longer showing a tight shot of anything, and the reason for that is that authorities have said, please, you know, they've given the media some directions about what they would like to happen, and we are complying. But Trace, this idea that people might have shot this place up and are now out on the loose, that'll give you pause.
It will, and consider this, that police have not found any weapons. Remember, we normally get situations here where police will say if 1 or more of the suspects is neutralized or in custody. We have not gotten any of those reports. The police believe that these suspects are at large. They also are working under at least under the guise that there might be 1 person still inside the building because they are proceeding with caution. But keep in mind, they also haven't found any weapons around there. We haven't heard anything about any weapons, so the presumption is that whoever is inside this black SUV that is now either hiding or driving on the streets of San Bernardino or Southern California, these men are still heavily armed, which is why they put out this be on the lookout for this black Yukon that left the building shortly after the shooting, about, as you say, Shep, an hour and 50 minutes ago.
And San Bernardino police, Trace Gallagher, confirming now that the shooter, the suspect for whom they are now searching, is in tactical gear. Here's what there's no way to know, because according to the authorities, they don't know. Who was in this SUV? Who were these people in tactical gear? Were they actually able to escape this property? Authorities were able to clear 1 of 3 buildings on this property very quickly. The latest reporting that we have is they're still working to clear the others. Clearing a building is a complicated and tedious process. It requires going door to door, every nook, every cranny, every closet, every janitor's station, every bathroom, every conference room, everything in the building, and every part of everything must be cleared so that they are sure, to the exclusion of all doubt, that whoever the suspects were have left the property. And history tells us that they will not give us an all clear and a word that the suspects have escaped the property until they're 100% sure of that. And think of how complicated it must be. Again, not to belabor the point, but a series of buildings that have 600 or so employees that treat some 32,000 people a year, that are used all hours of the day, and by all accounts at least one of these buildings was packed at the time this happened, around 11 a.m. Clearing that building to the exclusion of all doubt is a process that would take time, and I can guarantee you they are doing it as quickly as possible, because what they want to do now is send out a description to the best of their ability of who these people are, or who this person is for whom the authorities are searching. The best information that we have comes from the one Mr. Willingham, who said on our air a short time ago that he was about 50 yards away, across the street at a lumber place, had his weapon with him, staged near a water truck, and witnessed one man. He couldn't give us a description, he said, because there were trees in the way and he was far away. One man walked calmly, as the witness described it, to this black SUV, an SUV about which he had no details except to say that the windows were dark tinted and he couldn't tell if there was anyone else in this black SUV, and then slowly drive away. In other words, slowly, not to cause anyone to go, hey, stop. Just slowly driving away from the place as anyone else would. So at the time, there was no BOLO. There was no be on the lookout. That's what BOLO is. When our affiliate in Los Angeles, our owned and operated station in Los Angeles, talked with the San Bernardino County spokesman for the police department, he said, now wait, we can't confirm any of this stuff yet. And the truth is he couldn't. But now, from all appearances, well, beyond appearances, authorities have put out a be on the lookout for a man in tactical gear in a black Yukon SUV who apparently has just caused mayhem and multiple murders inside this training facility, inside this inland regional center in San Bernardino. We're told that at the time, authorities told shooter burst into the building firing apparent semi-automatic long rifle. So this is from Rick Serrano of the Los Angeles Times, who has just reported that in this mass shooting, authorities were told that the shooter or shooters burst into the building firing apparent semi-automatic long rifles. How is it possible that they're not sure of the number of shooters? It's possible because when people are in the middle of a situation which is completely foreign to themselves, the chances of them making a mistake about how many people they saw, how many shots were fired, the chance of that is very good. History tells us that the first reporters, the people who are witnesses, do their absolute best to tell authorities exactly what they saw, but doing so is very difficult because when in the middle of a confusing situation like that, people get confused about exactly what has happened. I can tell you that there is a new situation. Doors are now locked at the San Bernardino City Hall and surrounding businesses. Authorities are clearly concerned about the be on the lookout for a suspect or suspects in a black SUV and exactly where these men may be and what their intentions are. It's 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 p.m. on the West Coast, and we have what is, at least of recent memory, an unprecedented situation. Fox News is now of the belief that a man or a group of men went into a building, shot it up, killed some people, injured others, left that building in one way or another, presumably, according to a be on the lookout from authorities in a black SUV, and are now and at this moment on the loose and very much wanted, considered armed and extremely dangerous. We just got from a reporter at the San Bernardino Sun newspaper who goes by at R.M. Hagan. The doors are locked at San Bernardino City Hall and surrounding businesses. Authorities are very concerned about the whereabouts of whoever these people were, initially described and variously described as men in tactical gear. Others described it as wearing body armor. Others described a suspect or suspect wearing masks, armed with semi-automatic weapons, according to the reporting of authorities, with long guns, according to all reporting. And now, after this incredible shooting experience that happened at a conference center inside this building that serves the disabled, an immediate barrage of bullets, according to witnesses, firing in rapid succession over and over again inside this conference room. As the firing happened, victims dropping, according to witnesses. Others who were in the room desperately running out of the building and fleeing out into the parking lot of this 3-building facility. Authorities nearby already at a training exercise, so police able to get there very quickly. Now hundreds of authorities on scene, local, state, federal, all working together, looking at in the early going for this shooter or these shooters who were on scene. Positive that there was an active shooter situation, positive that no one had been taken into custody, uncertain about where the shooters were. Then after they had cleared the north building of 3 on this facility, went into a second building, and as they were clearing it, noticed a suspicious device. That caused all activity to stop. The last thing they needed was an explosion, because what we know, we don't know if this is a terrorism situation. I can tell you that the people who were there have been terrorized, but we'll wait for that, for the lingo and the qualification, the quantification of such things from authorities. That said, so often what bad actors do is they go and shoot people and then leave something to hurt authorities once the authorities get there to try to clear the situation. So they went in with a robot to blow up this explosive device or potential explosive device. They blew it up. We have no way to know yet because authorities haven't told us whether it was an explosive device or not. And then the word began to come out of a black SUV which so calmly drove away. And now be on the lookout from authorities for a suspect or suspects in, quote, tactical gear, unquote, believed to be armed and extremely dangerous, on the run, on the loose, somewhere in San Bernardino. Some witness statements now. Tara Wallace, this from 4 minutes ago, a man who reporting this, a man who works in the building says 3 gunmen went into the building where employees were having a party. Now remember, a big building, lots of different kinds of work happening in 3 different buildings. And in one of these areas, it seems to us now that somebody was having a Christmas party. Is that the room into which the gunman walked? It would now appear so, though we can't be sure of this. But according to all the different witness statements, this is what seems to be coming together. Reporting that he worked in the building, 3 gunmen went into the building where the employees were having a party. Said his daughter texted him from the restroom, terrified that the gunmen were shooting, terrified as the gunmen were shooting at her coworkers. This guy's name is Mark Stute, or Stute, S-T-U-T-T-E. Mark Stute's daughter is okay, but many people have been wounded in that building. Stute didn't know if the gunman specifically targeted the party. Here's the thing. They don't know the motivation of these people. They don't know how old these people are. They don't know what these people were doing in there. They don't know why they were firing. No reports of the gunman saying anything along the way, leaving any sort of messages for anyone, just that there was an initial barrage of gunfire that left some number of people dead. We know there are dead people because we have multiple reporters whom we trust who saw them under blue tarpaulins right there at this location. We know that there are multiple people injured and shot because we watched that from the helicopters. They were put on stretchers and taken to ambulances. What we don't know is, and authorities don't know is, they tell us, where the shooter or shooters is or are. Trace Gallagher working this from our Los Angeles newsroom. Trace?
Just one more spotting, Shep, of a black SUV, a Yukon, now being spotted at a parking lot of a restaurant somewhere. Again, you're going to have a number of these because there has been the be on the lookout for a black SUV, specifically a Yukon, with at least 2 suspects, possibly 3 suspects that police believe are inside wearing ski masks, who may or may not be armed, but they are working under the presumption that these people are fully armed. We should also let you know that the bomb squad, you were talking earlier about the explosive device inside. The bomb squad is now inside the building where the shooting happened. They are now scanning, we presume, for more not normal devices, as they say, but that one device has been neutralized, which is why the bomb squad went in the first place. And we talked about the conference room where this shooting happened, or at least where the majority of the shooting happened. And we have now learned, the CEO of the company now says that the conference room was rented out. So it wasn't the employees who were actually inside the regional center at the time. The conference room had been rented out to a separate group. And so police are interested in that group and who they are and what the makeup of that group might have been and who might have wanted to target that specific group inside the conference room, because by all accounts, these gunmen went inside that conference room and they opened fire on these people, and that would be where the majority of the deaths took place. Again, the numbers we don't know, but that would we expect to believe where the most number of dead people would be inside that conference room. As we get more information, Shep, about the search, the ongoing be on the lookouts, we'll chime back in.
Trace, we've just gotten confirmed through the Associated Press, police now confirmed fatalities in the shooting in San Bernardino at the Social Services Center there. That there were fatalities is something we knew. That the San Bernardino police are confirming it is new. And this is new. San Bernardino Police Department spokesman says it appears multiple shooters in this attack were in military-style attire. Police confirmed the fatalities. I'm giving you the new information that's just come in. Appears multiple shooters. All right, that's the first confirmation from authorities. We've heard from multiple witnesses that there was more than one shooter, but traffic stopped. Guns blazing inside, and then a man across the street, 50 yards away, across the street, we believe from South Waterman Avenue, though I really think he was across the street from Park Center Drive, which is a circular drive that goes all the way around this facility and the 3 buildings contained and massive parking lots which hold hundreds of cars. Across the street from there, 50 yards away, sees a man get into a black SUV and the black SUV slowly drive away. And from all the reporting that we have at this moment, the authorities, he got away. Police are speaking live now. Listen.
Remove all of the victims and witnesses from the building, where we will take them to a secure location so that they can be interviewed. We don't have numbers yet on casualties, but there are multiple casualties and there are confirmed fatalities.
Can you talk to us about these buildings? I've heard there are 3 buildings. Are these fairly large buildings and on the right side of the road up here, if I'm not mistaken?
They are on the right side of the road. It's the Inland Regional Center. I believe it houses county and possibly state offices. They manage behavioral health type businesses, I believe. And they had some type of function, a function there today, an event. And during that event is when multiple shooters came in and just started shooting.
We've had a lot of questions about the number of people who are in the building or who were inside that building at the time of the shooting. Do you guys have any idea as to how many people may have been there because of this event and how many people might be in those buildings on a regular basis on a Wednesday?
I have not been given any of that information.
Okay. About an hour, little over an hour ago, you told me that there was some kind of information about a suspect vehicle, perhaps a black SUV leading the scene. Can you elaborate on that, please?
We were told that at least one of the shooters may have left in a black SUV from the location, but that's the only information I have on that.
Are there any other active scenes right now besides this one here?
Not that I've been made aware of.
Okay, again, we have heard up to 12 fatalities. What have you heard?
I haven't been given a number.
Sergeant, thank you, sir.
Okay, I want to bring some clarity. We've just gotten what seems to be new information that helps put the pieces of this puzzle together if we want to go to the aerials or something. Remember the man who spoke on our air and said, I saw this black SUV? He said he worked across the street. He and his employees are there. He had prepared himself mentally, as authorities have been telling us all to do in recent years, prepared himself mentally for the eventuality of someday this might happen to him. And he had a gun at work, and he had like 12 employees. He sheltered them in place, and he went outside. It began with a man in a water truck running toward him, remember? And then he went out by the water truck, he said, and positioned himself there with his weapon and was watching. And that's when he said that he saw a man whom he couldn't identify 50 yards away among the trees going into a black SUV, and then that SUV slowly driving away. It's the one person from whom we've heard this. It is entirely possible that this man spoke to police. He said he spoke to police and told them this. Shortly thereafter, there was scanner traffic. Police talked to the other police on the two-way radio, and a bolo went out. Be on the lookout. The dispatcher sent out to all the cops in the area. Be on the lookout for a black Yukon. Now, since then, there has been no notice from authorities that these people escaped in a black Yukon. None. And that's, if they believed to the exclusion of doubt that that's what happened, they would have sent that out, because the authorities will be the first one to tell you we have to have the people's help to be able to solve instances like this. We can't do this by ourselves. There are not enough of us. So that's why they put out official be on the lookout. So there is no official be on the lookout. What there is a notice from headquarters over the two-way radio to the cops, be on the lookout for a black SUV. And that's why in the very beginning they were very clear with us to say, these are not people who we believe are suspects. We would like to talk to them. We would like to know why a man who worked across the street said that he saw this black Yukon driving off this property very calmly. That is all of it. Now, if authorities had gotten some information or multiple reports of this, or they had been led to believe that actually the shooters, now they confirm, shooters in tactical gear had gone away, had left this facility while in that black Yukon, they would have reported to that officially. They have not done this. So either they don't yet know what went down, or they can't confirm that that's what happened, or more likely, they got a single report from a single person of a black SUV leaving the property, and would have been dereliction of duty for them not to mention to the cops who are roaming all over the area, hey, be on the lookout for this thing. Don't treat them like criminals, but stop them and ask them a question or two. See if it's possible. Because after all, they had an active shooter situation. Who wouldn't do something like that? And I say all of this just so that we have context here. Authorities have told us, A, they don't know where these suspects are. They don't know how they got away. They don't know who they are. They don't know anything about them, to the best of our knowledge. All they know is a group of men, multiple suspects, according to the official report from authorities, were in this building in tactical gear, variably described to us as in body armor and in masks. Police describe it as tactical gear. They're looking for them. We don't know where they are. Could they be holed up on that property? That's, in theory, that's possible. Could they have escaped? That's possible. Could they have been taken off their gear and put on, had clothes underneath and escaped as a victim? That's possible. But the long and short of this is a very, very serious situation. Men armed in tactical gear went into a Christmas party and shot up the place, and no one's seen them since. That was 2 hours and 13 minutes ago, and no one has seen them. There are multiple people dead, many more injured. There are hundreds of police officers there. There is a city and a region on edge, and no one knows who these shooters are or where these shooters went. Trace Gallagher, nothing official on any of these lines about where they think they might have gone, who they think they might be, what their motivation might have been.
Just two different spottings of this black Yukon, Shep, and so far, I'm not sure if police have checked them out yet, but so far has been no confirmation at all that police have located this SUV and have found anybody inside. So the short answer to all this is no. The long answer is we don't know yet if they've even cleared the building. I mean, Building 2 is the primary focus of this shooting, and right now we know the bomb squad was inside, but all the other authorities, all the first responders and police officers had been kept outside until they made sure this building was safe. We are under the assumption, because police have said they believe that the building has been cleared of all the employees and all of the people who were sheltering in place, but that again is unclear because police haven't given us any idea of what the timeline here is. And as you can see, KABC has had to kind of pull off the scene, so we don't have an idea of whether the SWAT teams are still surrounding that building. They had pulled up those things that they look like, look like bulldozers with brick fronts or with metal fronts that they bring the SWAT teams right up to the front of the building in so they don't risk any gunfire. Then they lower that ramp and then they go in the building that way. We can't see if that's happening right now. So it appears to be a standstill, but as you mentioned, Shep, very importantly, there have been no other reports of any gunfire in and around this complex. We're talking about 3 buildings. All 3 of them, to our understanding, have now been cleared, and there was no further reports of any gunfire, which is why police are so concerned about this SUV, this black Yukon, that Highway Patrol has now put a be on the lookout for. It was spotted in the parking lot of a restaurant. Take that back. A black SUV was spotted in the parking lot of a restaurant that was thought to be suspicious. Another driving the surface streets of San Bernardino. But again, nothing else confirmed from police about the search for these suspects who, by now all accounts, including the PIO, who for the first time used the plural in the word shooters, says that she and the police believe that at least 2 shooters are in this black SUV and got away. Shep.
Trace Gallagher, thank you. Some updates, quick housekeeping. FBI statements out, says the same thing it did earlier. Resources there to assist our partners, nothing further. We know that the Loma Linda Hospital, which is not far away, confirms it has received 4 patients, is expecting 3 more. That's the extent of that. Of course, hospitals don't receive fatalities. Fatalities are handled in other ways on scene, and we know that there are fatalities. We now know from authorities that family members who have concerns about people, they can go to the Rudy Hernandez Community Center off 3rd Street. If you're interested in that sort of thing, you can get it from your local stations. And KABC is reporting at least 1 shooter was on the 2nd floor. The husband of a witness says 1 shooter had made his way to the 2nd floor. Some context now, as one who has been in this position, sadly, many dozens of times. Here's how these things usually play out. If you're dealing with a small rural police department where the county comes in and then the state comes in and then the feds come in before they can really have enough resources and manpower to wrap their hands around things and be able to release information. There are times when that happens and it makes perfect sense. You know, in other words, they can't get the information out quickly enough in a timely fashion, the manner which the locals would want it to be out, because they need information for the safety and protection of their own families. That happens. I cannot, for the life of me, remember a time when there was a jurisdiction the size of San Bernardino, California, with authorities all over this thing by the hundreds, and an organization that is probably second to very few in all of the nation, where at this moment, 2 hours and 15 minutes after a mass shooting, mass casualty event has happened, they appear to have no idea where the shooters are, no idea who the shooters are, no real idea about how they may or may not have gotten away, except for the reporting of one man from across the street who saw, in essence, a shadowy figure whom he couldn't identify get into a black SUV with dark tinted windows, no license plate, and nothing of any other kind. We are now led to believe by authorities who have very little official information to give us at all. The only thing that we seem certain of is 3 men with long weapons, semi-automatic weapons, and armed in tactical gear are roaming around somewhere, and authorities don't even know enough to tell us kind of who to be on the lookout for. Unprecedented for a jurisdiction of this size in my history in the last 20 or so years. This is new, this is historic, and this is of great concern, without question, to all authorities involved here, when 3 people who are willing to try to commit mass murder have vanished, because that's what's happened. There is no official be on the lookout from the San Bernardino Police, Fire, or Sheriff's Department. The easiest thing on earth to do is to send out a bolo to the media so that the people know you need to avoid these people. And that would be as quick as a tweet that you could send on your phone in a matter of 30 seconds. They don't have enough specific information to warn the public. All they know is there was a shooting, there are dead people, and the shooters are missing. Our Jonathan Hunt, a chief correspondent, is live on scene in San Bernardino. Jonathan, it is an incredible thing to have to report.
It is an extraordinary story developing here, Shep, not least because, as you rightly point out, authorities at the moment seem to have no idea where this shooter, or as they seem increasingly confident, shooters are. That is the bizarre thing. The one thing I would say is that they do seem to be confident that they are nowhere in this immediate area, just a short distance from the Inland Regional Center where the shooting took place. You can see that there are many here from the Sheriff's Department, from the Police Department. They have their long weapons drawn and ready, but I have to say there is no sense of any sort of chaos here. So you can take from that that they appear confident that whoever carried out this shooting is not in this immediate vicinity. And as you've rightly said, very, very little information right now. We still have the reports of 12 fatalities, perhaps among a total of 20 who were shot, perhaps more than that. I have heard reports from the coroner's office that they have sought permission to go in and get 2 bodies, with the warning that there may be more, which would jive with those earlier reports we had of up to 12 fatalities. But as for the most important part of this right now, the whereabouts of the shooter or shooters, authorities seem to have no idea at all. I'm not seeing a lot of police helicopter activity in this immediate area once again, which once again, Shep, may signify that they do not believe whomever they are looking for is in this immediate area now. Again, that would go along with those reports that 1 or 2 shooters.
Jonathan, excuse me, the man who owns the building where this happened is being interviewed now by our local station. Listen.
We're going to assume you have about 670 staff over there, workers in that whole building?
Roughly about 600 staff.
Yeah. So we're going to assume there were a lot of patients in there as well at the time?
Generally, they wouldn't be in that building, but we'd have a lot of visitors in that building.
So how many people might that be?
There could be an extra. That conference center holds up to 200 people. And then we have a library and a coffee shop there that could have had visitors at the same time.
Did anybody on the phone describe to you the people that were inside who were shooting the firearms?
No, they haven't. No.
Did they say anything about people wearing camouflage or masks or anything like that?
No, they didn't say anything about masks. They said they entered and started shooting, and most people hit the ground and didn't really take notice of what was going on.
Just a stunning development this morning. And I guess let me just sort of wrap this up with you by just sort of getting a personal observation. I mean, I don't know how long you've been associated with this center. I don't know anything about you personally, but I'm sure you, on a personal level, you have some sort of feelings here.
Well, my son's a consumer of the Inland Regional Center. I've been involved on the business committee and the board for about 4 years now. It's quite alarming, considering that we've been struggling with funding in the state, and it hasn't been the best year for our consumers. They're underfunded. They're quite concerned. And I just got calls from outside work programs where we have consumers throughout the community, and most of them are being locked down, not knowing what's going on.
I do have one other question I have to ask you. Do you have any reason why you might have been targeted?
No, we don't.
No thought?
No thought at all.
All right. So that's Keith Nelson, who's the vice president of the board of trustees here at the Inland Regional Center, and obviously he's had his hands full this morning, and I guess with that information, let's throw it on back to you.
Hey, Hal, can you go back to what he said about people had rented out that conference room? Who does he know who they were? Were there people? Were they affiliated with the center? We get into that a little bit more?
You spoke about the conference center and talked about people could have been in there, maybe as many as a couple of hundred. Do you have any sense of who might have rented out that conference center?
No, I've been waiting to find out. I was trying to go on our website to see who, because it would list it, but our website seems to have crashed or been taken down.
So at this point, you had no idea who was in that conference center?
I understood it was the county of San Bernardino, but I'm not sure what department.
So at this point, it's not clear. It's just simply not clear.
Hey, Hal, can we go back? Has there been any situation where there might have been a disgruntled employee, anything like that he has heard of?
Okay, they're asking back at the station, you have any situations where you might have had a disgruntled employee or any kind of problems here in recent times?
We've had some disgruntled employees, which have been handled very well by our executive director and our staff. Once in a while, we get disgruntled consumers because of lack of funding, but nothing that's ever escalated to even close to this type of level.
Is that thought in your mind, though, it could be somebody who's a disgruntled employee or patient?
From what I'm being told, they think it's more concentrated on the group that was using our conference center.
I'm sorry, could you explain that?
I talked to the president of the board of trustees, Mary Beth Field, who has been talking to our executive director, and they believe that it was targeted towards the people using our conference center at the time.
That the people at Ground Zero were the people that were in the crosshairs?
Yes,
And you don't know who they were?
No, I don't.
They would have been the people that may have been people that the shooters wanted to get at.
Yes, and then that is our only insecure building on the campus, so every other building.
I want to break in here, but you're listening to, this is the owner of the building who was there talking about what's happened there. Our local station, KTTV Fox 11, is interviewing that person by phone, as you can hear, but I want to give you some new information. KTLA, a local television station, they're affiliated with the CBS station. They're like owned by the same people. Now reporting this, that a black Yukon has been found abandoned. We don't know exactly the location. That said, KABC, our network news service affiliate, the ABC station there, is reporting that people should avoid a certain area in the Pasadena area due to police activity.
An hour away.
It says an hour or so away, according to our information specialist, John Glenn. So we know that these people have escaped, or we know that authorities believe they've escaped. We know they shot and killed some people, and we know somehow they got away. What we don't know is who they are, what their motive is, or where they are. All of that said, I'm giving you what's being reported, and that is KTLA reporting an abandoned Yukon has been found at 1800 South Business Center Drive in San Bernardino. You have to wonder how many abandoned SUVs they're going to find over the next hours. But at any rate, I'll give you that. I can't give you context on that. That's all I can give you, is that there's a Yukon been abandoned. They are looking for authorities. Authorities are looking for these suspects. We know that there's a news conference scheduled to begin in the next 20 minutes or so. Not exactly sure how long. I can tell you this, we've just gotten word from hospitals that I reported a little while ago that 4 have been received. They're expecting 3 more, 4 adults, all adults, and they were expecting more over the last 10 minutes or so. Whether they've received them or not remains to be seen. You would expect that it's been 2.5 hours and there has not been an official news conference of any kind, and you know they're busy, but there are people who are in charge of sending information to the public. There are times when we are just a curious lot. We want to know what happened. We want to know as quickly as we can, but it's not going to change our lives. You know, it's not going to be life or death for us. But in San Bernardino, you can make the argument that people really need to know what authorities know now. For instance, are there 3 gunmen who are wandering around right now in San Bernardino County, and do authorities have any idea what their motivation is? I mean, the first shooting happened, by all accounts, in a matter of a very short number of minutes, very quickly. The gunman went in, shot the place up. Authorities arrived very quickly, and by that, I mean a matter of a handful of minutes. And then all of a sudden, the gunfire was over, and the gunmen were gone. So it's entirely possible that these people escaped 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. Absolutely possible. And that these people have had 2 hours and 15 minutes riding around listening to news radio or sitting in front of a television somewhere listening to the aftermath of all of this. Or are they potentially, I don't have any idea, on their way to do something else? The question is, when will authorities come forward and tell us the details as they know them? Or is it, as is possible at this moment, unknown to them? All of the previous. Where are they? Who are they? What's their motivation? What are they wearing? What are they driving? Jonathan Hunt in San Bernardino now. Jonathan, it must be very frustrating for people who live within, let's say, 2.5 hour drive of the place.
Yeah, very frustrating indeed. As you can imagine, the roads are getting backed up everywhere as police throw a perimeter around this area. But the scene does seem to be shifting, as you said, Shep. There are warnings now to avoid a certain area of Pasadena. Now, Pasadena is about 55 miles to the north and west of the location of the shooting here in San Bernardino. Certainly, if that Yukon had been driven there, and we do not have confirmation that that is where the Yukon has been found, if indeed it has been found, but police are saying stay away from that area. There would have been enough time for whoever was in that car to drive from here to there, to abandon that car, and for it to be found around now. I want to tell you one other snippet of news we're getting, Shep, which is a report from a witness that the event that was going on inside the conference area of the building that you heard the owner just talking about was an event honoring county personnel. Now, that obviously could include a whole range of people. It could include people from the Sheriff's Department. It could include people from the Police Department. It could include social services and a whole other range of personnel. But an interesting comment coming from one witness saying that the event that was apparently targeted was an event honoring county personnel. Shep.
We know there's a Christmas party underway there at the same time, though it could have been in a different room. What's astounding to me, and Jonathan, maybe not astounding, what is most notable is the lack of warnings for the public. And having dealt with this particular organization before, knowing how well staffed and how professional this organization is, no one is questioning that. It would appear, based on all the information that we're not giving, that they've just slipped away.
Yeah, and you look at the Southern California Police Department, Sheriff's Departments, the CHP. Nobody in the country probably, Shep, is better in terms of departments at tracking vehicles when there is any sort of chase involved. But absolutely, it does appear that the shooter or shooters who were inside that Yukon that we've been talking about simply got out of here so quickly that police did not manage in any way, shape or form to get any eyes on them. And we're now just getting these first reports that an abandoned Yukon may have been found. And once again, it may be in the Pasadena area. That's about 55 miles north and west of where this terrible shooting took place, Shep.
And thanks. We know federal authorities are very much involved with this, and our Catherine Herridge works intelligence for us live in Washington. Catherine, anything to add? Or she was with us. Catherine Herridge.
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Yep. Just on the phone. Okay, so look, Shepard, what we have here unfolding in Washington, unfortunately, is a carbon copy of what we saw with this Colorado shooting. The president has been briefed by his White House counterterrorism advisor, Lisa Monaco. That is standard practice, and he will continue to receive regular updates. Same pattern with the Homeland Security Secretary, Jay Johnson. He has been briefed by his law enforcement team on what's going on in California, and he, too, will be getting regular updates. The key point to watch here at this time is that the local police remain in the lead. The feds are, in effect, standing by to assist when that's necessary. The FBI has staged. That means that they are now sort of in the area with their heavy equipment if they're needed on the scene, and the ATF has a satellite office as well as a field office in Riverside and San Bernardino. So they are on the scene, but at this point, they are not taking on a typical ATF role because this is clearly not contained. Just a final point, a DHS official said to me, based on a recent briefing, that there was no specific or credible threat to this area at the time. We don't know what this is at that point, but that's an important piece of information. And they also indicated that while the suspect or suspects fled the scene or were able to get away from the scene, they emphasized that this is an area that's very thick with cameras, and they were confident that there is an image of that SUV, Shepard.
Oh. Thank you. Catherine Herridge live with us. Catherine, thanks. Here's one of the things that's going to happen. We're going to hear about abandoned vehicles. We're going to hear about troubles at malls. As long as there is all of this, people are going to be at high alert, and if they see something, they're going to say something, and authorities going to act in an abundance of caution. With all of that as a precursor, there is a SWAT situation going on, and Trace Gallagher has some details on that. Trace?
Yeah, Jonathan Hunt kind of touched on it earlier, Shep, about this vehicle, this SUV, if you will, in Pasadena, in the mall in Pasadena. Well, now we've been told, or at least NBC is reporting, that is not related at all to the situation in San Bernardino. However, about 3 miles down the road from the regional center where the shooting took place, there is a discount mall, if you will. It's kind of an indoor swap meet, and we just called that mall. The people there are being evacuated, whether it's out of an abundance of caution, we don't know. The report was that someone who was suspicious looking in camouflage gear may have come in one of the back doors. So that mall, 3 miles down from the regional center, has now been evacuated because there were reports of somebody suspicious. There was a third mall that people were talking about that turned out to be nothing as well. If you go back to Paris and you take away the first 3 locations, there were an additional 3 as the night went on. You kind of have that situation where, because you have these shooters who are on the run and police have no idea where they are, we can expect in the minutes and hours ahead to get more of these types of reports where malls are being evacuated and SWAT teams converge on certain areas because they have a suspicious SUV that might have the door open, might have something else, but out of an abundance of caution, they converge on these areas, they evacuate them, they clear them, make sure no suspects are inside, and it really is, I mean, the best interest of the public to do it, and it may happen quite often as we go forward, Shep.
Trace, the president has spoken now about this situation. Obama, speaking about mass shooting situation in California, says there are steps that can be taken to make more Americans safe or to make Americans safer. Suffice it to say, we'll hear more from the president. He has been briefed, we've been told, throughout the day. A reminder, I want to give you a couple of tweets that we've been relying on throughout the day. One from this guy, Mark Stutte, or S-T-U-T-T-E. I wish I knew how to pronounce the first name, but I don't, and my apologies. He works in the building, says that 3 gunmen went into the building where the employees were having a party. which most of the reporting has now been that they're having a party in there. You heard Jonathan Hunt say they were honoring some people, and we believe that is the truth. We believe both of those things can be true at the same time because this conference center was rented out. He goes on to say that his daughter texted him from the restroom, terrified that the gunman was shooting her coworkers. Says the daughter is okay, but that people have been wounded in that building. He didn't know whether the gunman specifically targeted the party. Tom Brown said he and countless other employees and customers at the San Bernardino Golf Club were on lockdown nearby. They weren't allowed to leave that place. And a reporter who's on scene spoke with Beatrice Valenzuela. She's a reporter for the San Bernardino Sun. She was live with us and said she herself saw 2 bodies under tarps. And authorities have confirmed there are multiple fatalities, though at this moment they will not tell us how many. Most often in situations like this, with a large police department and a large sheriff's department and an enormous amount of help, they're able to bring together some basic facts. For instance, we can confirm to you that this many people have been shot, that this many people have been killed, that this many people are believed to have been shooting, that this many people have believed to have escaped, and we have none of that. Nothing. We don't know the number of people dead. We don't have the identities of any of the people dead. We don't know any people shot. We can tell you that the hospital says they received 4, expecting 3 more. There are other hospitals in the area. Did they receive any? We don't know. We don't know how long it took for them to clear the building. We don't know how many gunshots there were fired. We don't know whether what they believed was an explosive device was actually an explosive device after they detonated it. We don't know if anybody was hurt while trying to escape. We don't know if this black SUV is the only vehicle for which they're looking. We don't know exactly how many people they're looking for. We don't know their race. We don't know their height. We don't know their age. We don't know if they said anything or left any kinds of notes. We don't know if anyone had contact with them along the way. And we don't know if the black Yukon, seen slowly driving away by a man 50 yards away, is actually the escape vehicle. We don't know anything about what happened today, except that there are multiple fatalities, multiple injuries, and we seem to have multiple law enforcement agencies that do not have enough information to inform the public about people who are apparently on the loose, armed to the teeth, in tactical gear, and wearing masks. It is an astounding situation. 2 hours and 38 or so minutes into this situation. There has not been a police news conference. There hasn't been an official warning for anybody. Under normal circumstances, we would figure that certainly the people must have been neutralized. Certainly the shooters must be out of harm's way. Certainly they must not be a danger to anyone anywhere, but that is not the case. We just don't know the level of concern. We don't know if authorities know anything about these people. But we do know that they have not been brought into custody, or at least the police have not told us that. Fox News has now been told through 2 law enforcement sources that tactical units are still in the process of clearing the Inland Regional Services Complex, and that authorities have not encountered any suspects at this time. Remember, they were looking for a battering ram, and they found one to go in and clear a certain area. There were questions about whether there might be a suspect still in there. Now we're told, this is new in the last minute, actually 2 minutes, that authorities are still working to clear the Inland Regional Services Complex and that authorities have not encountered any suspect. Fox News is told that the authorities have come upon several casualties and multiple fatalities, although these individuals could not elaborate beyond that. That from Matt Dean, who is a producer for us at the Department of Justice and Federal Law Enforcement. So again, what we have confirmed, they're still working to clear these buildings. Does that make sense? Absolutely. 3 very big buildings. Remember, they were slowed down in one because they believed there might be a bomb in there. So they had to blow that up, make sure that it couldn't hurt anyone before they continued clearing the area. And as I mentioned before, they have to go into every single square foot of each of those buildings, which may mean they need to get plans of that building, or at least word from the person who owns it or the people who work there. Where are the nooks and crannies? Where might people be able to hide? We have to make sure that this building is cleared of shooters before we can tell the people this building is cleared of shooters. So it's entirely possible that have not cleared all of those areas. And as a result, they can't say with certainty whether 3 suspects have escaped, as they have led us to believe at this point. 3 men armed in tactical gear, said to be wearing body armor and masks, at least at the time they were there. Now, if you were a shooter armed in those kinds of things, you might take all of that stuff off and try to look normal. As the witness from across the street said he saw a man walking out very calmly, getting into a black SUV, a Yukon we're now told, that moved very slowly, like any other normal car would leave a facility of this kind. And remember, we showed you the maps earlier. The 215 freeway, obviously an offshoot from the 15. The 215 freeway goes north and south and comes right through there. And the 10 freeway goes across. And the two freeways, the 215 and the 10 freeway, meet right there within a stone's throw of this building. So you could leave that building, go west toward Los Angeles on the 10 freeway. You could go east toward Las Vegas on the 10 freeway. You could go north on 215, headed to the northern part of California, or you could go south on 215, back down into Southern California. You could do any of those things. There's a golf course right there, and might as well throw it in the mix. We're less than a mile away from the San Bernardino International Airport. And 3 suspects, they don't even know for sure how they escaped. They have word from this one man that he might have been in a black SUV, but they don't know, or they would have told us. Adam Housley's on scene in San Bernardino now. Adam?
Yeah, Shepard. In fact, the areas you were just explaining, we're actually on the ground, about as close as you're going to get right now. And we have seen a definite change in activity the last few minutes. You're seeing a little bit more of the brain trust, so to speak, going. The bomb squad is here. We're not far from where the shooting took place. You can actually hear helicopters and actually see helicopters taking off all around here, as you might imagine, as they bring in more local law enforcement. Also, just literally, Shepard, right across the street, you'll see a home over here, and you'll see some of the agents, some of the police officers have been going door to door now just in this neighborhood alone. We've been on both sides of this scene. The scene you're talking about near the 10 freeway, which runs east-west here in Southern California, and then over on the 215 side where we are now. I can tell you I have seen at least 50 ambulances that are lined up. And then right over behind me, on my right shoulder, that's where you'll see the bomb squad trucks. You see some of the fire trucks as well. We do know there's a couple of either witnesses that are there or possibly people that were injured, but not anything seriously. You can see them lined up over there as well. A few of them I've seen interviewed, and you can see some stuff being brought out of the building over here, because this is basically where the entire operation is being run from, with the building being just over my right shoulder. The other thing I wanted to mention as well, when we drove from one side of the scene to the other, we had to physically get on the 10 freeway to the 215 and then to here. There are all sorts of law enforcement from all over Southern California that have come in. This is a mutual aid situation. They've gone to a number of different locations around the city. As you might imagine, on the radio, we're hearing all sorts of reports of people running this way, running that way, wearing fatigues. As you know, Shepard, in these breaking news situations, you get those kinds of reports, and we'll continue to keep you updated from here on the ground. In the meantime, this is where the bomb squad's going in, Shepard. This is where the investigation's running from right now.
Adam, thanks. We're expecting a news conference here in the next 10 minutes or so. The president has now been briefed, and the president has just said, quote, every level of government needs to come together on a bipartisan basis to curb shootings. And this bit of information that I find helpful, the Inland Regional Center's executive director, who is named Lavinia Johnson, says San Bernardino Shooting was at this conference center that her group rented out for a county personnel holiday party, possibly to the Department of Health. So now we've got it with clarity from multiple sources exactly what was going on here. This is a regional conference center that they had rented out a conference room for the health department to have a holiday party. And that's where the shooting began. Now, I want to give you some perspective on this place. For those of you who've been with us for the last couple hours, you know this. This is South Waterman. I got something new for you, though. This is South Waterman Avenue. This is the regional center. This is the 4-lane street that you've been seeing in front. And this is the road that goes around it. And this is the thrift store. So we believe that, here we go, we believe that this is the spot where the witness who came on a little while ago said that he could see from 50 yards away someone he believed to be a suspect coming out, getting into the SUV, and driving away. Now, I'm going to back this out. This is Google Maps, so you'll be familiar with this. You back out from this and see how close we are. This is the regional conference center again, remember? Right here. That's the conference center. And here is this conglomeration of freeways. This is State Route 73 and 70. This is Interstate 10, which runs east and west. This is Interstate 215, which runs north and south. So here are your interstates. The 10 will go east to Vegas and west to Los Angeles. You can go north on the 210. You can go south on the 210. And again, just because why not throw this in there? There's the airport. Now, if I go over to BAT 4, I can show you. Oh, that is not it. That's breaking 4, BAT 4. Here's the location of it. Remember, this is the picture of the Regional Inland Center. And that's the airport right over there. Here are the freeways. Here's which just went away. Whoever's on BAT 4, you just got me good. BAT 4, I just had it. John Potratz, if you could put that back up, I'd appreciate it. BAT 4, here it is, but I can't bring it out. At any rate, here's the Inland Regional Center. Here's the abandoned SUV. It is just that close. I'll get out of it so you can get back in. This is the San Bernardino Airport. If you could put that back up now, John, I'd appreciate it. Here's the airport. We have nothing to indicate that they went away to this airport, nothing at all, except to say that it's that close, especially given that we don't have any idea where they went. I'm going to go back to bat 4 now. If we get, nope, now it's good. So this is where the regional center is, and this is where they found an SUV abandoned. They're not suggesting that this was that SUV, but this is the beginning of a process. They found it abandoned. They have lots of questions about it. They've cordoned off this area. So we'll go back to breaking news, and I can tell you that there are live pictures above where Adam Housley has been. The standoff has been continuing throughout the afternoon. What we don't know is whether they have any leads on where these suspects are. Frustratingly, there have been no news conferences or word officially from police about who they believe these people are or where they think they might have gone. They've asked the police chopper, the news choppers, to back off to some degree so that the airspace, the bad guys won't be able to see what it is that the authorities are doing. So for now, we just wait for this news conference. One more urgent update that's just come in. This is from the Reuters news agency. President Obama called today for a bipartisan effort at every level of government to address mass shootings, such as this one that injured as many as 20 people. Quoting, "We don't yet know what the motives of the shooters are, but what we do know is that there are steps we can take to make America safer, and that we should come together in a bipartisan basis at every level of government to make these rare as opposed to normal. To make these rare as opposed to normal." Continuing to quote the president, "We should never think that this is something that just happens in the ordinary course of events, because it does not happen with the same frequency in other countries." He mentioned something of this nature when he was in Paris just the other day for the International Climate Summit, when he said that these sorts of activities were unique to the United States. He got a lot of partisan pushback on that from his political opponents, but the fact of the matter is, among developed nations, that's the truth. These sorts of mass shootings, with the regularity where they occur in the United States, you don't find that in other countries. That's not to say anything except that fact. You can extrapolate from that whatever you want, but that part right there, that this happens more in the United States than anywhere else on earth, is just a true thing. That's all there is. The reasons for that, you know, someone smarter than I is going to have to come up with that. But I can report to you with certainty that it happens more here than anywhere else in the world. Trace Gallagher live with us in Los Angeles. And Trace, we were expecting by now, or within the next couple of minutes, to have a news conference on this.
Yeah, they have apparently not gotten their game together, Shep, to get their information out to us right now. In fact, we haven't gotten anything since the PIO talked to us maybe 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, when we first learned that the shooter was in fact shooters, when she said there were multiple shooters and they were looking for at least 2 of them, maybe 3 of them in the SUV. You're looking right now at what has been set up as the command center, which is at a nearby park from the regional center. That apparently is where the news conference will take place and where a lot of the news stations are now kind of setting up camp there. We still kind of are looking for these alerts. That mall we told you about earlier, it's a discount mall, kind of an indoor swap meet center. It has been evacuated, but we have heard no word about any suspicious person being arrested, being detained, being talked to, nothing of that sort. The
Trace, we have
Mall
just gotten an urgent from, sorry, Trace, we've just gotten an urgent from the police in the last few seconds. Police now say there is no one in custody in this mass shooting, and the search is underway now for suspects. There is no indication that they have any idea who they are or where they are, Trace.
Yeah, and to go back to that mall, Shep, which is why this city is on such alert. I mean, we're talking about Pasadena, which is the better part of 35 miles away. We had a mall situation there where SWAT teams showed up because there was a report of an abandoned SUV, says the local NBC affiliate. Turned out to be nothing. Was not related to this San Bernardino case at all. But right down the road, 3 miles, in this discount shopping center, the mall was evacuated out of an abundance of caution, it appears, because, again, no suspect has been found there. Another report in the parking lot of a restaurant, another SUV with some witness who said they saw somebody in a black mask. Well, it's been over an hour since we got that report. There has been nothing substantiated from there. That, too, appears to be a false lead. There is a BOLO, a be on the lookout for, issued by the California Highway Patrol for a black Yukon SUV with at least 2, maybe 3 suspects inside who police believe are armed and dangerous somewhere, and they're maybe hiding, they're maybe trying to escape, but right now this has gone from a San Bernardino alert to a Los Angeles and San Bernardino County alert, and it will soon go statewide. You know, we talked about the highways before there, Shep. 15 goes out to Las Vegas, Interstate 10 goes all the way out past Palm Springs through Arizona. A lot of quick highways to have quick access to get out of San Bernardino County in a relatively short amount of time.
Trace, thanks so much. A little bit of context coming in with the help of the Los Angeles Times, and we do appreciate it. It's the Times who's been reporting, the Times which has been reporting, that a person came out of the building and told the Los Angeles Times reporter that the shooting happened during a Christmas party, but that person declined to comment any further. We've since learned that Keith Nelson, the vice president of the center's board of trustees, said that a group who he believed to be county workers unrelated to the center were hosting a Christmas party when the gunfire broke out. Now, that said, this building was open to the public, according to the Times. Federal law enforcement sources, who requested anonymity because of the investigation is active and ongoing, told the LA Times that the group holding the party, rather than the center, may have been who was targeted. In other words, the target of the shooters may have been those who rented out this facility, not the facility itself. Again, this is according to sources speaking to the Los Angeles Times, federal law enforcement sources, so multiple sources. A San Bernardino police spokesman confirmed that there are fatalities. We now have confirmed that there are multiple fatalities. We do not know how many. We know that there are multiple injuries. We do not know how many. We know that police found a device inside the building that authorities and that they were assembling a battering ram to gain access to part of the office complex. But we only know that they were able to detonate that device. We do not know whether it was explosive. It was an explosive device, as they feared. We know that there are live pictures now, KTTV Fox 11, and authorities sort of milling about, lots of them, most likely on the lookout for these suspects, though we have no way to know who they are. And as far as we know, authorities don't either. San Bernardino public schools were not on lockdown for the first hour and a half so of all of this. Now, this is brand new, all San Bernardino County Unified School District schools and offices are on full lockdown for the safety of students and the staff. This was just announced by the school district. Quoting now, all schools are scheduled to dismiss students on time today. That's from a statement, no visitors allowed. Well, that makes perfect sense. After all, somewhere around 3 people have gone in tactical gear, apparently, into this facility, shot it up, killed some people, wounded some more who are now in hospitals, and apparently they just slipped right underneath the long arm of the law. It's sort of understandable how that would happen, though, isn't it? Think of how big this place is. You're looking at one of the 3 buildings on this center. See that? The IRC Conference Center, the pink building there with the palm trees in the front. That's one of 3 buildings. The parking lot is enormous. There's a road which rings this whole thing. In fact, if you look at the graphic that's on the center of the monster wall, you'll see that there are hundreds of parking spaces that are here. It says Inland Regional Center in the booth. If you'd switch to the graphic which is the center of the monster wall, it's the San Bernardino upper left. You can see how big this facility is. So imagine police arriving from all areas. See how many different areas there are for them to get in. And what they've been told is there's a mass shooting, and the mass shooting is underway now. So they're working their way into this facility, and you can see how many different ways in there are. This is a way into the parking lot. You see all these cars. Again, this is where this facility is. Another entrance here, another here. Again, there are freeways just off over here and over here. So authorities are all converging on this scene, knowing lives are in danger, knowing they're active shooters. And if, as this man who was in one of these buildings around said he saw this guy walking up to this Yukon, or he said at the time a black SUV, and then slowly driving away like nothing had happened. If you're law enforcement converging on this place, trying to keep people from getting killed, a slow-driving black SUV might not be something that concerns you. No. Just walking out of frame. What's that, Kimmy? News conference beginning now. Listen.
San Bernardino County Sheriff's Public Affairs Division. I'd just like to provide you with a telephone number in the event that you have information for investigative leads. The number that will be manned by the Sheriff's Department will be 1-866-346-7632. You can also call 1-800-78-CRIME if you wish to remain anonymous. I'll make a couple of quick introductions. We have Chief Jared Berguan from the San Bernardino Police Department standing here to my right. Sheriff John McMahon to my left here, and the assistant director.
Stated, there are 3 gunmen apparently on the loose, and we're in the middle of introductions. It is baffling.
With that, I will hand it over to Chief Burgoyne.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this originally started off at 11 o'clock this morning, late this morning, early afternoon. We received a call here at the Inland Regional Center, 1400 block of South Waterman, of a shooting. It was quickly apparent that we had what amounted to an active shooter situation. There was a massive law enforcement response that initially was officers from our department that responded, and then very quickly, as word spread through the region, we had a massive mutual aid response from virtually every law enforcement agency in the immediate area, to include the Sheriff's Department, Colton Police Department, Fontana Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, Probation Department, Parole. A number of agencies responded. What we have so far is information that up to 3 people had entered the building and had opened fire on people inside of the building. We do have some preliminary numbers of upwards of 14 people that are dead and upwards of 14 people that are injured. We think those are pretty reliable, but keep in mind those are potentially subject to change. They are preliminary numbers. The 14 that are wounded have been taken to various area hospitals. In addition to the law enforcement response, there was a massive medical aid response from San Bernardino City Fire Department, other area fire departments, as well as the ambulance, American Medical Response. As officers initially arrived on scene, they went into the active shooter protocols, the things that we trained for. They immediately entered the building in search of the suspects. Initial information is that the suspects were potentially still inside of the building. It is a massive facility, employs several hundred people, and it's taken a long time to clear the building. In fact, I think we still have assets inside that are completing that clearing process. Information that I think is probably the most reliable at this point is that the suspects have fled, potentially in a dark-colored SUV. We do not have any identification on who those suspects are. We do not know what the motive is for the shooting at this point. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the sheriff for a couple of comments.
Thank you, Chief. We're working closely with the San Bernardino Police Department in a unified command, as well as our federal partners, to make sure that we have the resources we need to thoroughly investigate this event. Our officers are working hand in hand with members of the San Bernardino Police Department, as well as the other agencies, to search the building as the chief indicated. That search is still ongoing. We have also, because of the information that the suspects may have fled the area, we have also shut down and locked down the courts and the local city and county buildings in the general area around San Bernardino. We have an increased law enforcement presence at all the high-profile areas, including hospitals. We've been in contact with the school district and their school police chief to take care of the school side of things. We continue to make sure that we do everything we can to keep the public safe. We've been in contact with the Board of Supervisors. They've pledged their full support and the resources that they have to help solve this as well. We will work together to investigate this case once the scene is secure and work hand in hand with the city of San Bernardino as we do in other high-profile events. I'll now have Dave Bowditch, Assistant Director of the FBI, say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff. The FBI is here with our state and local partners, as well as our partners from the ATF, and we are here to essentially assure that all the wounded are extracted, and ultimately public safety is the #1 goal at this point. And we will work as a law enforcement community to assure that we have done everything we can in our power to find, locate, and apprehend these subjects. At this point, I know one of your questions is going to be, is this a terrorist incident? I will tell you right now, we do not know if this is a terrorist incident. So we start from the beginning, working with all our local partners. We take the presumption that it may be, it may not be, but we will work hand in hand with them from the beginning. If things change, we are here from the get-go, and there is no steps lost as the investigation proceeds. At this point, I'm going to turn it back over to the Chief.
So very quickly, after the initial response, we have several hundred people that were in the building that are not injured. Those people have been taken to a safe location, and they are part of the investigation. In addition to that, we know that this is a human incident, and this is a tragedy. And we know we've got a lot of folks out there that are very concerned and very worried about their loved ones that may have been at that facility today. We've set up an area at the Hernandez Center at the corner of 3rd and Sierra Way here in the city of San Bernardino for family members to go for information. We will push information out to that for those family members as we can. Also, the Sheriff's Department put out the crime tip hotline number. If anybody has any information, we'd very much like to hear from you. So with that, I will take a couple of questions. Start with Rob.
Do you have any information on this event that was happening? Apparently these upwards of 3 gunmen stormed in.
I don't. I've heard everything, that it was a meeting to a potential like a lunch type gathering, maybe for the holidays. That's not confirmed. That is very preliminary. It's my understanding that most of the people that were wounded, most of the victims, were all centrally located in one area of the facility.
Have any weapons or body armor, anything like that, been recovered?
In terms of the employees, it's my understanding this facility has both state and county employees, as well as folks that work for a number of organizations. The Inland Regional Center serves a number of organizations that treat mental illness type issues and that sort of stuff. I don't have any idea. I know that state and local county employees work there. I do not know if any of them are the victims or who they are at this point.
Do we know if any children are among the victims?
I do not have any information that any children were involved.
Have there been any weapons recovered?
On the weapons used and the number of people involved here, given what you have in the way of evidence, witness accounts, and everything else, would you characterize this as an organized event? What were these men using and shooting at people with?
Preliminary information indicates that these are people that came prepared. That they were dressed and equipped in a way to indicate that they were prepared, and they were armed with long guns, not handguns. I do not know what type of long guns.
How were they dressed?
I don't know.
Have any of those weapons been recovered here at the scene?
We do not have any weapons recovered at this point.
What were they wearing that indicates they were prepared?
Left just a little bit. There's a shadow. Thank you.
Sorry.
Hey, Chief, can I ask for clarification? You said upwards of 14 dead. What does upwards mean?
The preliminary number we have right now is that there are 14 people that are deceased, and our count is another 14 people that have been taken to various hospitals for significant injuries potentially related to gunshots. We also have a number of other people that may have had some minor types of injuries. They fell down in the course of fleeing or something of that nature, but roughly about 14 that we believe are wounded.
Security cameras inside the building where we might give you video evidence of what happened.
I would imagine there are, but we're not that far into the investigation yet.
Chief, we're live on KTLA. Would you mind repeating the nuts and bolts again? If you don't mind, we're live on the air right now.
The whole thing, I think. Let's fix.
Don't worry about
The building is still being searched. Is there the possibility that there are more deceased or wounded inside of that regional center?
I think that could be a possibility, yes. I don't think we're comfortable saying no at this point.
Have the bomb technicians recovered anything which is or looked like an IED inside the building?
As the teams were going through and searching for the suspects and searching for victims, there were some things in the building that were not immediately identifiable that caused them some concern. As a result of that, we do have some bomb techs that are on site that are checking some of that out. I do not know if they were brought in by the suspects. We do not know if they are bombs of any sort. Just simply things that as our teams were moving through said that needs to be looked at a little bit more closely.
No render safes at this point. They haven't taken anything apart or destroyed anything.
I don't have any information on that.
Have you found any vehicles?
Take a step to the left. One step to the left, please. Thank you,
Have you found any vehicles that you believe are related to this event or left anywhere nearby?
Not that I know of at this point.
Have witnesses said the gunman said anything? Did they say anything?
We don't have anything specific from those witnesses. We're in the early stages of talking to them.
Can you talk other active scenes at this point?
This is the only active scene that we're working.
What about security tape that may have been shot inside?
That is part of the investigation. I just don't have that at this point.
Can you talk about the suspect's vehicle, that darker SUV? Can you talk about that at all?
That's all we have. Very, very generic. Upwards of 3 suspects. Darker SUV that fled.
Suspects wearing camouflage?
I've never heard camouflage.
What were they wearing?
Just to be clear, upwards of 3, does that mean there could be more than 3?
I have repeatedly been told the number is 3. But keep in mind that this is information that is flowing in as people are talking to witnesses very quickly. As we put everything together, some of this may change. We know these are fluid situations, and some of the information we put out now may change a little bit in the future.
Is there any description about these guys? Any description about these suspects?
As far as people in the area, we're doing everything we can to keep this area safe. We are addressing other facilities in the area that we think may be similar or may be similar, but we don't have any information or any credible threats to any other facilities at this point. But obviously we're all on a heightened sense of alert. We would ask the public that they be on a heightened sense of alert, that they're watching out for those things, and if they come across information, contact us and let us investigate it.
Any description of the suspects at all, sir?
I put out what I have, just three. We don't.
Chief, the gunman.
One report I heard is masks were involved, but I don't know that to be definitive at this point.
How many active leads you're pursuing for them right now?
Yes.
Chief,
not going to talk about it.
Did the gunman say anything at all during the attack, during the shooting?
Not that I'm aware of.
Any sort of threats made prior to this incident?
I don't. That's part of the investigation. We're not going to talk specifically about that right now.
Hey, Chief, I'm not a media person, but I'm a United States veteran, and I just want to say thank you to the fellow agencies, all the chiefs, all the fire chiefs, and everything for your guys' response. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
How long did the attack last? Do you have any idea how long it lasted?
A few minutes.
Yes or no?
Based on how well armed you think?
It appears the signal has dropped out. History tells me it'll come right back. The highlights today, or lowlights for that matter, 14 people shot and killed, 14 more people severely injured, believed to be gunshot related, upwards of 3 people, whatever that means. The number he said he'd been hearing most often was 3. 3 people apparently escaped in a dark SUV. Our signal's back, listen.
Officers that have high caliber weapons, they carry assault rifles with them. Most of the officers carry handguns. The officers that arrived on scene and did the initial work to go into that building and clear it went in with what they had. So.
Do you know where the suspects are? I know you've been searching for them for the last hours.
We do not know where the suspects are.
Chief, can you talk about the FBI? How is the FBI getting involved in this? And if there's somebody, a representative, maybe they want to talk in detail.
Well, we know historically that some of these investigations can turn into a potential federal prosecution type thing. At this point, we don't know that to be the case, but it's better to have them on scene from the very beginning so they know what we know and they are an active part of the investigation. In addition to that, being from the federal government, they bring to the table tremendous resources to help us in doing our job.
Especially when it comes to terrorism, can you talk about that?
We have no information at this point to indicate that this is terrorist related in the traditional sense that people may be thinking. Obviously, at minimum, we have a domestic terrorist type situation that occurred here.
Any description at all? White, black?
We don't.
Any sense that they had training? That they might have Thank you. That they had some training. In other words, that they.
The only thing I'm comfortable saying at this point is that the information we have is that they came prepared to do what they did as if they were on a mission.
How long were they inside shooting?
I don't know specifically. Several minutes.
Were the gunmen still there when the police arrived, when the initial responding officers arrived?
Well, we don't know. We did not. Our police officers have not engaged or exchanged gunfire with anybody, but we don't know if they were on scene when we arrived.
I don't know if you still covered this or not, but were the vast majority of the dead and wounded in one centralized location within the facility?
Yes, in the same general area of the facility.
Are we making an assumption, and I'm sorry if it's an assumption here, Chief, that they had targeted that particular room, those particular people?
I think we're a little too early in the investigation to even make that assumption. We don't know what the motive is at this point.
Hostages at any time? Were people tied up? Were they held in a room and told, or was it just a shootout?
We don't have any information that they took any hostages.
What kinds of weapons do you use? Could you describe what kinds of weapons they use? Sorry.
Long guns is what I've been told. I think there's people that speculate what type of long guns those are, but I don't want to put out a specific type of gun. I'm just going to say it was a long gun, not a handgun.
What about their behavior made it seem like they were on a mission?
They came in with a purpose. They came in with the intent to do something.
Was there any threat made to this facility prior to this incident?
I don't have specifics on that.
Did anyone recognize?
So with that, we're gonna cut this off. We will be back every hour on the hour to provide an update, even if we don't.
Well, there you go. The news as we have it, and it is grim. 14 people dead, 14 more people injured and in hospitals, and now the word that they believe 3 suspects have escaped. And it makes sense that the early reporting it was the police who told us initially that they were in tactical gear. It was multiple witnesses. I want to say 5 different witnesses. Something like that. 4, 5, 6 different witnesses described them as being in masks, which would explain why, after all, you heard the officer saying all of these witnesses had been interviewed, right? And no one gave them a color of skin, a height. I mean, they didn't get as simple of information as what color was this person. They didn't get that. So maybe they were wearing masks. Maybe the early reports were true. At any rate, they don't know where they are. Think of what he's just told us in context. Report of a shooting about 11 a.m., so about 3 hours ago. Police got there within minutes. By all accounts, including this official, the shooting lasted a matter of just a few minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. Authorities were there that quickly. By the time the authorities got there, they didn't encounter any suspects. They didn't exchange fire with any suspects. By encounter, that normally means we didn't see any suspects. That's what police speak for see is. They didn't see the suspects. So by this account and by witness accounts, these gunmen got there, went in, started shooting in one place where they had rented out this facility for a party, and we have it confirmed through multiple sources. It was a Christmas party for some county workers. Went in and shot this thing up for 3 or 4 minutes. By the time police made their way in there, they didn't see these gunmen, but they had all these wounded people and injured people, and people were running out of there, and it was a mass chaos event, and they're looking, and there's an explosive device, but there are no suspects. And the man across the street who was watching, who had been in there with his employees and had his own weapon, the guy driving a water truck came running at him, shooter, shooter, shooter. He came outside with his weapon, so his employees to stay inside. He said here on our air that he got behind the water truck, as he described it, and watched as a man came walking out the door very slowly and calmly, got into an SUV. Now we're told they're looking for a dark-colored SUV. That's all we know. California plates, no idea. What color? Don't know that. Dark-tinted windows, according to this particular man. He came walking out, got into the SUV, slowly drove away. Where'd he go? Absolutely no idea. Don't know what color they are, don't know how old they are. I've heard upwards of 3, said the man in charge in the first news conference in 3 hours. I've heard upwards of 3. The number I've heard the most is 14 dead, 14 injured, plus others who got injured in the escape. They don't have any idea who these suspects are, to the degree that they don't know their age, their race. They don't know anything about them. They certainly don't know their motive. And it looked like, according to the authorities, it looked like they came in here with a purpose. They had long guns. We've been told by other police spokesmen that they were in tactical gear. We know now that the shooting only lasted 3 or 4 minutes, long enough to where when police got there, they didn't even see the shooters, or maybe they did. Maybe the shooters were walking out calmly and slowly to a dark-colored SUV to leave that facility, and maybe the shooters are watching us now. For the shooters who killed 14 people, injured 14 more with gunshots, using long guns in tactical gear, escaped apparently in an SUV, and have not been seen since. In a great American city with an enormous police force, hundreds of officials on scene who got there in a matter of minutes. The gunmen were able to kill 14, shoot 14 others, and get away without a trace, to the point where they can't even describe age or race. And there we have it. He said that the local offices of the government are now on lockdown. The schools are now on lockdown. It's 14 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and San Bernardino County has what appears to be 3 murderers, mass murderers, on its hands who are not locked up, who authorities have no idea about. Was there anything that led up to this? Was there a tip? They haven't told us of anything like that. This is not, as he put it, terror in the traditional sense, unquote, meaning these weren't people who said, we are terrorists, we're coming in here, you know, whatever it is they might scream, the things that we've heard in the past. There was none of that. There's no indication there was any communication at all. Think of the number of witnesses. 14 people injured, many dozens, I would say upwards of 50, and the producers are going back to look at the video, but at minimum we saw 50 people with their hands in the air walking out of there. We're told by the man who owns the place that there would have been a couple of hundred employees on hand at the time, a couple of hundred in this building. And of all of those people, through all of this time, the witnesses in the room where it happened, those who were shot and are now in hospitals, those who were injured as they tried to get away, none of them, to authorities' certainty, could give them even the race of these people. Does that mean they had the masks on? It was initially indicated, maybe. It certainly means that those who did this, according to the authorities, had a purpose. They came in and for 3 to 4 minutes shot with long guns, and then escaped as the police were arriving, escaped right under their noses. And now 3 mass murderers are on the loose somewhere. From San Bernardino, California, how far can you get in 3 hours? The 10 freeway runs east and west from Los Angeles to you can eventually get to Las Vegas on the thing. The 215 freeway will take you all the way north or all the way south. And there is an airport right there at the top of your screen on that graphic. That's the San Bernardino International Airport, and from there you can go anywhere. It is unconscionable what has happened today. This may not have been a terrorist event, but hundreds of people were certainly terrorized. And now an entire city lives under terror. Think of this. The entire government has been locked down. The entire school system, as school is set to let out shortly, has been locked down for 3 mass murderers are on the loose, and no one has any idea where. Our chief correspondent, Jonathan Hunt, is on scene in San Bernardino now. Jonathan, it is unfathomable.
Yeah, and perhaps the most chilling single sentence from that news conference we were just listening to, Shep, came from the San Bernardino police chief, who said, quote, "They came prepared to do what they did as if they were on a mission." Now, no official there would say whether they could describe this as terrorism, but any law enforcement official will tell you, Shep, that when you have 3 shooters, as it appears, coming in, carrying out what appears to be a well-planned attack, and clearly with a well-thought-out exit plan, then they are probably not looking at something like a workplace grudge. We don't know the motive in any way, shape, or form at the moment, but those are chilling words from the police chief, that these 3 shooters could go in there, cause that kind of mayhem, kill at least 14 people, and get out and not be seen by any law enforcement personnel and still be on the run 3 hours or more later is extraordinary when you consider just how efficient every single branch of law enforcement in this part of Southern California is at keeping eyes in the sky, following any kind of car that they happen to be chasing for any kind of circumstances. The fact that these 3 apparently got away in what is being termed by officials here as a dark-colored SUV seems extraordinary to all of us who have covered law enforcement action for so long here in Southern California, Shep. And again, the words of the police chief, they came here as if they were on a mission. Shep?
I was sort of surprised that they didn't have any kind of specifics at all. I mean, how can we understand that they don't even know the race of these people or how many of them there are at this point? How can we make sense of that?
It does seem extraordinary. They are, as they said, interviewing witnesses and survivors as quickly as they possibly can. In this situation, we should always understand that law enforcement might not, for very good reasons, be telling us everything they know. You would think that by now, having interviewed at least a portion of those who were in that room where the shooting happened, they will know whether any of the shooters said anything. They will know the specific words they said, and they will have better descriptions than we are currently being given. As you pointed out, Shep, there were some initial reports that the shooters may have been wearing masks. That might hinder any descriptions being given if that were indeed the case. But just a note of caution once again that law enforcement, for very good investigative reasons, might not be telling us at this point everything they know, simply because they have 3 shooters on the loose somewhere, we assume, in Southern California. Shep?
Well, we can hope they're sitting on them somewhere, that they have them surrounded somewhere and that they're not able to get away and do anything else. But there's nothing to indicate that, not at this moment. Going back to read, I've just gotten the transcript of what we just heard. Preliminary information, he said, indicates these people who came prepared. They were dressed and equipped in a way to indicate they were prepared. So whoever did this, think this through with me. They had to get this tactical gear from somewhere, right? Maybe as a part of their work they had tactical gear, maybe not. Maybe they had to buy this tactical gear, something anybody can do obviously online, but they had to get this tactical gear together. They had to plan the drive in, they had to plan getting in, doing the shooting, and they had to plan the escape, knowing that the authorities would be there like that. They had to plan this walking out slowly. Remember the man behind the water truck with his own weapon, calm. Remember the phone call with him? saying that he watched this man come walking out of that building, walk very slowly to this SUV, and this SUV driving away in a slow, normal way. Couldn't see the license plate. He said at the time he thought it was black. Authorities apparently have gotten this from multiple people, and all they're comfortable with is saying a dark SUV. For a while they were saying a Yukon. Now they're just saying a dark SUV. In essence, what they're telling us is they don't have any idea. They don't know what kind of vehicle it is. They don't know what kind of people are in there. They don't know which way it went. Because think of it, if there's a big shooting happen and people are running out with their hands up and there are people coming out bloodied and looking for an ambulance, you're going to be looking at a black SUV going 5 miles an hour through a parking lot? Something you see every single day? No, you're not going to be looking at it. But if you're a guy who's prepared for this, like our one guest said that he had been for all this time, had his weapon there, told his employees what to do, you might come out and watch and say, all right, look at that SUV. And apparently there were a couple of others like that because authorities are comfortable enough telling us that they believe that they may have escaped in a dark-colored SUV. But beyond that, did they take the 210 west, or I should say the 215 north, or the 10 freeway west? That airport I was mentioning earlier, there is an airport right there, but it's not a regular commercial airport. But nobody saw them do anything past that because everyone is converging on the scene. Now 14 people are dead, 14 people are injured, and it sounds like something out of a Hollywood movie, a script that would have been rejected because it's just not the kind of thing that can really happen. 3 people can't go in tactical gear, armed with head to toe with long guns. They can't go walking in a municipal center like this. They can't murder 14 people, leave 14 more injured, others who were injured in other ways, and calmly walk out and calmly drive away without being caught for 3 hours and 22 minutes. That's not possible. It wouldn't work for Hollywood. It happened this morning in San Bernardino, California, and the nightmare lives on. The nightmare lives on for people who are still waiting to learn where these people are and how much danger they're in. All of the schools are locked down. All of the municipal buildings are locked down. City Hall is now locked down. And I'm guessing people in their homes are locked down at this moment wondering, who are these people and where are they? Or are they somewhere? We just simply do not know. We know the president has been briefed. The president has spoken on this matter and more. And our correspondent Peter Ducey down in Washington with details on that. Peter?
And Shepard, it's really extraordinary to hear from the president when there is so much unknown about the event. Normally the president would wait until things are more settled, until we know more about the people who may or may not be involved. But he had a pre-scheduled interview that he kept, and a reporter put him on the spot. This is how he summarized what he had heard.
My hope is that we're able to contain this particular shooting, and we don't yet know what the motives of the shooters are. But what we do know is that there are steps we can take to make Americans safer, and that we should come together in a bipartisan basis at every level of government to make these rare as opposed to normal. We should never think that this is something that just happens in the ordinary course of events, because it doesn't happen with the same frequency in other countries.
And perhaps the most significant thing that the president said there in terms of figuring out what exactly happened is he said shooters. The authorities there in California have said that there were up to 3 people involved with this. The president, though, who has been briefed in that interview, said he didn't know what the shooters' motives were. So that is very important, but that is all that we know right now from the White House because this was just happening as the briefing was going on, and Josh Earnest had no idea about any of it. So really, that's it from the president for now.
He actually said upwards of 3, and normally what that means is here we have 3, and here would be upwards of 3. So upwards of 3, that means 3 or more. But 3 is the number that we've heard earlier over and over again, and that's what the sheriff's office said just a moment ago. 3. Be that as it may, 3 guys who were in tactical gear and carrying long guns, they didn't find any weapons. So they are assuming, as all of us would, that those people took their weapons with them. If the cops didn't find them, then they took them with them. They still running around in tactical gear? Or on a Northern California day, Southern California day, are they wandering around in shorts and T-shirts? And could be the person walking next to you. It's a thought that gives you pause, doesn't it? I mean, like who is it who just went in there and murdered these people and calmly walked out, like walking out of the McDonald's, off to the SUV and calmly driving away? Brett Kelman is from the Desert Sun newspaper, reporter there across the freeway from the building there. Brett, good afternoon. What can you add?
Well, I was on the west side of the secure area where law enforcement were walking out dozens and dozens, possibly upwards of 100 people out of the shooting scene. And it was an incredibly heartbreaking thing because you had bystanders lined up against the police tape looking for the faces of people they knew. And they would shout back and forth. I saw one woman who was in tears asking if anyone had seen her mother, and eventually someone said they had. And then she had this sense of relief. I saw another woman who saw someone she knew and asked about a friend, and the response was, I saw her, she's okay, she was with me, I promise. But some of these bystanders who are lined up on this tape are not going to get such reassuring news. It was a horrible scene to witness.
I wonder how much, if I'm sitting in San Bernardino right now and I'm just a civilian and the police are telling me, well, 3 people came in here and shot the place up and we don't have any idea who they are or where they are, you'd have a hard time getting me out and about to go do things tonight. For instance, the national Christmas tree is about to be lit in Washington, and we're going to hear from the new speaker, Paul Ryan, in a minute, and he's going to talk about this. If this had happened in my city, I think I'd have a hard time getting out and about,
I think there are a large number of people in San Bernardino who are just absolutely dumbfounded right now. This is a city that has been plagued by gang violence and violent crime for years, but that does not prepare you for something like this, something that's far more on the level of, warfare or tactical assault. And it's just, everyone I've spoken to has said, we have shootings, but not like this. So I can't imagine that people are hitting the streets of the town, to go out and have fun or recreation or anything tonight, because no one knows where these guys are and what they're going to do next.
Well, they don't. Brett Kelman is on the line with us, a reporter for the Desert Sun. And one of the things that we do know now is that a lot of officers have just arrived at the Loma Linda Medical Center. That's not far from there, right, Brett?
No, I believe it's just on the other side of the complex where I am now.
Yeah, and well, a lot of cops have just arrived there, and there are a number of different explanations for this. They're not speaking. One of them is that they're there to interview witnesses. I mean, some of these people who were injured, we've gotten word from one of the hospitals that 5 people are there and 4 of them are, wait, here we go, 1 critical, 5 others stable at Arrowhead Regional. That's 6. That's 6 of the 14. Some of the rest of those are at Loma Linda, and maybe the cops are there to talk with them, or maybe they think one of the shooters might have been one of the injured. I don't have any way to know. All I can know now is that authorities have told us there's 3 suspects, and in just sort of an almost casual way, they said, we don't know who they are, we don't know where they are, we don't know anything about them, and we believe he didn't say this, but they do believe they're armed and extremely dangerous because they didn't find their weapons, and from what we've just seen, they are extremely dangerous. Stations across the United States have joined us on the Fox Broadcast Network and on my network for continuing coverage of the situation in and around San Bernardino, California. The hunt is on now for gunmen. We'll have continuing coverage on Fox News Channel, on satellite and cable now. For now, I'm Shepard Smith, Fox News, New York, and we'll continue now with those stations as well. It's a curious thing when the local stations join you on a cable network, and they are there with you for hours, and we appreciate you joining us on my network stations and Fox stations. And I was told we need to end that, we call them level 2s, but we're not doing that just yet. They're staying with us, and we're glad you are. We're waiting for more reports from the scene on the search for these men, but normally in a situation like this, in fact, I'll show you, back behind me, our information specialists are monitoring what's going on all over this region, searching the wires up here, monitoring different media sources, some of our competition as well, and listening to police scanners where it's legal, talking to local authorities and our contacts in that area, along with our newsrooms across the country, in Southern California, others around that region, trying to find out, is there anything else we can learn specifically about these suspects and the search for those suspects. And the fact is, since the first 5 minutes of this shooting, we've had nothing. In the first 5 minutes, we had cameras, but we had tweets immediately from the sheriff's office because they had gotten the word and they sent out the tweets. Within a matter of what seemed like 5 or 6 minutes, we had live aerials above, or we could watch them on our competition, same aerials. You'd see what's happening there, see people running out with their hands up. But there was no shooting by the time the media were there. There was no shooting by the time the authorities got there. The shooting had stopped, and nobody knew why. And the question was, are they holed up somewhere? Are they hiding in a closet? Are they about to go to another facility on this campus of 3 buildings, surrounded by a drive, and then right there with a 4-lane divided surface street? Where were they? And were law enforcement in any danger? The original fear had been, the authorities actually speaking to KABC. Let's listen in on this.
Out there, not only in the city, but in the Southern California area and perhaps beyond, with 3 gunmen, perhaps heavily armed, still outstanding to this point.
Well, certainly I can't speculate to the identification of those. It's a tragic incident to happen to any community. We are unfortunate to be the target at this particular emergency. As always, our PD rises to the occasion and puts forth their best efforts. Our community always unites and comes together during these tragic situations. They have a very resilient spirit. I'm very grateful to be able to be here and be part of this and to observe how well our public safety responds.
Okay. Thank you very much.
KABC giving that live interview, but I want to break away now because I mentioned this. Break off that, please. Thank you. I want to take us back to Los Angeles. At Loma Linda Hospital, I mentioned on a sort of, well, a lot of police there. Trace Gallagher with some details. What have you learned?
KTLA reporting, Shep, that actually some sheriff's deputies went into Loma Linda Hospital, and many might know the name from a long time ago. Loma Linda, one of the first hospitals, in fact, the first to ever do an infant lung heart transplant years ago, that the sheriff's deputies, and by the way, where some of the wounded were taken, went in there with guns drawn because of some type of report they got. And then the Fox affiliate, one of our Fox affiliates, said that they had a person who worked for, I guess, one of their friends, who said that in fact the hospital was being evacuated, and now we are waiting for updates on that report. We haven't heard anything else. Again, this is one of a series of reports we have gotten. They were the mall reports of being evacuated. In Pasadena, the SWAT teams converging on the SUV that was seen in a parking lot of a restaurant, the possible spotting of an SUV and a potential chase that turned out to be nothing. So as we go along in the hour, Shep, this is the first time, though, we have actually seen armed police officers or heard armed police officers going inside the hospital to check out whatever report was called in. And the amazing thing about all of this is you now have the public information officer saying that we have up to three gunmen on the loose, and, quote, we have no idea where they might be. And you've got all these freeways 3 hours and 35 minutes after the shooting. Interstate 10 goes out through Arizona. Interstate 15 goes up through Las Vegas. And these guys have got a 3-hour jump on the authorities. They right now could be out of Southern California altogether, Shep, and into an entirely different state.
You wonder if they didn't have, if they can't look back and see if they had any heads up, you know. The kind of people who organize, this isn't just 3 yahoos who come together and say, oh, we're going to go out and shoot this thing up. This was clearly very well planned. The law enforcement admitted that.
And the CEO of the building said, look, this was the only one of the buildings that wasn't secured. So you had this conference room that was rented out to this group for whatever purpose it was, and this building wasn't secured. The other buildings apparently are secured. This one is not. So whoever did this had an idea that there was a possibility, at least, because they went in with masks. I mean, we've seen many where people don't wear masks. They just go in because they don't expect to come out alive. In this case, these people went in apparently with masks and long guns of what type we don't know, and they started shooting, and then they had a getaway plan, and the getaway plan worked. And now you have police 3.5 hours later who have no idea why. We know they're in the process, because we've done these 1,000 times, they're in the process of gathering up all the surveillance video in that complex and surrounding buildings to see if they can get a license plate on this black SUV that was thought to be a Yukon. Now we're unclear. They're going to be scanning through this surveillance tape. They probably are right now, seeing if they can get any glimpse of these suspects, or at least a license plate number, so they have something more to go on, because right now it's goose chase to goose chase to goose chase, and there has been nothing substantiated at all 3.5 hours later.
It is incredible, Trace. A few other news items very briefly. The British Parliament has agreed to conduct airstrikes against ISIS. The Dow took a dive 160 points today. Oil gone below $40 a barrel. And now this mass casualty situation in San Bernardino, California. 14 confirmed dead, 14 confirmed injured, with more who were hurt in ways other than gunshots. And now authorities speaking to KTTV. Mayor Kerry Davis of San Bernardino talking now to Fox. Let's listen.
But it's a transportation authority that I sit on, and so we were having a meeting, and that's when I received the call.
Sandbag, of course. And so my question to you is this. A lot of people right now wondering what kind of search might be going on with regard to these suspects. What kind of information do you have at this point?
Well, I have the same information that you have, which is what the chief reported and the sheriff also. They're the ones that are monitoring it. They're making sure that they keep the media apprised. And one of the things that I am appreciative of is how the media has responded so effectively, as you were given instructions by PD to stand down as far as the video that you were providing. I appreciated the way that the media responded. So,
what exactly has been going on with regard to the organization in the city? I know that a lot of buildings have been closed. Those are on the county level. What's been happening in the city of San Bernardino?
City Hall is in lockdown. I've been in touch with some of the other larger facilities. Our Cal State president, also San Bernardino Valley College president, and also the superintendent of schools, to make sure that they're monitoring, and they are. And so I was very appreciative of the steps that they've taken to make sure that they secure their facilities for both their staff and their students.
Just the spotlight on your city all over the country, even in other parts of the world right now, of a terrible shooting, a terrible incident. Well, what's sort of the bottom line? How would you like to sum this whole thing up for people out there?
Well, it is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we're a target for this, but I am very thankful about our community, how we do unite in these times. Our city is very resilient. Our PD and our police and our fire and our sheriff's department, they've come together in many instances, and they will continue to work together. This will, as you know, be something that will be protracted out through several days. And as the chief indicated, he's certainly aware and sensitive to the need to make sure that the community understands that the city is on alert. They want to make sure that they keep the city informed. As you heard earlier, he will continue to report.
So nothing new coming here, but we do have some new information coming to us through reporting in Los Angeles area. Excuse me. First of all, I want to tell you what's happened, what's just been reported on KNBC in Los Angeles. Louise Gutierrez is the wife, is a witness and coordinator at the center. So this woman works there at the center where all this happened today. So, and her husband is away. And he says his wife called him and told him by phone that she saw one of the suspects. She described the suspect as, quote, bigger built, unquote, wearing black with a black mask on, a big gun, wearing tactical stuff. Again, these are quotes. I want to go through that again. The suspect is bigger built, wearing black with a black mask, carrying a long gun and wearing tactical stuff. Says she didn't see anybody else. She was on the 3rd floor and saw him through a window looking down onto the 1st floor. She and her co-workers say they started to barricade the doors. She put her own desk against the door. So she's telling this to her husband on the phone, and he says that he told her to calm down, that everything would be okay. She called him back in 5 minutes, that she's, no, called him 5 minutes ago, that she's okay, trying to locate her friends, and she was one of the ones who got escorted out with her hands up. So that's the best and first best description I've heard of the suspect. Described by this one witness as bigger built, wearing black with a black mask, a big gun, and wearing tactical stuff. Now, KABC is reporting that a fire alarm went off, and then this woman was pushed into a closet, and they turned the lights off. Eventually, police came and knocked on the door and evacuated them. One more bit from the Los Angeles Times. Olivia Navarro's daughter, Jamil, called her just after 11 a.m. Remember, the first shots fired called was in the moments after 11 a.m. So this daughter, Jamil, called this morning to tell her mother that multiple shooters were inside the Inland Regional Center where she works. Navarro told her daughter, who works as a case manager for children with special needs, to turn off all the lights and not to call again. Make it look like nobody's in the room, she told her. So Jamil, the daughter, did just that. She told everybody else in the room to stay quiet, too. Lights are off, they're quiet, they're pretending nobody's there. Her phone shut off shortly after, sending Navarro into a fit of sobs as she wondered if her daughter was one of the people who was killed. Imagine. Police would later let Olivia, the mother, know that her daughter, Jamil, was fine and had been evacuated to the golf course across the street. I want to hold her and thank God that she's alive. Olivia Navarro speaking of her daughter, Jamil. So we know one group is in this room with the lights off, pretending like they're not there. We know the gunman came in. It only lasts 3 or 4 minutes, according to hear it from police. And that along the way, one witness who apparently got a good look from a third-floor window. Think of it, you're not in the middle of it all. The shooting isn't happening right there. Maybe you're able to piece together exactly what you're seeing better than those who are running from gunfire. So she's looking from a third-floor window right down into it, and she sees a guy who's bigger built, wearing a black mask, wearing black clothes, and carrying a big gun and wearing tactical stuff. All of this fits together with the pieces that the police are telling us. The police didn't mention a mask, but the police weren't able to tell us any description of these men, weren't able to tell us how tall they were, even the color of their skin. And now we have yet another report of why that might be the case. Report of a bigger built guy wearing black with a black mask, a big gun, and tactical stuff. People who had come there, according to police, with a purpose. People who had planned out this day at shortly after 11 o'clock to walk into this room that had been rented out, apparently by some county people, apparently for a Christmas party. And in come the gunman. At least one, up to 3. We're told upwards of 3. Joe Pags, whatever. Upwards of 3 means 3 upwards. Upwards of 3. Upwards of 3. He said the number that he'd gotten most was 3. It sounds like this is probably 3, but the truth is we don't know. The truth is the authorities have no idea where these people are, how they got away, what they looked like, or where they may be now. Trace Gallagher is working his situations out in Los Angeles. We're monitoring all kinds of media back here, and we're hoping against hope that we'll find something where maybe these suspects are surrounded. We know that a lot of police have arrived at Loma Linda Hospital, but we can tell you this. One of the places where a lot of cameras are centered right now is Loma Linda Hospital. They have some victims there. So reporters are standing by with their cameramen and their satellite trucks waiting to get information. So if a bunch of police run in there, we'd know that almost immediately. But there are a million other locations all across this region where we would have no idea, at least not in the very early going. We can hope that they found them. We have no information to suggest that they have. And what was the motivation of these men apparently dressed in black, wearing masks, carrying long guns, with a purpose as they entered that facility? Why did they do that? What was their point? They didn't say anything, or at least we haven't heard from any witnesses or police that they ever said anything along the way, that they gave any idea of why they were doing such an insane and barbaric thing, walking in and shooting up a bunch of people. 3 men. Why would they do that? What did they have against anyone of these people who was apparently in there having a Christmas party? And why would they organize this in this way on this day? How were they able to put it together so that they could slowly walk out and slip away under the thumb of dozens, if not hundreds, of law enforcement agents? How could they put all this together? Why would they do it? What would the motivation be? And who might be behind this in a bigger sense? And most importantly, where are they now and what might they do next? To these questions, we have no answers. There have been more mass shootings in America on our watch, on this news deck, than any of us would like to think about. They've happened with such frequency that it is difficult sometimes even to sleep at night. But never do we have a situation like this. We had a situation in Louisiana not too long ago where one guy who appeared to be way out there struck in a rural area where there weren't a lot of pictures, where there wasn't a lot of sound, where you really didn't know what had happened, who eventually turned himself into police. But never have we had a situation like this. Never. We've never been faced with a situation where men dressed to the hilt, armed to the hilt with long guns, wearing black, concealing who they are, and were able to walk out as the police were going in and vanish into a massive community of millions and millions and millions of people. And no one knows who they are. No one knows even the color of the vehicle they are driving, a dark-colored SUV. What kind of SUV? No clue. Never experienced this. Not ever. So what's the next thing you do if you're authorities? How do you go search? You go search for a dark SUV in Southern California? One that apparently left the scene 2 hours and 40 minutes ago? You go search for a dark SUV, do you? And the people who are wearing tactical gear and carrying long guns, do we expect that those people would continue to do that? That would go against all logic, wouldn't it? So now you have to rely on someone who saw something or heard something. Someone who overheard a conversation somewhere, someone on a phone, yeah, we're going to hit him at 11 a.m. or whatever it is. They're relying on those who saw something to say something now. The people are going to have to participate with law enforcement now. Someone who was on that location is going to have had a glimpse inside that vehicle or a better look at one of these suspects or heard them say something, picked up an accent, picked up a color of skin, saw a license plate, anything, because right now there's not enough to go on. If law enforcement starts stopping people who are in dark SUVs all over Southern California, they're going to be in a hell of a situation. Jonathan Hunt is live on scene now. Jonathan, we prattle on because there is nothing to say. Police have nothing for us. We don't have audio, though, from Jonathan Hunt on scene to his technicians who were there. If we could check that mic, and we'll get right back to him. A little bit of color while we wait on that. At first, a woman named Dorothy Vaughn assumed this was a drill, just like all the others at her work. She had drills there. And at the Island Regional Medical Center, where she's a nurse, the Inland Regional Medical Center, they had drilled. The staff works with clients and patients of clients who are sometimes angry. They have active shooter drills in this facility every month or so. So she, Dorothy Vaughn, thought this was a drill. Quote, drill started, she texted her husband Mark around 11 a.m. She walked to a window nearby and filmed video as law enforcement sprinted toward the buildings. Oh, that is scary, a voice says calmly in the background. They're all geared up, someone else says, rifles and everything. In the background, somebody laughs. They still didn't know. Then the reality set in. She texted her husband again a second time, quoting, well, it's real. And then a few minutes later, another message, quote, we're locked in an office, Mark Vogel said. Mark Vong said he told his wife to stay calm and not to panic. All of that. And they said they trained for this. They know it's going to happen. Let's listen. KTTV, Fox 11, Los Angeles. Federal agents listening.
From ATF. They are capable, or their capabilities, they can sniff out the ballistic explosive content within shell casings, within a bullet that makes it fire. Also residue that's left on firearms. So this is just a for example, but if maybe one of the suspects were seen, identified, but the gun wasn't recovered, we would bring one of our explosive detection canines in and have the canine run the track, is how what we say, and try to pick up on the scent of either spent casings or firearms, should the firearm not be recovered with the suspect.
Okay, I want to ask you about those shell casings now. What do we know about the kinds of weapons they use from the shell casings?
As of now, because it's still an active scene, it hasn't been secured, evidence has not been brought out. But as soon as the shell casings have been recovered, we'll be able to identify, one, the different types or calibers of firearms that were used, not necessarily the type, but the caliber. And we'll also hand carry it to a lab as fast as we can and try to get a ballistics match on any spent casings that were left.
But there have been investigations and questions of people who were inside the building, and at this point, hours after this thing started at 11 a.m., we still don't really know what kind of weapons were used?
I am not aware that they have identified any type of weapons outside of descriptions by eyewitnesses.
And the chief only said long guns.
Long guns.
Long
Correct.
guns.
Correct.
Okay. Bottom line is what? ATF is here. They're helping out. They're actively involved.
Came out in force. We're ready to assist San Bernardino Police Department and the County Sheriff's Department with whatever is necessary.
Okay. Meredith Davis, thank you very much. And Jeff, I don't know if you have any follow-up
2 hours and 50 minutes later, and we do not know yet the caliber of the gun. We don't know what kind of weapon was used. You know, they can take what's left over there to a lab and know almost immediately what kind of gun, in fact, immediately, what kind of gun this was. Someone better trained than I would know right away. Long gun. Unknown assailants, unknown vehicle, unknown direction of travel. Frankly, exactly unknown number of people. Exact unknown number of victims. Upwards of 14. Jonathan Hunt in San Bernardino. I guess it all happened so fast with such a flurry and ended so quickly without anybody realizing that now they're left wondering, where are they?
Yeah, and that is clearly the question they are tackling with the utmost urgency. Where are these three, at least, shooters who who killed 14 people at the Inland Regional Center and then somehow disappeared somewhere, Shep, in what police are describing as a dark SUV. The San Bernardino Police Department has also just said that they know of, quote, no other scenes other than the initial shooting scene, which clearly seems to indicate that they simply have no idea where these shooters have got away to now. And we're coming up on 4 hours since the initial incident, Shep, and as you have been rightly pointing out, for a 4-hour head start on law enforcement could put these shooters pretty much anywhere in Southern California and indeed outside of Southern California. The 15 freeway heads north to Vegas and beyond. The 10 freeway heads through Arizona and beyond. So they could be a very, very long way away. We also have Ontario Airport not far from this shooting scene here. So at the moment, it seems if law enforcement are telling us everything they know very little indeed. But one note of caution once again, as I said earlier, Shep, in these situations, there may be very good investigative reasons for them not telling us every single piece of information that they know. We do know that right behind me here, there were a line of school buses, Shep, which were taking away people who were in and around the regional center at the time of the shooting. They, we understand, have been taken to a location nearby here and are being interviewed as witnesses one by one now. So police will be gleaning a lot of information. If they've got anything solid, they're simply not sharing it with us at this point, Shep.
Jonathan, thanks very much. We've just gotten from KABC, Channel 7 News, ABC 7 News in Los Angeles, our network news service affiliate, and we appreciate this. 4 to 5 busloads of Inland Regional Center employees have been taken to a nearby church. 4 to 5 busloads of them, and they've been taken there to be interviewed by investigators. Think of the tedious process ahead. Hundreds and hundreds of people to be interviewed. And so far, we don't even know exactly how many shooters there are, although we believe there to be upwards of 3. Tim Reed is a Reuters reporter who's on scene now. Tim, just not a lot of information to go on.
You know, that seems to be the case. I spoke to a police official here just 25 minutes ago who told me that they have absolutely no idea where these gunmen are. And they are stressing the fact that it is gunmen. They believe, they're pretty sure it's 3, that they fled the scene in a dark SUV. And we are several hours after the shooting, and there seems to be, unless they're not telling us everything, not many leads to go on at the moment.
You know, the way this works, Tim, is if they need the public's help and they have information that might help the public help them, they give it out. In other words, if they haven't found the SUV and they know the license plate number and they know the exact color, they'd give that away so that then the police could help them. And then on the other hand, they could be sitting on the vehicle and sitting on the people and waiting to take them into custody. Then they wouldn't tell us everything, or they don't know anything. I mean, it's one of those.
Right. We don't know which one it is. What I do know is that the building itself was only built 6 years ago, and I was speaking to a former council member, San Bernardino council member. He says the building is filled with security cameras, both inside and outside. So you would think that there must be some very good video footage of the gunman, the car, and what happened inside that building.
There's no question, and here's how we know that. They do an active shooter drill every month. An employee speaking with the Los Angeles Times just a short time ago and published now at latimes.com discussed how she thought in the very beginning this was a shooter drill. And if you believe that you have unstable people, which they absolutely do, who are in and out of your building every single day, you absolutely have security cameras all over the place. And if you're the authorities, you've looked at that security camera. And if you're covered in head to toe, if your face is covered in a mask and you're covered in body armor, what are you going to learn from it?
Right. So, I mean, one would hope that, you know, they've got a tag number on this SUV, but we just don't know at the moment.
But one thing that law enforcement is to do by duty is to calm the citizenry. And in an instance like this, if everything were under control, they would absolutely tell everyone, because they don't want people to be panicking. A lot of the injury that is done to people happens in the aftermath of this sort of thing. If you're a single mom at home or a single dad or whatever with a house full of kids and you live within a mile or two of this place, you have reason and legitimate reason for concern, and they want to allay those fears to the degree that they can. And the truth is, at this moment, Tim, they can't.
They can't, and they're not putting out any public bulletins for people to stay indoors. I specifically asked the police this. They're telling the public only to be vigilant, which seems odd in one respect when you've got 3 heavily armed gunmen on the loose.
It does seem odd, and yet think how far you can get. I mean, you can go well past Los Angeles. You know, you could be halfway down to San Diego by now.
Yeah, or up north or into the mountains. I mean, it's who knows where they've got to.
You know, I appreciate it, Reed. Tim Reed from Reuters. I know there's a lot to be done here. John Glenn is here with me, and we've just gotten this in. There's your camera, so stand right over there if you can. What is this again?
This is video. We're speaking about Dorothy Vong, the woman inside who we said she thought was a drill. The LA Times has posted this video. She shot it from inside, and you can play it right in the bottom left.
What bat are we on?
This is
Bat 8. Coming from bat 8?
Bat 8.
And bat 10 is the source here. So remember, the woman, I read this thing from her just a few minutes ago. Play it.
Oh, just looking at them. Yeah, look, they're all scared. They're all scared out. Rifles and everything. No, they're coming onto our. They're coming onto here. Well, they're running towards there. There's the issue. Okay. They're coming over here. So that's where they're running to. Oh, you're gonna have to show me that. I think so. They're all right here.
She thought it was an active shooter drill because they have them around once a month or so because they have people who are not entirely stable there all the time. And she and probably others like her thought, well, this is an active shooter drill. And now we know from what we're seeing in the big wall over here behind me, it is certainly not. Authorities are still massed all outside, working to gather all the information they can. They've brought 5 busloads of people, 5 busloads of them, to a nearby church so that those people can be interviewed, because authorities have to speak with everyone who saw anything. And for now, they've not been able to tell us anything about these suspects. We can't really extrapolate much from that, except to say if they could allay our fears, they would. Is it possible that they have them surrounded? It is. You know the possibilities at this point, and now we wait to find out what happens next. We don't have any idea how long this wait will be. We know there have been a number of high-profile events that are taking place. We know that the city government offices have been shut. We know that City Hall has been shut down there in San Bernardino. We know that authorities have not warned people to shelter in place. They've not told people who are at home, lock the doors and stay inside, don't go out. There have been none of those directives from police or anyone else. They've not suggested anything except that people should be vigilant, despite the fact that, to the best of our knowledge, there are at least 3 suspects who've shot and killed 14 people, shot and wounded 14 more, injured others, and disappeared under the thumb of the law in apparently a dark SUV of some kind. At first, Dorothy Vong thought this was a drill. The woman who took the video, which we just saw, just like all the others at work, at Inland Regional Center, where she's a nurse, the staff works with clients and parents of clients who are sometimes angry. They have active shooter drills every month or so. Quoting, "Drill started," she texted her husband Mark around 11 a.m. She walked to a window nearby and shot the video, which we just showed. Law enforcement sprinting toward her building. Clearly, it was a drill. She'd seen so many of them. "Oh, that is scary," a voice says calmly in the background. "They're all geared up," someone else said. "Rifles and everything." In the background, somebody laughed. They still didn't know. The reality had still not set in. She texted her husband again, "Well, it's real." And then a few minutes later, another message. "We're in a locked office." Mark Vong said he told his wife to stay calm and not to panic. Quoting, "They trained for this," he said, standing outside police barricade Wednesday afternoon. They know it's going to happen. And today it did happen at an inland training center where they help the disabled. 670 employees, a couple of hundred there today, a room rented out by apparently county people to have a Christmas party when suddenly and without warning, someone with a long gun, variously described as wearing all black and a black mask, came bursting in there and started firing. Many people escaped, went outside with their hands in the air. Many others treated out in the parking lot and on the street before being carted away to local hospitals. And now we wait for the next shoe to drop. If you're watching on one of our local stations, please stay tuned to Fox News Channel and this Fox station for continuing coverage. I'm Shepard Smith in New York. On Fox News Channel, Special Report with Brett Baer is next.
This is a Fox News Alert. I'm Brett Baer in Washington for Special Report with breaking news at this hour. They came prepared, dressed in tactical gear, armed with long guns. That from the police chief in San Bernardino, California. We are awaiting any moment a news conference there from local officials. We'll take you there as soon as it begins. Up to 3 men, witnesses said they wore masks, bursting into a social service center shortly after 11 a.m. local time, where county employees were holding a holiday lunch. At least 14 dead, at least 14 wounded. And the suspects are still on the loose at this hour. Law enforcement actively hunting for these killers. The motive? Authorities say they don't know. Is it terrorism? The FBI says we can't say that yet. The police chief says it's definitely at least domestic terrorism. What we do know, this was an organized attack. And the police chief also said they came as if they were on a mission. Chief Correspondent Jonathan Hunt is on the scene in San Bernardino. Jonathan, we're awaiting that news conference just over your shoulder.
Yeah, Brett, we are some 4 hours into this incident unfolding right now, and the bold truth is this: at least 3 shooters went into that inland regional center, killed at least 14, injured at least 14 more, and then disappeared into thin air. If the San Bernardino Police Department and other law enforcement agencies are telling us all they know, then they simply don't know very much, and most importantly of all, they don't know where these shooters are. There are reports that they fled the scene in what is being termed by police a dark SUV. Did that go north on the 15 freeway towards Las Vegas? Did it go east on the 10 freeway towards Phoenix? Have they made use of the nearby Ontario airport? All the answers to those questions are that the police at this stage do not seem to have any idea. As for the motive here, this was an inland regional center that was used to help people with educational and developmental disabilities, but there was a separate conference room in Building 3 of that campus. That conference room, we are told, was rented out today to an outside group that may have been staging a holiday party for county personnel. What department of the county were those personnel from? Again, we are not clear. There have been reports they were from the health department, but county personnel could cover anything, obviously, from law enforcement to health to social services, pretty much anything. So we know very little at this stage, except that there has been carnage here in San Bernardino. As I say, at least 14 killed, at least 14 injured. They are, for the majority, at 2 nearby medical centers, Arrowhead Medical Center and Loma Linda. There has been a heavy police presence at Loma Linda in particular, but that may be to do simply with interviewing some of those survivors. We have also seen from our location right here, Brett, 4 to 5 school buses loaded with people who came from in or around the regional center where the shooting took place. They have been taken, as we understand it, to a nearby church. They are being interviewed as witnesses by law enforcement there. We know from some of those who have spoken publicly that they say there were at least 3 shooters. They were all dressed in black. They were wearing masks. Beyond that, we have no more description of them, and as I have said, we have no idea of the motive at this point. Brett.
Jonathan Hunt there on the scene. We are in desperate need for information, and you're looking live as they set up for this news conference. It should be any moment, we're told, sometime toward the top of the hour, and we will take you there live as law enforcement continues the hunt for what they believe to be 3 suspects, armed, very dangerous, wearing armor, some kind of tactical gear, and they said leaving the scene in a dark SUV. Let's get a law enforcement perspective now. Rod Wheeler was a homicide detective here in Washington, D.C., and Ron Hosko is a former FBI Assistant Director, Crisis Management Lead. Gentlemen, thank you. Ron, let me start with you. At this moment, what is law enforcement trying to do? The fact that they don't have, or they haven't told us anything about knowing where these guys went.
Right. This is a dead sprint by law enforcement to debrief witnesses, have the greatest possible understanding of who was in that room, so you have an understanding of victimology. Were they coming for specific targets? Why these targets? Looking back in time at this group, county employees, to see if there were threats conveyed against them, specific parts of local government, looking at social media, interviews, working the forensics as quickly as they can on the weapons, and pulling as much as they can, cameras from the scene, and try to put that together and understand where we're going next.
And Rod, you know, authorities said at the beginning they would only say long guns. There were witnesses who described AK-47-like weapons. Obviously an AR-15 would look like that. But this was planned. This was organized.
Very planned, very well organized. As a matter of fact, Brett, I would even submit to you that these individuals, whoever they may be, and we'll find out eventually who they are, they came there with a mission that they wanted to do, to fulfill. They fulfilled that mission. Part of their plan, though, and this is so interesting, was their getaway escape, their escape route. And that's why it's very difficult right now for law enforcement to find these folks. Now, law enforcement don't know if these people made it to the Orange County Airport or the Ontario Airport. Maybe they got on a plane. There has been some reports that there was a black SUV spotted. Did they get into another vehicle and continue on their escape? We don't know any of that right now, and that's why, Brett, the FBI as well as ATF and a number of other agencies are actively involved in this investigation right now.
And Ron, they can't say terrorism. They can't say motive here, but they can say that this is a really dangerous situation for this particular community right now.
Oh, I think this is incredibly dangerous. This is very different than a typical active shooter, where 60% of them are concluded as law enforcement is arriving at the scene or has just arrived at the scene. The idea that as many as three offenders could get away, you have to be working with the expectation that they're going to plan the next one and strike again.
They talked about, Ron, all of the coordination between all of the different law enforcement agencies responding. Is FBI assisting that? Are they kind of umbrella over it?
Typically, the FBI is coming in to assist to look at, are there other targets? Is there a broader plot? Is it terrorism? And so, by and large, the FBI comes in support of state and local law enforcement, the lead local agency. This is a different type of event, and it was good to see my friend Dave Bowditch, the assistant director out there on the scene. I think you're going to see a bigger FBI footprint in this one, greater involvement, reach back to FBI headquarters to be extracting every bit of intelligence that the FBI has in its holdings.
Let me bring in someone else. Insight from Matt Graham. He's a SWAT officer, instructor at Graham Combat. He joins us on the phone. Matt, your assessment of this as you've watched it unfold this afternoon, and what's the challenge for law enforcement at this moment?
Well, my assessment of this is regardless of whether it's domestic or terrorism, it's all terrorism. So as we're seeing with this stuff, Brett, the goal of terrorism is to terrorize, and we're seeing that play out here. When we have three actors in this, that compounds things significantly. So instead of just one individual that we're now having to track, we have three. And if they've either gone to ground locally or if they're on foot and fleeing, and on foot meaning vehicle-based or just mobile, it's exponentially a greater issue.
And what are you doing? You know, you're looking for any tidbit of where they may have gone. There was a report of an abandoned SUV, Tahoe, in San Bernardino. We haven't gotten any information on that. And again, we're waiting for this new news conference that we'll bring to you live. But you're just looking for any scrap that could take you to where they may have been headed. Absolutely, and that's one of the great pieces that you're going to get with the FBI coming on board is their manpower ability is again in the same as this terror act is. It's exponential. They have hundreds and hundreds of FBI agents that can now saturate the area, start looking for, regardless of how you got to the location. You had to drive by a gas station, a bank, a intersection that had a camera, so they're able to start to cultivate that data and exploit that data and begin to unravel what's going on here. Rod, back here in studio, somebody had to see something that helps them piece together this puzzle.
That's right.
Or hear something.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why there's a number of police officers, it's just been reported by Jonathan Hunt, that has just arrived at the hospital. And the reason is because they need to start interviewing those witnesses, the survivors, as quickly as possible so that they can start putting the pieces together in terms of what everybody saw. You know, did they recognize the person? Did the shooters, did they say anything? So far, it hasn't been reported that they said anything, which I find kind of interesting because typically if it's a terrorist activity or a terrorist attack, they're going to holler out Ali Akbar or something. So far, Brett, we haven't heard any of that.
But again, Ron, the motive for going after a social services center that helps mainly disabled men and women and children, and a holiday lunch that's for a county health department, it doesn't seem like it adds up.
It doesn't seem like it adds up.
With three guys, let alone one guy.
That's right, but for the fact that America is dotted with soft targets, and here are 2 soft targets. There were probably other soft targets in the vicinity. So the question is, why this particular soft target? Did somebody have a grudge? Is there something lurking? Is it a terminated employee with some friends? Is it focused on one and everybody else becomes a victim because you happen to be in the room? It is critically important, and Rod is talking about this. You know, you have dozens, if not hundreds, of police officers speeding to this scene with the expectation of getting in a gunfight with an active shooter or multiple active shooters. And now law enforcement has to hit the brakes and pull back into this investigative mode where they are scouring the victims in the hospital, people at the scene, and trying to extract every tidbit of information that leads us to these targets.
Rob, what are you telling the population in San Bernardino at this moment?
Right now, I think they definitely need to be on high alert. This is a very, very dangerous, volatile situation, and until these individuals are identified and captured, I think that area out there is going to definitely be under high alert.
Again, some breaking news here. Active pursuit of a suspicious vehicle. Adam Housley is out in California with the latest on this. Adam, bring us up to date.
Yeah, Brett, in fact, this just happened in the last minute or so. We're here right by where basically the entire operations center is taking place, right over my shoulder, and beyond that's where the shooting took place. The officers tore out of here about a minute or so ago, and I was just texted by an individual I'm close with in the middle of this investigation saying that they're in pursuit right now of a dark SUV east of the city. Doesn't mean it's the one involved. We have to obviously be very careful in that situation, but you can hear the sirens possibly in the background. There goes a police officer on a motorcycle right now. You're seeing a lot of movement here. We hadn't seen a lot of movement in the last hour and a half other than more people showing up. Here comes actually one of the police military vehicles. You're going to see it come through here in a second. I can see it. Here it comes down the street right now. In San Bernardino, you can see some of the SWAT officers on the outside. We know of at least 2 SWAT teams that are here, including a full FBI contingent as well. And from where we're located right now as that takes place, Brett, I don't know if we're going to be able to get a helicopter shot because the helicopters for the news media has been told to stay back because of this ongoing situation. But I can tell you from where I'm standing, I talked to a neighbor right here next to us who doesn't want to go on camera, who said he heard what he thought was automatic gunfire about 4 hours when this went down. And again, we're the closest you're going to get right now outside of law enforcement. I want to show you one more thing. Here comes another SWAT vehicle through right now. This is where the operations are coming from, and the command post once again is here along federal, state, local authorities. DOJ's here as well, all really emanating from here. You're seeing guys with guns over here. Go to the right, Lance. You can see guys with guns running to their cars as well. Obviously, this is something they're taking very seriously. At this location also, Brett, about an hour ago, a man walked up. They thought he was suspicious. I'm going to step away so you can see more of this action take place. A man walked up, and he looked suspicious, at least to law enforcement. 7 officers came over here with guns drawn, took him aside. That's the situation they're going with right now, and we were told by law enforcement they are having to go with the impression that they're looking for 3 men with automatic weapons and full military outfit, meaning they have armor on. That's what they believe they're going after. Whether that's true or not, we won't know, of course, until this all plays out, but they have to go with that being the possibility or the situation right now. So, Brett, we'll keep you updated, but you can tell things are very fluid here. We do know this chase is continuing. I have not yet got another note. Let me see. I do have another note coming in.
We've got some aerials now.
No, I have not gotten another note yet.
And it is some activity, and we are getting reports that there was a chase of a pickup truck and then an SUV. We see one car in the middle. It looks like a dark SUV in the middle of the road there. This is not far from where you are. Is that right, Adam?
No, that's right. In fact, to give people an idea where we're located, we're directly east of downtown Los Angeles, a good hour drive or so. 2 main freeways cross here, almost like a cross, if you will. We're not far from either of them, and there are a lot of roads around here that lead to a lot of places, frankly. I mean, you can get to the mountains, you can get to the desert, you can get to anywhere, but the fact that this is taking place, in fact, I see another helicopter taking off. I'm going to step away, Lance. It's not far from us at all, but obviously out of the reach of our camera to see where this is taking place. But you could see all of a sudden, in a matter of literally a second, the officers tore out of here, went towards those locations. You mentioned, Brett, 2 cars. I'm now being told also 2 cars, a truck and then an SUV. The SUV was the one we were tipped off about first. Again, doesn't mean these are the people involved. But this is the situation we have here right now in San Bernardino.
Okay,
And,
well,
I mean,
Adam, thank you. We'll head back as soon as...
Yeah, Brett, it's on. This is in South San Bernardino, and what happened here is there were scanner shots fired in this case, and we're being told on scanner traffic that one person is down here. This was a chase that lasted for several miles. They had the California Highway Patrol as well as the San Bernardino police involved in this thing, and the sheriff. This thing went on, and then one person apparently got out of the car and was tackled by 4 police officers, and then there were reports shots being fired out the back window toward police, and apparently police have now returned fire. We don't know, but you can see right there, clearly there is gunfire out of all windows, police on all sides, and we now know that one person is down. If you go back earlier, Brett, you have to remember it was initially said to be a black Yukon that they were looking for. We don't know what this car is right now, but it appears not to be a Yukon. This car might have had Utah plates, according to scanner traffic, but they were wanted inside men. One of them got out, and then they opened fire, and then apparently police have returned fire because all the windows in this case are blasted out. They have just called for a gurney and ambulances. We don't know if any police were hit when the suspects or suspect inside the car opened fire, but clearly they were firing from both sides, and now at least one person is down. But again, we do not know if this is connected with the shooting earlier in San Bernardino that happened some 4 hours and 15 minutes ago, but an awfully big coincidence if it's not, Brett.
Yeah, we're looking live here on the street there, and you see the SUV in the middle, and it does look, as you said, gun-riddled, and there are police officers staging right outside there. We are on a delay here, just for everyone to know, and we will monitor this situation as it develops, as you see the news helicopter pulling out a bit. Joining me on the phone again, Matt Graham, who has experience with SWAT units and obviously surrounding dangerous situations like this. At this moment, what's going on, Matt, and what do you see and how they're staging this?
Well, what's going on here is they're working everything to restrict the mobility of what's going on. Once the vehicles stop, you have to restrict the mobility of those people inside the vehicle and the vehicle itself. So what you don't want to do, and it's the basic containment issue, you want to contain that event and make sure that the vehicle itself or the people in that vehicle don't, again, become mobile, whether getting into other vehicles or getting out and just fleeing on foot. It appears as though, obviously, there has been an exchange of gunfire back and forth, which that puts it in the advantage of law enforcement in that response, just due to the sheer numbers of people that they have there.
Back here in studio, Ron Husko, what is it surprising that this is this close to the site, if this in fact is these guys?
It is surprising, but you have to consider every possible scenario. Could these guys have put down somewhere, waited for a little bit of police to pass by en route to the scene, thought they were good to go, and then decided they were going to leave that area? And you're dealing with a situation here where the police are hypervigilant, and the offenders, the subjects, are hypervigilant too. And if these offenders saw a police car turn around and start to come up behind them, it could be that they decided, hey, we're going to shoot right now and try to make our break at this point, rather than just be calm and hope that that police officer goes by.
Okay, Rod, I'm not seeing any activity in this SUV. I'm seeing a lot of staging on the other side. Your sense of what's going down here?
Well, the main thing the police are trying to determine now is whether or not there's any booby traps associated with that vehicle, and that's why they're not running up to the vehicle, even though it appears as though who was ever inside the vehicle has been disabled. They need to make sure they're going to probably bring in the bomb squad to walk up to that vehicle and maybe even send in a robot or something like that, because oftentimes in these situations there is a backup plan by the bad guys. In this case, maybe they have that vehicle wired or something, so as soon as law enforcement gets there, it blows up. We don't know, and that's why, again, you don't see law enforcement just running up to the vehicle, Brett.
Yeah, and there was just moving in the front seat too.
There was somebody moving in the front seat. Trace Gallagher monitoring all the traffic and the law enforcement. Trace, anything else?
Yeah, just to give you an idea, Brett, we do believe that there is still one person inside the car and now at least one person on foot running away. And we're being told from police they are calling for medical aid because they believe an officer has been hit and is down. So now you have an officer down, at least one of the suspects. Again, unclear if this is one of the suspects from the earlier shooting. One of the suspects down. Another suspect appears to be inside the car, and what they're moving toward that car, or will be soon, is something called a Bearcat. That's kind of a barricade
seeing that now.
Vehicle, if you will. Yeah, so the Bearcat's moving up there trying to see if this other suspect is wounded or incapacitated, and they're in a different scene that you can't see on the helicopter, Brett. They're looking for a man who is now running away from the scene. They have asked for urgent medical help and a police escort for the Bearcat because apparently one suspect is still alive inside the car, one is down, one is on the run. We knew there were at least three. There might have been more. We earlier saw another suspect being converged on by police. Is there four? Are there four suspects? That's unclear right now. Clearly, there are three suspects that have been or were inside this car.
Yeah, and we should point out, we were waiting for a news conference, obviously, at the top of the hour. It did not happen because things were happening quickly, and this chase ensued. We are starting to see some movement now there on the street. Matt Graham's still with me, SWAT officer, instructor at Grand Combat. This is going to move quickly, or are they going to take their time here, Matt?
Well, it depends when the last round was fired. If from inside the vehicle people are still actively engaging or have the ability to engage, it's going to go a little slower. The presence of the Bearcat can speed it up a little bit. That's an armored truck that the team is able to deploy from and work in and out of, and it's kind of a buffer between you and the threat. You always want to put something between you and the hurt, so they're putting that Bearcat between them so they can start to work with that. It also gives them the advantage of getting up and over the vehicle, being able to see down into the cab of that vehicle and engage if they need to, while either making an approach or, like Rod said, coming up to clear it for explosive.
Now, what about keeping someone alive in that car as we wait for this news conference that is getting ready to start here? Let's head there. I'll finish up that thought when we get more information here from San Bernardino. Let's listen in.
My name is Vicky Cervantes. I'm a sergeant with the San Bernardino Police Department.
Can you step up, please? You got to step way close. Thank you.
How's that? Okay, my name is Vicky Cervantes. I'm a sergeant with the San Bernardino Police Department. Just an update for you. The number of wounded has increased to 17 at this point. The number of fatalities has remained at 14. We have a telephone number that we would like to provide for people that want to be united with their family that was possibly at the Inland Regional Center today. And that telephone number is 800-637-6653. We are asking that anybody that has family that was at this facility call this telephone number first, and the person will advise you where you need to go in order to talk to somebody, get reunited with your families.
Sergeant, you've got an ongoing tactical situation up the road here with a suspect down and officers possibly down. What do you know about that?
I did hear the radio traffic on that. There is an active scene. I believe there may be a suspect down. It's my understanding that the officer is okay, and I don't have many updates on that other than the officer is okay.
Can you confirm it's connected to this shooting?
I cannot confirm that at this point. Again, there's a dark-colored SUV involved, and I believe there is one suspect down. It's very active, and we will update you as soon as we get more information on that.
Just one scene at the moment?
Correct, just one scene.
And only one suspect?
I only know of one. That doesn't mean that there aren't more at this point.
And how far away is that from here?
Probably a couple miles from here.
So, Sergeant, please repeat once again. There is an active scene related possibly to this mass shooting earlier. What is going on?
The only thing I know is there were shots fired. Officers were involved, and there is a suspect down. Whether it's related or not, we don't know yet. We will update you, as we told you, we will update you on the hour. We'll remain out here, and we will update you as soon as we get any additional, hopefully within the hour.
Were any officers hit in the exchange of gunfire between the suspect and the officers?
I cannot confirm that. I know that all officers are okay. Whether or not they were struck, I don't know.
What led you to this SUV?
I couldn't tell you that at this point either. It's just this is such an active, fluid investigation. There's so many aspects to it, and we just don't have all that information at this time.
Is there a suspect on the run right now?
That I don't know.
Sergeant, is the building clear? We saw these school buses go by. Who was in the buses, and is the building now secure?
That I don't know. It is my assumption that witnesses and victims were in those buses, but I don't know if the building is completely cleared yet.
What about the condition of victims at the hospital? How many people are hospitalized as far as you know, and what generally, if you could tell us what their conditions are? Are there any gravely critical?
I've heard that they range from minor injuries that occurred while falling down trying to escape, and they go up as high as gunshot wounds. So I don't know their status.
Why did the number go up 3 this hour? Were these 3 people that were found in the building hiding? Where did these 3 come from?
I don't know. It was just an update that the fire department provided us. Okay, we'll be back at...
I heard that there were gun shells found on
4 o'clock.
Is that correct?
I don't know. We will be back at 4 o'clock, hopefully with some more, and all media coverage will be here at this location.
Thank you.
Okay, what did we learn there? We learned that the number of wounded has gone up to 17, fatalities still at 14. There is this ongoing situation that we're looking at live. And what's happening now is that these vehicles, these Bearcats, have basically pinned in the car in question. We're told that one suspect is down. All officers are okay, despite the radio traffic that one had been hit, but apparently they're saying they're all okay. We have another report that one suspect is detained, one down. Is Trace Gallagher still with me out there? Trace?
I am. Yeah, Brett, the officer we talked about earlier apparently was hit by a ricochet bullet and apparently will be okay. The scanner traffic said when these Bearcats pulled up that they were going in to check on the, quote, bodies, plural, bodies inside the car. That apparently is what they're doing right now. The other suspect, we can tell you, was still on the run because they continually give the location update of that third suspect who was running away. And at one point they were describing how the suspect was taking off clothing, taking off his camouflage gear and continuing to run. They are now converging on that suspect who was at last check at a church about 3 or 4 blocks away from the scene you're seeing here. The police officer said this was a couple of miles down the road. This is about 1 mile from where the shooting happened earlier at the regional center where the 14 people were shot and killed. And now you can see officers have got that car, the SUV, surrounded. This appears to be in connection because nobody knocked it down in the press conference, Brett. This appears to be in connection with the earlier shooting. We're waiting to find out from police right now if, in fact, these 2 suspects inside the car have been neutralized. Brett.
Okay, just to reset for everyone as we're looking live there in San Bernardino, this incident happens shortly after 11 local time. It's believed up to 3. We don't know, actually. 3 at least, according to witnesses. Military-style gear. They walked into this social services center shortly after 11 local time in a conference center where county health officials were holding a holiday luncheon and opened fire. 14 dead, as we said, 17 wounded. The gunmen were described as having long guns. No specific identification yet on the ballistics of those guns from investigators or from authorities. Now let's go to Adam Housley. He's on the live view, joining us now. Adam?
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to have Lance. We just pulled up to the scene right here. Lance, would you take the camera and turn it to the right? We're right here on the corner of what's called Tippecanoe. It's Tippecanoe Avenue is a major avenue out here in San Bernardino. We've been out here before for other stories and things, so it's a major thoroughfare. That's basically the main intersection near where the shootout took place. You can see where they have law enforcement here, ambulance, fire trucks, and you can see some of the unmarked cars that are going through. They've shut it off, obviously, for anybody like us or our locals were moving out of the way to let people by, in fact, as we turn the corner here. But you can see a massive police presence here, a massive also federal presence here, right down there. Lance, can you see the car down there? It's shot. It's just out of our reach, I think, possibly. We're going to pull over and walk over there so you can see it. We're right again here on a main thoroughfare, Brett. Not far, about 1.4 miles by my count, directly east of the facility. So we're talking really close, obviously, from where the shooting took place about 4 hours and 28 minutes ago. We're going to get out here, and Lance is going to walk over there as he gets out of the car. I'm going to obviously stop the car and do the same thing. Hold on a second. All sorts of, police presence. As I mentioned, about 15 minutes ago is when this all started to go down. When we first heard, and that was first tipped off, that there was a pursuit in progress. That pursuit, we were first told, was a pickup truck and a black SUV. At this point, it appears that they've got just the one car, but Lance is going over there right now. I'm catching up to him. Helicopters obviously are above. Whoa. Police in tactical gear all around, Brett. And they've had, I can't tell you the number of ambulances we've seen that are on standby. Police and law enforcement from all over the region. Lance, we can keep going. We're walking up here closer. Okay, I got you.
Closer, stand by, if you will. We're going to take your live shot as you get closer to the scene. Rod Hoops is a 34-year veteran of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. He retired in 2012 as sheriff. Rod, as you look at this, your thoughts on the day and what's happening?
Well, it's been a really interesting day and a tragic day of events here in San Bernardino. It's unbelievable. I don't know what would possess someone to do the tragic, take things in their hand to create such a tragic incident. I'm watching it as the rest of the country is, and I'm hoping and praying that the individuals that are responsible for this are actually the ones that they have stopped in the black SUV.
Rod, what about that facility and why potentially, and obviously we don't know the motive, but three men dressed in tactical gear, long guns, and this social services center. Tell us about that facility, the conference center, and potentially why it would be a target.
Well, it's a facility that the county holds different events in. It is a social services area, and they, as mentioned on the news networks, they do rent it out for different events. The motive and why they would pick that facility is really unknown, and that's one of the scary things. The motive on why that they would do this at a building like that is incomprehensible. It's used by lots of people. It's a pretty open facility. I know that they have some security guards there, but it's kind of in a very, very busy part of San Bernardino. It's around just north of the I-10 off of Waterman Avenue, and it's very easily accessible. It's obvious that the individuals that did this were well prepared and had a plan, and it's very tragic.
Well, Rod Hoops, thank you very much for your perspective, former sheriff there in San Bernardino. Let's go to the Fox News deck and my colleague Shepard Smith, who's been following this since it all began. Shep.
One of the perpetrators, we believe, on the ground here in a pool of his own blood, and two bodies inside this SUV. The tactical vehicles have come in when this shootout first happened. This police car right over here is also shot out. The side windows, the back windows, and there was a police officer, we were told, who was injured by a ricochet, but that police officer is said to be fine by the authorities. So they've moved their way up here, and since they brought in these tactical vehicles, they've now begun to stand down. You can see this officer is in clear sight of this, which suggests to us that whatever has happened here is over. We know that the authorities said they believe there were 3 shooters. Upwards of 3 is the word that they used. We don't know whether there was a driver for this getaway vehicle. In other words, did they go in and shoot up the place, kill 14, injure 17, and then come out and drive for themselves? Or was there a driver in the SUV? That we don't yet know. You can see a man coming out of this tactical vehicle armed out of what amounts to a turret out of the top. And this vehicle that's all shut up. You can see the windows are all blown out, and we've been able to see 2 people inside. It is clear that before the helicopter and the ground crews got on scene, that there was a wild shootout. We know that they'd been searching for an SUV. If they had more details than a dark-colored SUV, they didn't share them with us. But, Brett, of course, it's possible that they'd been on top of this for a while. So they're coming up on a Tippecanoe Drive here, and in some way, we'll learn soon enough, a shootout began. That officer injured by a ricochet, 1 victim, 1 suspect down here, and 2 in the vehicle. If there's a third, we don't know about it. But, Brett, you mentioned somebody had been taken into custody. Authorities haven't told us this specifically, but there was reason to believe that they would have a getaway driver. And we know the initial report from this scene was that 1 person did escape. And the early reporting is that they have a suspect in custody. We'll see if that's the case as time moves on. But as we take the thing full there, you can see that the predicament, the positions that the law enforcement officers are in are completely different than they were just 5 minutes ago. Initially, they were standing back behind the armored vehicles, making sure not to get in line of sight. And now you can tell by their body language, 1 man on the left-hand side of the screen behind that tactical vehicle shading the sun as he watches in the late afternoon hours now is what's happening here. I see no movement inside this SUV. Authorities, Brett, appear to be of the belief that everyone in there is either dead or incapacitated, and hopefully they've found the people who shot up that inland center just about 5 hours ago.
You know, Shep, you've covered a lot of these things. This is now the deadliest mass shooting since Sandy Hook, Newtown, Connecticut. It is different, though, as you've been talking about all afternoon. The fact that there was not a lot of information, the fact that these guys acted, it appears, all together on this 1 target and then got away until now. So we'll find out some more, but it's unique in its perspective as far as one of these shootings.
And left to know now, the authorities who spoke to us first, the first organized news conference, they said, well, they came prepared, and clearly they did. They came prepared with long guns. If the early reporting is accurate from authorities and otherwise, they were in tactical gear. There was no information given to us about their race or really much about them at all, which suggested to us that the reports that they were wearing black masks, clad head to toe in black and unrecognizable sort of makes sense now. But the question, Brett, is whether authorities knew more about this vehicle than they let on in the early going. It's not our belief that they did, and we say that because the initial reporting of this SUV driving away came from a man whom I said worked across the street. He heard a water truck guy come running out of the building, and he was armed, and the man said, there's a guy in there shooting. So the armed man across the street said, well, I'm going to come outside and watch this. And he watched a man get into this dark SUV. From the reporting now of KABC, our network news service affiliate, this is how this went down. A woman who was in her own car says 3 cop cars came west here on Tippecanoe Drive or Avenue and pursued this black SUV. So they're in what amounts to a short police chase. The black SUV, people started firing out of the back windows, which would explain why the back windows of that vehicle are blown out. She got out of there real quick, but she apparently saw the beginning of this. Police in pursuit, a man firing out of the back of this vehicle. So somebody driving in the front, somebody else firing in the back. Clearly somebody got out of this vehicle because we're able to see a body on the street in a pool of blood. And, Brett, I understand you have an eyewitness on the phone.
We do, Shep. Thank you. Dory Cohen joins us now from San Bernardino. Dory, can you tell us where you are and what you see?
Hi, yes. I'm on the corner of Richardson and Colston, and I followed the 3 cop cars that were in pursuit of the black SUV, and I followed them for about a block up to about Victoria Avenue. It was about a quarter of a mile. And then I heard some shots fire out of the back window, saw the back window, and then I made a U-turn and just got the heck out of there.
So you saw the original shots fired from the back of the SUV?
Yes.
And then the police were already in pursuit at that moment?
three police were in pursuit. The local police were in pursuit, and then as they just started coming from every angle. We have Homeland Security here and all kinds of every police force you can imagine.
Where were you today? Were you anywhere near the event today?
Yes, I was. I'm a private investigator, and actually I was working up on Waterman early today. I got out of there about 11 o'clock. I wasn't working where the scene was, where that happened. I was working up on North Waterman. But, you know, I've been in the area. I live in the area.
Being a private investigator, do you have a sense from law enforcement there whether they believe they have all of the people involved?
You know, I think they do. I'm not really sure about that, but they probably do. I think they're taking a lot of energy on this one spot. You know, I think if anything else that they thought would be going on, you know, they'd be in other areas right now.
Dory Cohen, thank you so much on the scene there on the phone. Adam Housley is also on the scene with another eyewitness. Adam.
Yeah, Brett, we're about 150 yards or 200 yards. This is where the shootout began, right where I'm standing, right in front of me where the back window was shot out. Bob Filter was here, and along with some of the employees as well. When you heard what was going on, you gave me a pretty great description, Bob. What was it like?
Well, it was chaos. The cop cars were coming down, the sirens were going off, and right in front of the building, all of a sudden we heard a shot, and they blew out the back window of the SUV. It traveled down the street here about another 2 blocks, and all of a sudden they started unloading, and it sounded like Vietnam out here. They were shooting like crazy.
Both sides were shooting?
Yes.
Did you see how many people were in the car or in the SUV?
No, we didn't, because the windows were all dark, so we didn't see, but we heard there was 3, and they shot 1 up there, so 2 are still loose.
Obviously, you know what happened about 4.5 hours ago, just up the street here, about 1.5 miles. I mean, what's the last 4.5 hours been like, and what was it like when that happened? I mean, for that time frame.
Well, it's been a little chaotic here. We shut everything down. We locked the plant up. We locked all the gates outside just in case, because we didn't know where they were at, and then we heard the reports that they still were on the loose. So we thought everything was under control because we've been watching the news reports up there and it looked like the cops were at ease and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden this happened this afternoon. They must have flushed them out from somewhere, you know, and here we are.
What's that feel like to have this kind of gun battle literally feet in front of this business?
My heart's still pounding like crazy, I'll tell you. It was very, very scary, very scary. I mean, when we heard the shots, I hit the dirt, and so did everybody here. We got everybody down, you know, because flying bullets, you never know where they're going to land.
Right. So. Bob Filter, appreciate your time, and sorry to meet under this circumstance. But, Brett, again, I'll show you the scene right over here. Well, actually, we're on the scene again. Lance, our photographer, has the shot. You can see right here. We're maybe a couple hundred yards away. Right there is where the shooting ended, or the shootout ended, I should say. But it began where we're standing. So the glass, in fact, is still in the street back over here behind a police car. That's where the first window, as he mentioned, as Bob mentioned, was shot out as part of that chase. It's back over here, but I think you can see right over there by that blue car, Lance, kind of in the shade, half in the sun. That was where the back window was shot out. So, Brett, when we broke in with you about, I don't know how long ago it's been now, maybe half an hour when this chase began, that's about the time that window was shot out. By the time the aerial pictures came in, that's where it ended up. So you can see that this shootout was really only a couple of blocks long, and it was very violent, as you heard from Bob. We met a couple other people coming down the street saying that they heard the gunshots as well, and pretty much everybody just hit the ground. And I got to tell you, it's out here, as you might imagine, all throughout this area for the last 4.5 hours. To say it's been tense is an understatement, Brett.
Okay, Adam, thank you. The bomb disable unit apparently at the scene there by that SUV. There doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency there, as Shep mentioned earlier, that perhaps the people or person or people, I believe it's 2, inside were killed in that shootout. We don't have any official information yet that this was directly related. However, it's pretty coincidental if it's not, and we expect to get a briefing from authorities here shortly. Joining us again, Rod Wheeler, homicide detective here in Washington, D.C., and Ron Hosko, former FBI assistant director and crisis management lead. You know, the assumption here, obviously, Rod, is that these are the guys, right. And the question is whether these are all the guys.
Right, and I think that's going to be the question for the next couple of hours. I think the other question that's going to come up, and already has come up, is what is the correlation between these 3 individuals in that particular building or the county of San Bernardino? Because as we talked about earlier, Brett, these individuals targeted that building for a reason. The other thing that I find very, very interesting from a police perspective is that this vehicle, the suspect vehicle that we're looking at now on the screen, had not made it further away from the actual crime crime scene. That's a bit unusual. Would you agree with that, Ron?
It is unusual. It is unusual.
Because usually in situations like this, their first priority, the bad guys, is to get as far away from the scene as they can. And for this vehicle to be less than a mile or two from the actual initial shooting scene really comes as a surprise.
Yeah, your thoughts on how this goes down? Well, first of all, our props and thanks to the law enforcement who obviously jumped on this right away.
You just stepped ahead of me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ron.
I totally agree with you. Whether this was alert citizen or alert police officer on the street, because we see patrol units look like they were first engaged, not SWAT units. So assuming this was an alert citizen or an alert police officer pulling up behind this vehicle and using their senses and saying, this could be related, this is a phenomenal turnabout in what could have been days of apprehension in the California area and maybe across the country. And now it will be incumbent on the investigators to put this together and figure out, are there other pieces of this puzzle? What are we missing? Are there other actors, or is this small group, is this concluded?
And does it look like they're going in? This is part of the investigation.
Yeah, part of what they are doing with the Bearcats is denying, people in that vehicle mobility. So that's job one. And then you do a very slow, deliberate clear of that vehicle, and that may mean pulling people out very slowly, whether they're hurt or not. You want to make sure that no additional law enforcement gets hurt, and then presumably go up there and check that vehicle for explosives and make sure, again, that something doesn't go bang, that law enforcement isn't hurt.
Let's go back to Shepard Smith in the news deck in New York. Shep.
They've been setting this up, Brett, for quite a while. Some of our viewers may have been watching. They've got this barricade set up. All indications are we've watched some video. There appears to be someone deceased in the back of this vehicle who, from all accounts, the person who had been firing at the cops as they came on this short drive from where Adam Housley was. Now they've set up this barricade and a vehicle is pushing it forward, acting in an abundance of caution. We saw there are a number of bullet holes in the front of the SUV, and we saw what looked like another person in the front, though we can't be certain about that because, frankly, when we zoomed in on that, the video is kind of blurry. There's another person in the street in a pool of blood as well. So if there is a person in the front here, that's third. And that would account for the number that they said from the very beginning. The law enforcement officers, they appear to think that this person is deceased in here. They stood down about 10 minutes ago and have frankly gotten into eyesight of the vehicle. So one would assume that they believe everyone in there is dead. That said, you can see in the near ground of your picture the men who are armed in what appears to be camouflage just behind the tree on the bottom left of the screen, who had come out with guns drawn, and now they're just inching forward toward this vehicle. Lots of evidence is going to be in there. Chances are they'll have the weapons, obviously, from the shootout just a short time ago. Soon they'll probably be able to know who these people are and maybe get to a motive in this case. But the vehicle, Brett, as you can see, is pulling back now. They've gone in, presumably been able to get a bunch of information, 5 people on the front of that thing, and now backing off. This is a process, Brett, that might take some time. The last thing they want to do is mess up now.
Yeah, and as we're looking live here, the investigation, it appears, is solely focused, Shep, on this area. We're not hearing any other traffic of chases or any other activity.
There's other activity in the area, but it appears to us 2 or 3 different locations, but it appears that that's all abundance of caution. We have reports of a pipe bomb being found not very far from this. Could that have been dropped out of a vehicle? It could have been. It's on this same avenue. Whether it's connected, we can't be sure. We know that someone who was running through the neighborhood has been apprehended. At this point, we have no reason to believe that that person was directly involved with this. The only thing that was sort of left unknown was when these men left this facility there in San Bernardino, did they have a driver in addition to what the police believe was 3 shooters? Of that, we can't be certain yet. And as we have 3 different choppers overhead on this now, the Fox chopper and our 2 network news service affiliate choppers, and from all of their different angles, we believe there are 2 people inside. But again, it's blurry enough to where you can't really tell. We watched for a while. There was absolutely no movement. It's so dark in there that you can't, from the chopper shot, you can't really tell if there was blood in there, but you can presume that there was indeed. You can see the police car, which is right now, if you're to back up to the right near corner of this, is where the police car is that has windows blown out all around it. But it's our understanding that the officer who was injured was not hit by direct fire, but by a ricochet, and now from the hospital that officer is going to be, and I quote, fine. Look at the left side of your screen now. You see more of these heavily armed officers moving their way in, and now a retriever of some kind on a long pole. Most likely they'll put that in there. If I'm guessing, Brett, they'll poke the people who are inside to see if they're alive, or maybe try to retrieve a weapon before they go in there farther. If they see a weapon, they'd want to retrieve that before going in to take any further action. Yeah. I'm sure one of the things that you'd be concerned about if you're an officer is somebody in there playing hurt or playing dead, able to do one more thing. They don't want to allow that.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be plenty of time to analyze this for politics, but Rod Wheeler, you know, this San Bernardino Police Department obviously is equipped with those armored vehicles, and they have the equipment and the staff ready to handle this.
Absolutely, they're very well equipped. As a matter of fact, they had a training session from what I hear earlier today. So they've been training for these types of situations. They know exactly what they're doing. The approach to the vehicle is a very methodical approach. This is an approach that they've used before. This is an approach that most of us in law enforcement would use, Brett, in a situation like this.
Let's go to Adam Housley as another eyewitness on the scene. Adam.
Yeah, Brett, in fact, we have all these guys here. We're pretty much all in the area. I think we're being moved out, but let me see if I can get one of them to talk to us. Can I ask? As you can see, the part of the problem is a lot of these guys are having to find a place to go and then do it in a safe situation. These guys were all working here when the shots basically started right here in front of this business. In fact, I have a couple of them. Can I ask one of you guys a question really quick? Anybody? Yeah. What'd you see? What'd you hear?
Just the first shots here. The cops were trying to stop a black SUV, and I just heard the shots, and the back window of the SUV just broke off. Shattered, and some more shots down the street here, and then the majority shots a block away, and there was a good at least 19, 20 shots.
Yeah, it's 19, 20, you think?
19 to 20 shots from the shot number 1 to the last shots. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
How many of you guys were, I mean, obviously you guys were all, I know, shutting the factory down, getting down low when that happened. I mean, that's got to be pretty nerve-wracking, I assume, right?
Definitely. We were ducking back of the wall right here, back of the car where I was escorting out here, and it was pretty scary.
Well, what's this like for someone who doesn't, someone who's not from San Bernardino, to know that this happened a mile and a half from here? You had a massacre, a horrible massacre, and then to have the shootout take out right here.
It was scary, and we were cautious with all of us here. We were all cautious. We had everything locked down, and just to be safe. We were escorting people out and locking everything down. That's all it was.
All right. Yeah. Nice meeting you. Sorry, under this circumstance. Hey, Brett, we'll give it back to you now. But you can see all these guys were here. They witnessed it. There's a lot of witnesses on this street, and you're going to believe that police are moving a lot of us back now because they want to interview all these folks to continue this investigation, Brett.
Okay, Adam Housley live there, just down the block from what you're looking at live in San Bernardino. Let's head back to Shep. With some thoughts about federal officials' activity.
Indeed, and I'll get to that. If you look in the back left passenger side of this, the driver's side of this vehicle, they've just pulled what appears to be a deceased man out of the back seat. From the way they pull this person, it appears that this was the person who was in the back of this vehicle. And closer look inside the vehicle, if there's another person in there now, we don't see that person. And this just in from the Los Angeles Times. The Los Angeles Times is quoting a federal official who says that the feds believe a man was in this meeting when this shooting began. A man was in the meeting, angrily left the meeting, then returned with, quote, 1 or 2 others, unquote, and started shooting. So, according to the reporting of the Times, a federal official says one of the shooters was actually in this meeting, left and came back with others in this, what is now clearly a very organized event. One person pulled out of the back of that SUV now, another person dead on the streets, and there are multiple reports in and around Los Angeles, Brett, including that of NBC4, the NBC News owned and operated station, that in fact one suspect is still on the loose. Fox News can't confirm that, and we don't at this moment have reason to believe that, but I should tell you that NBC is reporting that, and we'll see.
Okay, Shep, we're watching live and watching all the activity there on the street, but there's also obviously activity throughout San Bernardino as they're trying to determine whether this is it or there are other things going on. Back with Rod Wheeler and Ron Hosko. Ron, we talked about the investigation and where this goes, but until you get to motive, tying all this together is really a puzzle.
That's right, and we will see things. Let's assume these are the players. We will see on social media. The law enforcement will be able to track. Presumably, they've all been moving with cell phones. They'll be able to track the fact that the three of them were together, that they were at these locations, and that they arrived here. So the pieces will be put together, along with those other witnesses in the room, if Shepard's report turns out to be valid.
Yeah. In this environment, a lot of the country is just on edge, Rod, and we see this. We don't have an explanation for it. And there's a lot of cities that are saying, are we ready for something like this?
That's right. And I think a number of cities are preparing, and have prepared for active shooter situations, obviously. But a lot of this goes back to mental health. And I don't want to, make this into a political discussion or anything, Brett, but it really goes back to mental health. Although in this particular situation, I find it very interesting what Shep just reported, that if it comes to be true that this one guy was associated with this holiday party or this meeting, that may be the nexus as to why this event took place today. And I've been saying all day since this thing first broke, there had to be a correlation between either one or all three of these individuals and that second floor of that building. Because why? They passed the first floor, went directly to the second floor, went to the conference room. Why did they do that? Why didn't they just shoot up everybody on the outside? They didn't do that. So I think what Shep just reported is really, really interesting. And I think as the night goes on, we're going to learn a lot more.
Yeah, but when you're talking mental health, I mean, you've got three guys involved potentially. Sure. That's a different
That is a different ball game, absolutely. That may not be mental health related.
Yeah, let me talk, Shep, you got something else?
Yeah, this, Brett, is not over, sadly. What we now have is confirmed, one dead in the street here, one dead in the vehicle, and there is another active scene underway right now. According to multiple reports from the scene, including that of KTLA and KNBC, a man has barricaded himself inside a home nearby, apparently believed to be another of the suspects in this case. Remember, one person is dead on the left-hand side of your screen here. Another is dead. They just pulled out of the vehicle. And there is a third person, at least, that we know of. Well, nearby, in a residential area, inside a home, authorities now, and in fact, we have live pictures of this. No, that's near this scene. Nearby here, there is a man barricaded inside a home, according to multiple reports. Police have surrounded it, and apparently they believe that another suspect may be barricaded inside this home. How can we be sure of this? Well, at this point, we can't. But you're looking live now as authorities are searching this gold-colored pickup truck. And authorities standing around it. That's part of the current scene. But nearby is another location where authorities have reason to believe that another person involved in this may be barricaded. We say this because the original report was 3 suspects, 2 on the ground, and the locals, the residents, were reporting that somebody took off running. Very quickly, we got a report of a car crash nearby, and the possibility of a pipe bomb nearby, which turned out just to be a pipe, and now word that there is someone barricaded in a home with authorities surrounding that home. You may notice the chopper shot is pulling out. It's my understanding is the choppers are looking for this location. It's within a short running distance of here. They were able to pull the one suspect out of the back here. He's dead on the street along with another, and they found another location where apparently they believe another man is holed up. We don't know whether they're certain that this is connected to this scene, but we can tell you that residents in the area have been ordered to shelter in place. Anybody got an exact location of this on the news deck?
Yeah, it looks like Richardson Street and Gold.
Richardson Street at Gould Street, which is very nearby. In fact, we've got a location of that here on a Google map. Ryan, go ahead.
Well, this appears to be the locations to where we've been watching the SUV pinned in.
Which is here.
Correct. And Gould Street and Richardson Street is
here.
About a half mile from there.
Yep.
That's what, according to KTLA, that's where they're reporting this is happening.
And they're working to get a chopper over that. If we walk over to the big wall, you'll see that they've pulled out for the moment. This is the original scene, and we're just about a half mile down the same road from where this barricaded suspect is. You obviously, in times like this, anybody running through a neighborhood would be seen as a suspect. But it now appears that the third, if they were right about 3 suspects, someone is on the run. And right now, a guy appears to be barricaded inside a home. Authorities have sent out a warning to people in the neighborhood I just showed you for people who live there to remain inside their homes with the doors locked, not to go outside. And apparently, we have another active situation developing now. now. I'm watching 3 different chopper shots as they work to figure out where this exact location is. But Brett, when we have it, we'll bring it to you.
Yeah, Shep, what's confusing to me is that there are multiple reports out of L.A. now that say that 2 of the suspects were shot, and 1 of them killed, and then one's in custody. But I guess what we're seeing is varied reports from varied places, and we're not getting anything definitive from authorities.
That's right, and I think one of the things that remains unclear now is whether they believe there were 3 suspects. If they were right about that, the question from the very beginning has been, was there a driver? In other words, did these 3 people, we now believe one man came out of the meeting and then went back in with a couple of others. When they came out, as described by witnesses, walking slowly to this SUV, did they get in and drive that vehicle, or did they have a person standing by? If so, that would mean one more. We don't have a way to know now. All we are certain of is that authorities have what they believe to be a man barricaded inside a home and an order for people to shelter in place.
All right, Shep, we'll head back for any new details up to the news deck. You're looking live there in San Bernardino, California. It is a sad, another tragic day, and we don't have all the pieces to this puzzle as of yet. We do know 11 a.m. Pacific time. It's believed 3 men dressed in tactical gear, armed with long guns, went into a social service center in San Bernardino. The place was being rented out, a conference center, where there was a holiday luncheon of some kind for county health officials. They shot that room up, 14 dead so far, 17 wounded. Then they didn't know, authorities said, where they went. They were looking for a dark SUV. Sometime later, a few hours later, there was a chase that ended what we're looking at right now, and we're trying to get all the details. Keep it here on Fox for continuing coverage of this shooting. Fair, balanced, and still unafraid.
And this is a Fox News alert, a shootout on the streets of San Bernardino, California. Just moments ago, police firing shots at a black SUV in the middle of this street. The windshield riddled with the bullets. An officer also taking fire, but we are told that officer is okay. Police say they believe 2 suspects are down. 1 more believed still to be on the run. But at this critical hour, the critical question is, are those suspects, those evil gunmen behind a mass shooting hours earlier, killing at least 14 people at a crowded business complex that takes care of disabled people? Another 17 innocent victims rushed to hospitals. On the record is live team coverage, and it all starts with Fox's correspondent Adam Housley live in San Bernardino. Actually, we're going to go to Jonathan Hunt, who is also live on the scene. Jonathan.
Greta, just about a little under an hour ago, that black SUV that you have seen was surrounded by police. Some sort of gun battle ensued. We understand that there was some firing from that vehicle, and as you can see from the pictures of it, if you have those available, it was riddled with return fire by the vast number of police and other law enforcement agents who surrounded the vehicle. We understand that there were at least 2 people inside it, possibly a 3rd one, who may or may not be on the run. At this stage, we simply don't know. This is unfolding as we speak. Certainly, we have seen 1 person on the ground laying in a pool of blood. Another person appeared to be in the back seat of that vehicle, and police used some sort of device to push out that person who appeared, from what we could see, certainly not to be alive any longer. Now, this all began some 5 hours ago, a short distance from where I'm standing at the Inland Regional Center. That is a center
Jonathan,
that
we
gives
got to go to
services
go to Shepard Smith in New York. Shep?
This is not over. 1 suspect, or someone believed to be a suspect, in custody. 2 others dead in the street. Police speaking live now. Listen.
Officers that are working this active shooter case were doing follow-up work when they located what appeared to be the suspect's vehicle. Somehow during that contact, shots were exchanged between the suspects and the officers. 1 officer was injured. However, he was transported to a local hospital, and it does not appear to be a life-threatening injury. I believe he is a San Bernardino police officer. Additionally, some suspects, or a suspect, has been hit. I believe there is still possibly a suspect outstanding. So it's still, again, a very active, fluid situation. We don't have a lot of answers yet. They're still trying to.
And here's some of that fluid situation nearby, just about a third of a mile away from this location. The police have now surrounded a church. We could cut off the news conference now because they're frankly not reporting on this. They've surrounded this church, and we've just gotten word from a witness on scene who says that a man came up to him who he believed to be a suspect, then ran into this building, which is sometimes being described as a church, sometimes being described as a home. We believe it's a combination of the two, actually, and police have now surrounded this church. We believe that a suspect has barricaded himself inside this church, and authorities are now working to communicate with this person and bring this situation to an end. So far, we have 2 dead in the street on San Bernardino Avenue, 1 person in custody who's believed to be a suspect, and now they've surrounded this church area, which is an active scene, and we're waiting for people on scene to give us more information on that. We have multiple reports saying that this suspect may have, a member of the Los Angeles County Fire Department, has said that according to the San Bernardino Police Department, they're getting reports that one suspect may have run across a runway, and authorities have now been searching for that, and this is the location that they now have surrounded, according to people on the ground. 1 man inside, authorities attempted to approach, and now they're trying to make contact. Obviously, tensions are very high. There's no way to know for authorities exactly how many people may have been involved. Remember, at the beginning of this, it was first said to be multiple suspects. Then the authorities told us in a news conference upwards of 3. The question all along has been, might they have had a driver for this getaway vehicle, the dark SUV,
Shepard?
as it was described? Yes, Greta?
Shepard, I think the one thing that we have to keep emphasizing, that while it certainly is enormously suspicious that they are tied to this massacre, which has gunned down 14 people, that we have yet to officially tie these to the actual massacre. It could just be that these are 3 other horrible people on the run shooting at police. It certainly is suspicious, but right now they have not been tied. Other than
Actually, Greta?
One witness
Actually,
said that
Greta?
he saw a black vehicle drive away. Yes.
Well, the spokesperson for the San Bernardino Police Department has just said that these are the suspects, that 2 of the suspects in this afternoon shooting were shot and killed in the shootout that happened on the street, which is here's what's unclear to police, according to police at this moment. What's unclear to police is whether they have all of the suspects, which takes us to this church, which they now have surrounded, and a person with whom they want to have contact will not come out. According to witnesses in the area, the police have now sent out a directive for all people in this area to remain in their homes, to lock their doors and not come outside, that they believe there is a suspect here. They've tried to make contact. The person will not come out. Therefore, they've surrounded the building, and we wait as they do.
And the police are going to come back in 40 minutes with another press conference.
And actually,
with
if you
an
look
update.
here, we have 1 person spread out on this vehicle, and authorities are searching, but that's not surprising at all. Anybody who might be in this neighborhood, if they can't be sure if this is a friendly or a foe, just as had happened after the shooting, people would put their hands up, they'll all be frisked, make sure that the area is safe, that the person is not a danger to anyone. But what we're watching right now really is uncertain. Chris DeLello, one of our information specialists, with new information here on the Fox News deck about what we're seeing. Chris, live pictures.
Hey, Shep. So NBC LA is saying that the officers are now relocating to a residence. They're moving their attention away from that church. They're calling for backup and air support. It's near Davidson Street. They say that there's possible movement at a residence, and it seems to be what's happening at the moment.
So, Greta, it's a very fluid situation. Authorities haven't known from the very beginning, and they were quite clear with us that they weren't really sure about how many people were involved. But I can tell you this, LA County Fire Department, a tweet from Bernie Deo, a member of the Los Angeles Fire Department photo unit, has just sent this. Units at 1003 East Briar want air unit to check the roof of these parking structures. Reports of shots fired in the area of a Chipotle there. So we're getting lots of reports, Greta, that indicate this is not yet over. Clearly, authorities are staged here, as you can see. Their guns are drawn, and we're just waiting to find out whether they have someone inside there, as I'm sure they are.
And yet we still, and while this is an active manhunt to get these killers of the highest urgency, we still don't know what in the world, was the motive for doing this vicious act, descending upon these people. And this was the scene, in case people have not been watching it all day. This is a business complex which takes care of disabled people, but there was a private party there today. Is that right, Shep?
Yeah, that's right. We know that they believe there is another suspect. We don't know the reason they believe that, but they have told us that they believe there's another suspect. They've told the residents to shelter in place. They started at the church. There were then multiple reports in the neighborhood of shots fired. Then now they're surrounding this home. They've asked for more air units to come in so they can check buildings around this area. And as you can see, authorities are surrounding this. What's most suspicious, of course, is if they want to talk to this person and they've made an effort to do so, knowing what's going on in the area, the person has not come out. That in and of itself is suspicious. So authorities with guns drawn there in San Bernardino.
So far, have there been...
Authorities with guns drawn there in San Bernardino.
So far, have there been any reports about anything that the killers said while they were inside? Did they say anything as they were opening fire? Any witnesses come out and say anything?
We have no indication that the witness has said anything to authorities. From the very beginning of this, one thing that we have noted, at least from the reporting of authorities, that no suspects have said anything through the course of this. The newest bit of information has come to us from authorities there on scene, and two different witnesses, one of whom was very specific. A witness who was inside at the time and was actually shot, was one of the victims in there, said that when she was inside the room, when one of the people who was attending the meeting became angry, we don't know angry over what, then left that meeting, went outside, and then came back with a couple of other people, and the shooting began. Now, they escaped from there. Was there a getaway driver? We don't know. Two people shot and killed at that shootout on San Bernardino Boulevard. Another person who was wandering the neighborhood said to have been brought into custody. That person was described as a suspect. That is not to say that it's definitive that that person was connected with this scene. We can't say that yet because police haven't told us that yet. But we can tell you that police believe that this active situation happening now is related to the shooting that happened this morning in San Bernardino.
You know what, Shep, is so peculiar, though? If someone went into a meeting and was angry and left, where do you go out and find three others to help you go back in so quickly with masks ready to go? You know, this seems more planned than just sort of anger.
Well, there's no question. Police have said from the very beginning that this was clearly planned. They're there in tactical gear with long guns, black masks on their faces, according to multiple witnesses, though the authorities haven't told us that with certainty. But the authorities didn't know the race of the people, so it would suggest that their faces were covered. This is the location of where the business solution system, and this is the Chipotle right here, where the area that's been surrounded. There were shots fired in this area, and now they have this area surrounded, and live pictures over here show us where the police are. So there are a lot of different scenes happening at one time now, Greta, but to the best of our knowledge, there's one person for whom they're still looking, and at this point they're looking inside this home that authorities have surrounded.
All right. While they're doing this manhunt, and hopefully that this will, no police officers are going to get injured as they try to get this person inside the building to come out and talk or to submit to arrest, is there any information about what this meeting was about? Who was meeting?
Well, there are various reports on that, because it's our understanding that there were a number of meetings going on at the time. The initial report was that there were some county officials who had rented this particular conference room within this center out so that they could have some sort of a Christmas party. Others described it, including authorities, as a meeting where they would make decisions about things. And that's as specific as they've been. Now we know that whoever was in there escaped, and then now they're here. The background, I think, is going to come together at some point, but you can see police are moving in right now. They're going past this red-colored SUV. The camera is now moving away to another area, and you can see authorities are back as far as this for backup. They're on the move for something here, and they're going in between these homes. The reports we got a short time ago through our network news service, our network news service station, KABC, that residents in the area, multiple residents, have telephoned police and said, we see a man running through the neighborhood jumping fences. Remember, somebody was taken into custody, but we don't know yet whether that person was related to this incident. But now they're moving in on this particular residence. You can see they have canine dogs here. They're carrying long guns, and they've gone over inside this area that's shaded there by a tarp of sorts, and authorities have made their way in there. There are more police back here, so they have three lines of defense. They clearly believe they have someone armed and dangerous here, Greta, and we'll see how this plays out.
And of course, whoever's in there, if that person won't come out, that person really has nothing to lose.
Greta, they've turned around now, And apparently whatever they were looking for in there, they didn't find, because they wouldn't turn their backs to that location unless they were sure that whatever they're looking for was not there. So they're searching now house to house after these reports of someone in the neighborhood jumping fences. They believe they have another suspect, or that they may. They weren't sure about the number of suspects from the very beginning, because how do you know if they drove away on their own or if they had a getaway driver waiting? If so, that would mean as many as 4. So they're most likely acting on the side of caution, Greta.
Adam Housley is about a block away from there. Adam, what do you know?
Hanging up on me. What do they want?
Adam can't hear us, so we'll go to Adam as soon as we can connect with him. You know, Shepard, it seemed like they had someone isolated in their houses, so they thought, but now they're just checking, you know, sort of randomly going through the neighborhood. I get the sense that they, you know, that they don't have a target.
Well, you know, that's the sense that we get, is that they know somebody is there and running around. They just can't find this somebody. You can see they're going in the side door of a home here. Now you see the satellite dish. They're making their way through the back fence, going house to house. They're looking for someone. The question is, will they be able to find this person? Yeah, and if you're police officers, how would you know? Have they taken somebody hostage? What's the situation with this person? There's simply no way to know. They're flying blind in there, Greta.
As we continue to watch this search, this meeting that this person, and we don't know if this is linked to it, but the person who got angry and left, I take it if the person is part of the meeting, they know the identity of the person, or it was a public meeting and this was someone they didn't know?
Our understanding is we don't have those specifics. We know that there was a person who was involved in the meeting. Does anybody have that right through, John Glenn?
What kind of meeting?
Well, you know, if it was an environmental health services meeting for the county. The environmental health services meeting was happening inside this building. This meeting is open to the public. I'm presuming that one can come in and give comment. But somebody in that meeting became angry and went outside. Now, this is not to suggest that somebody got mad, then went outside and got some friends and went in to shoot it up. The police have been very clear with us, Greta, that they believe this was planned. You don't just all of a sudden have tactical gear and long guns.
We now have Adam. Adam Housley, you're a block away?
Yeah, Greta, we're here about a couple blocks away. You might remember we were live a little while ago down the street a bit. They moved us all back, and the reason why is because of that barricaded situation. Jesus Gonzalez is here with me. I was walking by, and I know your house, your wife, is not far from where this is taking place, and in fact, she's hiding right now.
Yeah, she's in the closet right now. I received a call from her, frantic call from her, stating that she heard numerous gunshots being fired. She was scared to come out or nearby because they sounded so close to each other. So I'm headed over here. Down Waterman, trying to make a left turn onto the intersection. I just started seeing all kinds of police officers not letting us in the area. But yeah, she during the call, I keep hearing the gunshots just going off everywhere. I'm trying to get home, and I'm just being stopped from even getting to the house. And now it's all coming to matter that I guess the suspect, one of them is apparently dead, and there's probably another one and one barricaded down the street.
Yeah, you know, for people that aren't from around here, this is basically a quadrant of the city to the east. So the shooting took place on the street here, Greta. If you were to kind of go to the right a bit to where the suspect's barricaded, everybody's moving back from there, obviously. You can't get anywhere near there. What's it like knowing that your wife is inside? She's called you. She heard the initial gunshots. Now she knows there's someone barricaded nearby, and she's in a closet.
It's very scary because she works down the street from where this took place. And she's been locked in her office throughout most of the day, and then to be escorted out, to be sent home, and then this unravels right in front of her house, it's mind-wrecking for her and myself as well. I just feel helpless, not being able to be there with her and comfort her and let her know that everything's going to be all right. Right now, she can't even talk on the phone. That's how scared she is.
So she got evacuated from her office, which is near the shooting, and then came home to have the shooting in front of her house.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But right now, tell me what the situation she's in when you talked to her last.
She doesn't. She's inside the closet, and she doesn't want to come out of her closet. Nobody has came near the door, but she does hear a lot of police activity going on around the house. The last she saw or heard was SWAT moving around in the area.
Gotcha. Yeah, Greta, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question about the shooting. Is there any indication who the gunshots that the woman heard in the closet, are those coming from the police or from the person they're pursuing? Does anyone know?
I suspect it was the shootout. She heard the actual shootout in front of the house, correct?
Right.
There
was a lot of rounds.
Yeah. In fact, Greg, I'm going to step away and show you again in fact, we moved back a bit from the tape to talk to Jesus, but we were down, gosh, we were a good 200 yards down the street about a half an hour ago before they moved us back. When they moved us back, we thought it was just because they were expanding the scene. You know how that happens on crime scenes. They tend to move it back a little bit so they can talk to the witnesses. What they were moving us back for, what we didn't know at the time, was they just had that barricade situation. And that's when I bumped into Jesus, who was trying to go in to see his wife because she had just called saying there was a barricaded situation. You can see the helicopter circle that Lance, our photographer's on. That's the official helicopter. The news choppers you're getting the video from are much higher and further back and zoomed in to allow for the clearance to be able to use law enforcement down at a much lower level. You can see some of the tactical teams, too, also down here. What they also did is they pulled some of the teams out and actually went around the block, basically, to go over towards that home. But if you were to go right through those people that Lance is on right now, where the stoplight is, that's where that initial gun battle ended. It actually started about 150 yards before where we were earlier, where the glass was on the street. So it carried on for a couple hundred yards, that initial gun battle. And then the barricade situation, if you were looking at the gun battle from our perspective, would be basically directly to your right, about a block or two. So it's all taking place here in a quadrant of the city east of where the shooting initially took place earlier today. That's a mile and a half directly behind our camera. So you're talking about a very compact area. Here comes another cruiser right now. We're going to get out of the way so they can get by us, Lance. But you can see, Greta, a very fluid situation, a lot of law enforcement.
All right, Adam, let me go back to Shep. Shep, sort this out for me. We've got one suspect that's down, shot. We've got another one that apparently is on the run. There's been a gunfire with him. Meanwhile, what happened earlier today where they had this massacre, there was some sort of meeting, and there is a report, but we can't confirm it, that someone was at that meeting or that event, got angry and left, and maybe came back and did something, or maybe it was another planned massacre.
Yep.
What can you tell me?
I'll get to that.
Fill in any blanks?
Yep, Davidson and Richardson right now, the tactical units are on the move again. This is less than a half a mile from where that battle happened that Adam was describing just a few minutes ago. And these authorities are on the move yet again, chasing down leads in this neighborhood. Here's your background that you wanted. Denise Peraza, 27 years old, telling the Los Angeles Times, she said the doors of the Environmental Health Services office at San Bernardino County opened and two men dressed in all black wearing black face masks entered with, quote, big old guns, unquote, and started shooting randomly. Everybody dropped to the floor. It was during their holiday party. Quote, everyone dropped to the floor. It was during the holiday party. The guys opened fire for 30 seconds randomly, then paused to reload and began firing again. Peraza was hiding under a desk when she was shot once in her lower back. She said the shooters were gone and everything was perfectly silent for about 5 minutes. So the shooters left. It's all quiet for 5 minutes. Then suddenly the doors were pushed open again, but this time it's law enforcement officers, lots of them, and they yelled out, anyone who can move, leave immediately and find cover behind the vehicles. Peraza said they were then helped into beds of pickup trucks and taken to safer locations. So bigger picture, Greta. Bigger picture, the gunman came in. One man is in the meeting. He leaves angrily, comes back with two others, 3 men in there shooting. The shooters leave. 5 minutes later, the authorities came in. During that time, the shooters left. Since, we've had this shootout on the street of San Bernardino Boulevard, and now tactical units are on the move again. When that shootout happened, not one but two people were left dead on the street. We were witness to both of them. There were reports that another suspect had been arrested, though authorities have not said now that that person was arrested in connection with this incident. We'll know in time. And at the moment, they're looking for what they believe to be another person in some way involved. This situation is not over. Authorities make that perfectly clear.
All right. As we continue to watch this from the helicopter and all the shots and with Adam on the scene, why did the person supposedly get angry at a meeting? Did he say anything? And I realize that, you know, there'll be plenty of time to investigate this, but while we're waiting for the police to complete this arrest, why did he get angry?
We don't have that detail yet. We don't know what the anger was about, if anything, but we can surmise, Greta, that if there was anger, it was part of an overall plan. I say that because authorities tell us from the beginning that these people had planned this and that they were on a mission, because they came in clad in tactical gear, had the black face on, they had long guns as described by police, and they know by now exactly what those guns were. That they came in, they shot for about 30 seconds. This is the 4th or 5th report from witnesses of about 30 seconds of shooting. Police will confirm that at some point. And then a 5-minute gap, and then police come in. By then, these suspects had clearly fled the scene. In the early going, the police the police detective in charge said that the authorities did not encounter one suspect, never had a shootout with any suspects, never even saw a suspect. By the time they got into the building, and by all accounts, it was just a matter of 3 or 4 minutes. By the time they got there, the suspects were gone. You can't be that methodical and move so well and so pointedly without having a plan in advance. And I can assume that that's why police confirmed to us that this was planned and that they came in with a, quote, purpose. I don't want to miss the news that's happening now, Greta. You see the man coming out of the top of this vehicle, surrounded by, my count, maybe a dozen people, and they're working their way down this same street. Another officer here, hidden back behind. Another officer hidden here behind another vehicle. So as they go on, they're staged all along the way. And again, we're about 8 or 9 blocks, correct me if I'm wrong, 8 or 9 blocks away from the spot where that shootout happened. And the reason they're doing this, maybe there are others, but one of the reasons is that witnesses in the neighborhood, multiple witnesses, have reported to authorities that they saw a man running over fence after fence. And as a result, they've shut down every street. We're sure of it because we can see these cop cars all along the way. We saw one person being frisked. Anybody who's on the move now is going to be stopped because they believe they may have another suspect there. They could be acting under the best of caution here, but if witnesses and multiple have reported that they've seen someone jumping fences through the neighborhood, they clearly have a problem.
All right, well, let's go back to Adam, who's at the scene and has the woman on the phone who was in the closet. Adam, is that right?
Yeah, in fact, Claudia Savarilla is her name. It's Jesus' wife, and she's on the phone, actually on Jesus' phone right here. Claudia, I appreciate you joining us. I know it's kind of a chaotic situation. Explain your situation right now.
Well, basically, I came home and because we were told from work we can leave. It happened like 3 blocks from where I work, and I came home and I was getting ready to undress, put in my jammies and whatnot, and I was getting ready to actually. I don't even remember what I was doing, and all of a sudden I heard noise. I thought it was fireworks, and then I thought, wait a minute, with the situation going on, these are not fireworks. It lasted at least 5 minutes. There's maybe like 100 rounds, and I just ducked. That's the first thing I did is duck. My dogs were going crazy. Right now I'm in the closet. I'm actually hiding because I'm really, really scared. But my coworkers are actually the ones that are keeping me posted. We're on email, so a group email. So yeah, they're the ones that are keeping me informed.
Well, as I'm talking to you right now, there's a tactical team coming out, Greta. You'll see that here in a second, coming out there. They're kind of repositioning because we're not far from where this is taking place. Basically, this is all kind of a triangle where I'm standing to where the shooting was to where she's located, as well as the ongoing barricaded situation. So right now you're in a closet. You're obviously in a secure situation. What have you heard in the last few minutes? Anything at all? Has anybody come to your door? I know that they have pretty much the area cleared out. The homes, I'm told, are secure except for the immediate area where this guy is.
Yeah, well, I know that actually when the shooting was taking place, I remember I had unlocked the door because I was going to do laundry. So I actually went and locked the door, came back to the closet. The only thing I know is that there is one suspect at large. And again, that's because of my coworkers who are keeping me, posted. Right now, I know nothing. I know nothing. I don't want to even peek out the window. Yeah.
So
it's scary.
Yeah, I bet it is. I mean, we're told by law enforcement that you're in a good spot. Stay where you are, and don't do anything at this point. You stay in the closet until they come by. Yeah, Greta, go ahead.
Just let me confirm. She saw no one, but she heard gunshots, and she's in the closet, and she's getting information via her phone for coworkers. Is that right?
Exactly. She's talking to us right now on her husband's phone. He got a hold of her. She's obviously very shaken for what happened. You said, Claudia, you were 3 blocks away from the initial shooting, came home, were putting on your pajamas when the shootout happened right in front of your home, basically, and then just a couple of blocks away, maybe depending on how you count blocks, we're not talking very far at all, there's a barricaded situation, and you're inside your closet now.
Yes, I am. Actually, yes, I'm in my closet. I barely have any reception. My dogs are here with me, and it's, yeah, my husband keeps telling me, peek out the window and see if you can see anything. I don't want to peek out the window because I'm actually scared. It sounded like it was just right here in my yard.
No, don't peek out the window, that's for sure. I talked to one law enforcement official over here, and he said that what you're doing is the right thing. They'll come and knock on your door and clear you when the area's been cleared. So definitely stay where you are and hunker down, and you're going to be all right.
Thank you.
Adam,
All right, Greta, I'm going to give her back to her husband because I know obviously she's scared, but you can tell. You have any more questions for her?
No, I'm going to go back to Shep. I want to ask Shep something. Shep,
Okay.
as we look at this big screen and look at this situation, we know that they suspect that the suspect's in the area, but that is based on any particular sightings by the police, or is this neighbors who say that they saw some man jumping through the fences?
Police have said that they believe there is another suspect.
Did they see him?
All of our reporting is that local residents have seen multiple let me read it. Local residents report seeing a person jumping fences. Residents in the area of San Bernardino Avenue, west of Mountain View, should shelter in place as police activity continues. That's from the San Bernardino Police Chief.
All right, now, he may very well be in the area. I'm just trying to sort of sort this out. Now, this woman we spoke to, that Adam just spoke to, says that they're shooting for 5 minutes and 100 rounds. I suspect that's quite distorted because of her fear and question of what went on. If I assume that if this man was armed, that he's running out of some ammunition, would that be something that you would make that assumption, especially if he's jumping fences? I don't know how much ammunition he can carry.
Well, the shooting itself happened from our indication is that the back of that black SUV that we saw in the last hour, the shooting began there. 3 police officers were in pursuit on San Bernardino Avenue in pursuit of this black SUV. The back window was broken out, and the suspect began firing out the back of that window. At that point, the authorities were able to shoot and kill the person who was in the back of the SUV. Whoever was driving the SUV now apparently is not located. And authorities are now looking through this neighborhood because they have reason to believe that the person couldn't have escaped the neighborhood. At the same time, they get reports from neighbors who say they saw someone jumping from fence to fence. I'm sure one of the possibilities here, now we don't have any way of knowing, but there's one of the possibilities is that whoever they saw jumping from fence to fence has gone inside a home, maybe his own home, maybe someone else's home. And now authorities have blocked off all the streets, and in these tactical units, they are going home to home, backyard to backyard, guns drawn, using the vehicles as shelter, trying to find out who they can find and where.
All right, let me go to Glenn Wilworth, who is in the area, and he thinks that he saw this black vehicle, this SUV, drive away from the scene of the shooting. Glenn, thank you for joining us, and tell me, where were you when you first spotted or first knew of this shooting?
Yeah, well, what had happened is my office is actually facing the Inland Regional Center, and I saw somebody run by my window, so I got up to go see what was going on, and a guy rushed into my building looking for shelter, saying that they're shooting at everybody. So I told him and all my employees, shut the building down, bring the doors down, lock it up. I grabbed my sidearm, I holstered up, and I went towards where the shooting was coming from. There was a water truck that was filling up at a fire hydrant right by the regional center, so I posted up next to that just to make sure I was in between my business and where the shooting was coming from. Heard about another, I don't know, 10, 15 shots maybe go off, and then I could, through the trees, there's a lot of heavy brush here, I could see, well, there's a lot of people running around as well. I could see somebody getting into a black SUV. Couldn't make out anything at all other than I could see somebody getting into a car. And the weird thing was the car just pulled away very slowly, and it started coming actually right at me. And I was, like I said, I was posted up there, and then they changed direction, and they went towards the rear of the parking lot and left out that way, but they went very calm, very slow. And that was kind of what set it off to me that, yeah, that was whoever that was, because everybody else was fleeing post-haste. They were not sitting around.
Now, the person that you saw getting into SUV, did you see whether or not I assume it was a he, was wearing a mask? And was it only one person that you saw get into the SUV, or were there others?
I couldn't see too much because of all the trees. I could only see movement. I knew there was a body there. Couldn't tell, what they were dressed like. Couldn't tell if it was guy, girl, or anything. I could just see that there's a body, and then I saw the vehicle.
All right,
so
now
looking at
the video that has now been involved in a gunfight with the police, does that, I assume, can you determine whether that's the same vehicle or not?
Well, I didn't see a license plate, but the vehicle is identical.
All right. Glenn, thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to go back to Shep, who has new information. Shep?
Yeah, Greta, we were first of all, the authorities are now gathered near that church, the L-shaped church that we're talking about from the very beginning. They believe they have a suspect in the area. This is God's Apostolic Pentecostal Church, and they are surrounded there. The cameras are not focusing on that area. You're seeing this intersection instead because authorities have asked that their movement not be shown live on television, and our local stations are accommodating them. Back to the original shooting that happened this morning, 11 a.m., at the County Affairs building, where they were having the Christmas party. According to Rick Serrano, who is the FBI and justice reporter for the Los Angeles Times, the feds are now theorizing that one of the gunmen was at the event to make sure that a specific target was there. Police chief confirms the county group meeting was targeted, not the health center. And federal law enforcement officials say they believe one man angrily left the meeting, returned with one or two others, and started shooting. So just as you were theorizing earlier, the authorities now theorize that one of the men who was targeting this particular event or a person in the event went to the event itself to make sure that the targets were on site, then acted as if he was leaving angrily, then immediately came back in with one or two other suspects. So that's how this started.
All right. You say the Fed theorizes.
That's right. That's all I can tell you is what they tell us.
No, I understand that, but I'm just trying to probe if you have any more information. Did the Fed say that based on what a witness said, or is he just sort of putting two and two together? Because that's a big difference as we try to sort through this. I mean, he may be right, even theorizing it based on the information that we have, but does he have anything beyond his sort of thoughts about what might have happened? Does he have a witness statement?
They may very well have witness statements. I can tell you this. They took 4 to 5 busloads of employees from the building there, and they interviewed as many of the people who were healthy enough to be interviewed. You know, some, 12 or so had to go to hospitals who were injured to one degree or another. But they've interviewed enough people, and we did hear from this one victim who was shot inside the building who described how they came in. As far as how the federal authorities theorized that, I don't have a way to know how they did that.
I'll tell you what's peculiar about it. And we don't have so much information in this, but if you're casing the joint to go back and get your pals to go in and to commit a massacre, if you had a single target, why are you taking out 13 others? I mean, why don't you just take out the target at home or something? I mean, this still, to me, is very, very perplexing. With there's so many missing facts.
Authorities have not said whether they believe that a single individual in that meeting or the members of the meeting in general were the targets. But I do have new.
Is it a meeting or a Christmas party?
Well, it's a meeting in which they were having a Christmas party, according to authorities. I'm sure that those details of what happened earlier will become very clear at some point. At this point, we're looking at a live scene now in the middle of the street where there is a victim down on the ground. This is from the original scene, and now authorities are on the move yet again in the same neighborhood where they've been. But if you'll notice, Greta, their posture has changed. They're not behind vehicles anymore. They're not using the armored vehicles as shelter. They're roaming about, which suggests to me they have new information.
You have a big screen. I don't. It doesn't look like they're trying to protect themselves. They look like they're just walking down the street to me from here. It doesn't look like, and I don't understand why they keep moving from place to place in this neighborhood, and they think he's in a home, now they think he's in a church, and they seem to be walking not in fear or in a protective position to me. But you have a better screen than I do. You have a big one there.
What we've been watching, and I'm watching from 3 different choppers, it appears that they get information. For instance, they got the information about reports of a suspect from multiple residents there going from home to home. As a result, they acted in abundance of caution, used the vehicles as cover. Then they searched all of the area, went in and out of every single place there. And it would appear to us visually that they've made the determination that whatever they thought might have been dangerous to them at that point no longer is, for they're not using those vehicles as shelter anymore. And the L-shaped building on the right-hand side that you just saw before they zoomed in there, that was the church, the Pentecostal church, where they were sort of staging all of this. Now they appear to be regrouping. Think of it in the big picture. This morning, 14 people were shot and killed inside the center. Since then, they've had a wild shootout with at least one person dead. They believe that they have another suspect out there somewhere. Residents reporting they see people jumping over fences. They're doing what they have to do to try to take this person down and keep people safe.
And just a note to the viewers is that we're monitoring several helicopters' videos, and we're being careful not to show anything too graphic should anything appear too graphic on the screen. So we're doing our very best, and we do have somewhat of a delay. Shep, but I guess that going back to sort of looking at this scene, to me, it's like I realize that we're really that we're fortunate we get to go up so close, but these police don't look like they're in an active hunt right now. They don't look. To me, like they've got their guns drawn and they're chasing somebody.
No, they were, but now they're not. And history tells me that you get these reports, you go in and check out the entire area. At some point, those in charge rule, there's no more danger here, go about your way, and now they're regrouping. That appears to be what's happened. From people on scene now, it looks as if that these tactical units have made the block, if you will. The residents' reports came from this one neighborhood. They went into every home. They searched every backyard. They searched around the pools and the pool houses, and they've made their way back to where they started, which is this L-shaped church. And now that's where the SWAT teams are, back at the Richardson and Gould, and waiting to see if they find another suspect. Greta, I suppose it's possible that they've gotten everyone there is to get, but after all they've been through, they're continuing to search. They're telling residents to shelter in place.
Well, the only sort of mysterious thing about it is, if the active gunfire in that neighborhood that occurred after the SUV was taken down, is who's involved in that gunfire? Was it only the police, or was it with a suspect, a shootout? But the other thing...
I don't have that. I have not reported that, and I don't have that information. I've heard others say it, but Fox News cannot confirm that there was any shooting after the shootout with police in the SUV. Past then, I'm aware of nothing.
Okay, inside that car, we know that there's one suspect who was shot, and the driver of that SUV is where? No idea? Or is he possible he's in the car, possible he's in police custody?
Our understanding from police is that they shot the person who was shooting out the back of the SUV at police, that person is deceased. We saw another person on scene there. We don't have information about that. We have word that there was one person in custody, but there was nothing to definitively tie that person to this scene, and we know that there is an active search now for other suspects.
Well, I tell you, what I would very much like, first of all, of course, to catch all the suspects and to make it a very safe situation, but let's talk to people who have survived this to find out what was the motive, what possessed 1, 2, or 3 people to come in and massacre 14 people, injuring 17 with a whole range of injuries. I don't know if anyone else is going to die from any of these gunshot wounds, but in broad daylight, in a center that caters to helping disabled people, disadvantaged
Greta,
children.
We've got another scene now. We have an officer now with a gun drawn. We have canines looking in this area. They believe someone is here. The authorities have made that perfectly clear, and they're working to clear every single area. See this? They're all over this area and searching, and this could go on for quite some time. Remember, it's only 4:39 p.m. out there, coming up on 5 o'clock. The sun will be setting soon, and they want to find out if there's someone there who needs to be apprehended before it gets dark out, Greta.
Well, we're expecting a news conference any minute now, and we hope we'll get more information about whether or not they believe that they have all the suspects, or whether this other suspect in this L-shaped church or elsewhere in this neighborhood is on the loose or got away someplace else, is armed. Without any doubt, these suspects are dangerous. They've already massacred 14. So we're going to have that news conference shortly. But, it's just stunning, Shep, that we're doing another one of these shootings, isn't it?
It is. And, Greta, I have a fascinating first-hand account from a reporter who got caught up in that gunfire on the street. I'd like to read a little bit of this to you. This is from a reporter from the San Bernardino Press Enterprise who got caught up in the middle of it. He says he was driving down San Bernardino Avenue and had just crossed Tippecanoe when I saw several police cars going down San Bernardino Avenue with their lights on, so he followed them at a safe distance. Quoting, "Then I was going down San Bernardino. I heard a thundering sound. I didn't recognize the sound as gunfire. And then I heard something strange, a whizzing sound go by my car, and I thought, oh my God, that could be gunshots, and I pulled over." He says, "I'm on San Bernardino Avenue, and then I see cops running in that direction, just arriving, maybe 6 of them, and I hear more gunshots." He goes on, "I grab my camera, and I'm taking pictures of cops and running with guns, and then all of a sudden, a bunch more gunshots, and then I ran. I made it to the other side of the street, and I take cover behind a block wall on my belly and then lying on my stomach behind a little short brick wall, and more cops come over, and the cops start yelling at me and pulls his pistol and asks me what I'm doing here. He says, I'm a reporter. Well, how did you end up here, the cop asked. Well, I just got caught up in this. He said, we don't know who's out there. Take your camera and go. So I ran down the street, 2 houses down, San Bernardino Avenue, just east of Richardson. There's a family here, and I've been hiding in their backyard, and the cops are still looking for the guy, and it could last for hours. So that's one reporter's account of what happened on San Bernardino Avenue this afternoon.
All right, and just to confirm, there's no description of any of these three that their faces were covered, right?
Correct.
Nobody, you can't tell ethnic background, man, woman. I guess they've confirmed that they're men?
They have. The LA Times has just reported that a dispute at a party may have sparked the San Bernardino mass shooting that killed 14 people. I feel like we'll probably get a bunch of reports like this, and eventually they have interviewed so many people already.
But I don't know if we're all interviewing the same person, you know, and getting the same story about the party, because, you know, I still don't understand. If it were a party, they probably know who it is, because party usually, unless it's a huge gathering, and one person who gets angry at a party doesn't go out and suddenly find 2 people to come back in and kill everybody unless it was pre-planned. If it was pre-planned, they had a specific target. You know, who was the target and why?
Well, they had either a target of a person or a target of this body that was meeting in this place. For instance, but I don't know. I don't have a way to know. All I know is that authorities say they believe, they are theorizing that these who did the shooting put one of the shooters in the room, that person then said, I'm angry, left the room, and came back with the 2 others and began firing.
I know, but when they start theorizing, see, that's the thing that troubles me, Shep, is when they tell us, when they give us information that they're, quote, theorizing. Because, you know, their theory could be just as good as mine, but it could be as wild as mine as well. What they need to do is we need to find out, they need to talk to those who did survive the shooting and are in condition to talk, and find out what was said or who was the person.
Well, I know they've interviewed many busloads of people, including all of those who were inside that meeting, all of them who were inside the meeting who were not so badly injured that they couldn't speak. We know that. We know that they've interviewed dozens and dozens and dozens of people already. So I would presume that they wouldn't give this information to a fantastic reporter like Serrano from the LA Times, the FBI and Justice reporter, if they weren't pretty sure that their working theory will lead them to what happened here. I'm sure that their greatest concern now is figuring out if there is a suspect, where this suspect is.
I agree. First, make the streets safe and the area safe by finding out the suspect, and we can re-engineer.
I've just been told, Greta, that, that 15 minutes from now, the San Bernardino police chief will be speaking to all of us at the news conference. That's at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
And maybe we'll get beyond their, quote, theorizing. I don't know, maybe that's just a bad word that someone used that has sort of gotten me confused in trying to determine the facts. But I'm joined here on the set with Ted Williams, who is a homicide detective here in D.C. Ted, your thoughts as to whether or not, this other suspect out there, what they're doing?
Well, Greta, we have a very confusing scene here. I don't know if we can go with theory. We have to primarily look at what facts are out there. And what facts is that we have one suspect down and possibly a suspect that's out there in the community.
And maybe a third.
And a third one. And that is the confusion here. I'm very confused of how there's a person in a party. You've got men outside and they're dressed specifically with masks, etc. So that tells me that there's some planning. But why would somebody in a party go out, get these men, and bring them back in?
And that's why after we make the scene safe there in California, I know they'll talk to the witnesses who are there. Jonathan Hunt is at the scene. Jonathan, do you have any information, new information?
Well, it appears that this search for a possible third suspect is still ongoing. Now, the police chief did say earlier that there were at least 3 suspects. We know that 2 were taken down inside that dark SUV. And as you can see from the aerial shots, Greta, police are still going through the streets about 2 miles from where I am right now, which is about 2 miles, therefore, from the initial shooting incident at the Inland Regional Center, appearing to be searching for a third suspect. Now, it may be that that suspect has got out of the area altogether. It may be that there wasn't a third suspect. Every single piece of information in the 5 or more hours that this has been going on, Greta, has been changing by the hour, and that is why you are right to look for facts rather than theory here. We simply do not know the motive. We're not entirely clear on exactly who or what group may have been targeted in this shooting. So far too early to start ascribing any motive to anybody involved in this, but all we can say is that this is an ongoing and tense situation in San Bernardino, with the police clearly believing that there is another suspect out there. They are telling everybody in the area to stay, to shelter in place, not to come out of their homes, not to go anywhere near that area. So they think there is a third suspect out there. That is the best we have to go on right now. And theories possibly for the coming hours and days, but not for right now, as we still have a possible armed suspect on the loose here in San Bernardino, Greta.
Jonathan, thank you. And of course, we're standing by. There will be a press conference shortly. We'll get an update, though. Let's go to Daryl Bowler. Daryl joins us. And Daryl, your wife, where was your wife during the shooting?
My wife was in the building next door to where the shooting took place.
And what did she tell you?
She told me that they were in the office, they heard the fire alarms go off, and they were told by their supervisors to hang out in the hallway. When she called me, she told me she was sitting in the hallway, and I told her to take her co-workers and go jump into a office and lock the door.
Did she see anyone?
They didn't see anybody, but 2 people that they do work with were, one was shot in the arm, and one was just grazed and had her belt actually shot off.
Now, where the person who was shot, that is her coworker, was she at some party or some meeting?
Yeah, what's not being said is that it was the San Bernardino County Mental Health Services Christmas party.
County Mental Health Christmas party?
Yes.
All right.
The Christmas party, it was a Christmas party being held.
And is that something that's only for the people who work there, or were the public invited?
I don't believe it was a public event. It was just a San Bernardino County Mental Health. They do work with the agency quite a bit, and they were just having their Christmas party down there in the Building 3.
Any idea how many people were at this Christmas party?
No, she didn't tell me. She wasn't a part of that.
All right. Now, I suppose you've been been watching the TV coverage, but, you know, separate that out for a second. Did your wife hear anything about anyone getting angry and leaving and coming back in? Did she hear it on the site, not from watching TV?
She didn't hear anything other than they were just moved across the street to the golf course and taken away by police. They were trying to keep them away from everything, and just without hearing third-party information, they just wanted to take everybody's statement without the hubbub of all the talk from everybody else.
Is there anything I'm not asking you that she told you that you probably think is new and would be of value?
That was pretty much it, except for, you know, it was a Christmas party that, you know, they aren't talking about on the news.
Daryl, thank you very much for joining us.
You're welcome.
And we have another witness on the phone joining us. Oh, no, I'll go back to Adam Housley. Adam, you're on the scene. What's new there?
Yeah, Greta, we're here with David Espinoza. In fact, we've been moved back again. You can see over my shoulder, before we get to David, there's a stoplight. That's Richardson. So basically, that's where the shootout ended. It started before that, a couple hundred yards. We were there earlier when there's glass on the street. And to the right just a bit, that's where this whole barricaded situation's going. This entire quadrant, we're talking about probably close to a square mile, is completely shut down now. David Espinoza was right here in this business when the SUV pulled up earlier with the behind it, and you saw the back window get shot out. You heard the gunshots. You hit the ground. It was chaotic. Give us kind of a rundown.
Yeah, it was very scary. We just saw the SUV not storming by, but 39, 40 miles an hour, and you know, which you think is a regular traffic stop. And we just first started hearing gunshots. They shattered the window from the back. I don't know who was shooting who first, but we heard about first 1 or 2 gunshots, and then they passed us. That's when I saw the suspects, you know, kind of scruffy-looking guys, black hair, and they passed us, and about another 50 feet or so, and then that's when some more shots rang out, and then that's when they drove towards the light by the corner, at the corner, and that's when all the majority shots just started ringing out all over the place.
When you said you got a glimpse of them, I mean, there's been reports they were wearing masks. There was reports they were wearing body armor. Anything stand out to you?
I just saw black because they were just inside the vehicle. I just saw black shirts, no mask, just some, I don't know, some scruffy looking face with beards on them, you know, mustaches and stuff. But that's all it was. I didn't see no mask at all.
What kind of weapons did you see? I know that I think it was your boss or someone you worked with said he saw AK-47s. Did you see anything?
As far as myself, I did not see any weapons. I did not see weapons. They were just looking back. Maybe they had them, but I'm pretty sure they did have them. But I did not see the weapons on them. But they were looking back as they were shooting at the cops out. And the cops were shooting back in, most likely.
So basically, there are three different shoot locations. The first one where the back window went out, the second one by the light, and the third one just past the light.
Exactly.
So what's this like? A mile and a half from here, 14 people were murdered. You guys had shut the factory down. You were preparing to go home. You guys were people were, I know, were very leery. I talked to some of your coworkers. They didn't know where to go because no one knew where these guys were. And before you guys could even leave, this happens.
This happens right in front of us. It happened right in front of us, and so it was just scary. It's scary looking to be down the street. What was going on? We never thought it was going to come this way, but yes, we were in a shutdown mode and security mode and checking everything everywhere and just being cautious, being safety.
What's it like now to know that the barricade situation's over here? You still have the possibility of the suspects out there. We don't really know everything. We have a press conference is going to happen here shortly. We'll hope to get some more information. But I mean, you got a lot going on in basically a 1 to 2 mile square area.
Yes, it's correct. It's just something that we should everybody should be cautious about it. They should have. I'm pretty sure everybody was watching the news as I was coming down here and being cautious about everything and never thought it was going to happen in front of me, in front of us here in the building. Yeah.
David, thanks for joining us. Sorry to meet you under these circumstances. Greta, you can hear the tactical team came by earlier when I was talking to Jesus, whose wife was barricaded. We're told I spoke to him again. She's still inside that closet. I was going to stay there, and the sheriff's actually told people now officially to remain hunkered down until they come to the door. So she's still in her closet with the dogs, and you can hear the helicopters above as well. So still a very active location out here. We know they've pushed back basically people in all directions. We've seen them bring cars out, carloads of people that were in some of these businesses down here or maybe living nearby that have been evacuated as well. So as the night falls here in San Bernardino, still very active, still people very much edge, as you might imagine, and a lot of police activity, very understandably. We see a lot of tactical teams as well. I'll give you one more look down here. That's, again, the flashing lights is where the shootout ended. It started about where this white SUV is, the second white SUV in our picture, and then to the right from there, not too far at all, is where the other situation is taking place. So all this is about a mile and a little over almost a mile and a half, just short of a mile and a half to the east of where the murders took place earlier today, Greta.
Thank you, Adam. Let's go back to Ted Williams, former detective here in D.C. Ted, boy, I assume that these were the ones who were involved, but they sure didn't get out of there very fast.
Yeah, that's very interesting because normally if you're involved in a shooting like that, you want to immediately leave the scene. But it seems as though from witnesses that one witness said he saw the vehicle, this SUV, leaving very slowly. So these were not panicked. These seemed like professionally organized people who knew what they were doing, if, in fact, this SUV is the one that's involved in the shooting.
There's always so much uncertainty when, we're in the midst of this. And it could be that this is 100% right and 100% the right people. But, boy, there's so many unknowns at this point. And there will be a press conference that we're going to hear shortly, I hope we'll fill in more details. But I think obviously making the area safe is the most important thing. But getting the witness statements, those who are inside the room and survived this horrendous massacre, will be important.
And that's going to be very significant. What did people see that was in that room? Because you must remember, when there's a room like that and there's that kind of confusion, a lot of people see different things. But one of the things...
They may know the person. If it's a party, if it's a Christmas party, it might have been someone who's invited. So I assume that they're going to know a lot more.
Oh, absolutely, and they've told the authorities a lot more. But, Greta, I have to believe along that route, there are video cameras, and I think video cameras are going to be very significant in trying to make a determination. Now, remember, if the SUV that's in question is the one, it was dark, tinted glass, so you wouldn't be able to see in there. But it may very well give them the authorities the idea as to whether it was 1, 2, or 3, or 4 individuals involved or more.
Well, if they're 2 dead, and we don't know, that hasn't been confirmed in the SUV, and if surveillance camera shows that there were 2 involved in this and not 3, that will be the end of it. But right now, what a frightened community. I'd be terrified. I don't blame that woman in the closet. She heard all that gunfire, and she headed for the closet.
Yeah, you know, just a quiet day out in California, and then for this to erupt, and then you have 14 people dead. I mean, this is so troubling. But the question is the motive. What was it? When you've got a person in the party like this, it's more likely than not that somebody in that party knew the person who perhaps left there upset and angry.
But if you look, usually, I mean, you know, there's no sort of usual for any particular crime. But, you know, when it's like, it's one person goes into Sandy Hook, one person goes into Planned Parenthood. I mean, these people, and they're usually, you know, very evil people, but they are very disturbed on top of it. When you have 2 people or 3 people, it's a whole nother dynamic. I mean, this is planned. This is a completely different environment, a different crime. And when they come in and sort of shoot up the area, these are different types of killers.
Different type of killers. Remember, it is alleged that they were wearing tactical gear. So if they were wearing tactical gear, that means it was planned. But I would have to believe that the person who was initially in the party, who, if he was involved and went out and got other people, that he was possibly not wearing tactical gear because he would have stood out in the party.
Well, if they knew he was angry, he didn't have something on. If they knew enough that he was angry, but you know, tying the people to the crime is not going to be particularly difficult because he left shell casings behind. With the shell casings on the scene, and presumably if they're shooting again at the police, they're leaving shell casings that will match.
Excellent and wisely said. Or whatever is on that scene, it's now a crime scene. That SUV, it's a crime scene. And what law enforcement must do now is to show a nexus between the crime scene and the SUV.
Can I just do one thing? Just take 1 second to thank law enforcement. You know, the law enforcement in San Bernardino tonight, they ran to the danger. They didn't run away from the danger. And all those people who are critical of the police in this country, let us not forget that every single one of those officers is at risk tonight. It's getting dark, and they're running through it, and these people have nothing to lose by killing the police officers. And all their families are at home watching, worrying about the police officers, and there they are out there trying to protect the community. So if anyone is thinking about the police tonight, think about this. They are all at risk out there tonight, and they're doing their job for the community.
Thank you, Greta, for saying that. That is absolutely correct. Thank you.
Let me go to Shep. Shep, you got Brett Kelman. Brett Kelman is joining us.
Yes, hi. I am sitting on the ground in San Bernardino waiting for a press conference to start that should give us the latest information in the shooting. Both the police chief and the sheriff are expected here any minute, and they'll probably give us some information on the resolution of a police chase, a shootout, lots of information about how many suspects are still outstanding and how many have been caught.
Brett, thank you. And Brett's with the Desert Sun, and we are standing by for that press conference. And look at all those flashing lights, all the police responding to the scene. I bet a lot came in from off-duty, too.
Yeah, but I do thank you for what you had to say about law enforcement. There are a lot of brave men and women who ran to that scene, Greta.
All right, all right. All right, Fox is going to keep up with the live coverage. We're going to close up. We're waiting for this press conference, but we're going to continue to have live coverage here on Fox News. Shep, who's been pounding this story all day long, knows it better than anybody else, is going to be taking over the coverage from here. But you can see they're lining up for the press conference. That's all for On the Record. Shepard Smith and O'Reilly Factor starts right now.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks for watching us tonight. We have a domestic terror situation unfolding in Southern California. All throughout this hour, The Factor will report on the situation, which is changing by the minute. At 8 Eastern Time, here is what we know in stone. At about 11 Pacific Time this morning, the Environmental Health Services Office of San Bernardino County was invaded by gunmen. According to Eyewitness Denise Peraza, who was shot in the back and wounded, 2 men with large caliber weapons opened fire on a group of people, and they shot for 30 seconds straight, reloaded, and fired again. At this point, 14 innocent folks are dead, 17 others wounded. Police shot one of the perpetrators hours later as somebody fled in an SUV. We still don't know how many people were in there. We should get updated information momentarily. Now, a hunt is on for at least one other suspect, but again, we don't know much about that. The dramatic events were broadcast live to the nation on cable TV outlets as, once again, America is shaken by senseless violence. We are awaiting a press conference from San Bernardino County, and when that begins, we'll go to it. But first, Adam Housley has been covering the story all day and has an eyewitness with him, I understand. Adam, set it up for us, please.
Yeah, but I'm going to set it up first, and the eyewitness is going to come over here in a second. Right now, I can tell you this is basically where, not far from here is where the barricade is being taken place. The search is taking place. Right behind me, though, as I step away, that's where the shootout was. So for those who maybe didn't follow this or are just getting what happened here, the shootout came here about 2.5 hours ago or so. The black SUV was coming down the street, heading towards a street called Richardson. At that point, a back window was shot out of the SUV. We don't know if that was coming from the inside or from the police officers that were in the chase. It was a slow-speed chase, really, as Southern California goes, 35, 40 miles an hour only. And then the police officers returned fire. It continued on to where the stoplight is. You can see as the night falls here, it's starting to get dark. At that just past that stoplight's where it came to an end, where 2 suspects were shot and killed. We do know that basically the area all within the police tape where we're located, about a mile square, Bill, is completely shut down. They've been evacuating people out basically for the last 2.5 hours that we've been here. We do know people that are inside that are barricaded in rooms. One woman we spoke to earlier is in her closet. She's still there with her dogs. I spoke to her on the phone, and that is the situation. The helicopters continue to circle as well. So, Bill, as you can tell, it's very fluid out here. You know these situations. That's the situation we're in.
Okay, this is exactly what happened in the Boston Marathon case when they were chasing the Sarnab brothers, and we had to be live, and things happened. Now, you just said that 2 suspects were shot by police. We're getting conflicting reports on that. Are you positive it was 2 shot in the SUV?
Not positive, Bill. Okay. And that's, as you know, again, very fluid. In fact, David's coming over right now. The witness. I'm going to have him tell you what he saw, because what's amazing about this, Bill, is you have a situation 1.5 miles from here where the actual murders took place. Literally, if I was to drive straight through this camera 1.5 miles, you're going to happen. That's where the initial 14 people were killed, and then the shootout happened here. David, come on in. David was in this building right here, Bill, and so these guys were on lockdown. They were actually shutting the factory down, and then the whole town of San Bernardino was shut down. We're talking a pretty big city here, and people were going home, and at the same time, a lot of the streets were empty as more units come out right now. This is an unmarked coming out. David, explain to Bill, what did you see? I mean, you were outside, and all of a sudden, you heard the gunfire.
Yeah, we just heard the gunfire. A black SUV driving fast by in front of us. The windows were breaking from the back. I don't know if the suspect were shooting it back at the cops shooting back at them, but we just heard shots, and we just took cover. In back of the back of a car that was in front of us, and then when they passed us, maybe about 30, 40 feet after they passed us, more shots rang out, and that's when we really took cover good. But when they passed us, that's when I saw the suspects.
Right.
Yeah.
You said you saw them. They had scruffy faces.
Scruffy faces, short black hair. And they were looking back. I did not see if they were pointing at something at the cops, but most likely they were, because unless they were getting shot at.
And they were, all throughout the day we heard. I know you probably heard it here because you guys were listening and watching television as well. That they were wearing black, and that they were looking for 3 men wearing all black, and that's what you saw.
Yes, that's what I saw. I saw them. They have like a black shirts on, or black sweaters on, or something black.
So there's some conflicting reports whether or not, and we're waiting for a press conference that hopefully will tell us whether 2 were killed there or not. How many did you see inside that SUV?
I saw 2. I don't know if there was a third one in the back. I don't know, but I only saw 2 in the front.
Okay.
I saw 2 in the front.
2 in the front. I want you to give me an idea, too. As you see all this police activity, you saw the shootout right in front of you, only a few feet away. What's that got to feel like?
It's like something surreal that is not happening. It's you see this in movies, or you see this other places where it's happening in the world, or in our own country here, and now it's happening here in front of me, or in front of us here, and it's unbelievable.
Right. So, Bill, as you can tell, we're hoping that press conference will help clear some of the things up when you ask officers here.
I got a couple of questions for David. I got a couple of questions for David.
Go ahead.
All right. First of all, did you see any bodies being removed or any people being removed from the SUV after the shootout? Did the police take away anybody from the car?
You were down there for a while. Did you see had any bodies been pulled out of that SUV before you guys were moved back?
Oh, no. The first shootings happened here. The main shooting
100 yards further?
At least no, I didn't get to see any of that, no.
Okay. Yeah, the main shooting, so the first, Bill, there was actually 3 spots. Just about a couple hundred, maybe 100 yards from where am I at, that's where the first window was shot out. Then right in front of David is where the second main shootout happened. And then about 100 yards past David, 150 yards past David is where it ended. So, so you were kind of right in the middle of the 3 locations. Okay. You have another question, Bill?
No, just thank you, David. We appreciate that. I got a couple of questions for you, Adam.
No problem. Sure.
Now, the law enforcement at this point has to know who these guys are. They've had them in custody, I think, for about 2 hours now. Would that be accurate? 2 hours?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours.
All right. So if they're not both dead, and even if they are dead, they probably know who they are. Law enforcement is not really talking to you or any other reporters. All the information is funneling through these press conferences, correct?
Correct. I mean, they've given us little bits and pieces, and I'll give you an example. Before this, when we first heard about this chase, we were over in a different location than a couple of our other correspondents, basically on some railroad tracks, Bill, that was directly across from where the shooting took place. We were there by ourselves, actually, us and a still photographer. When we were there, I had someone tell me, hey, you know, we're looking for 3 guys. We have to go with the idea we're looking for 3 men with tactical gear, and they said AK-47s. That's what one of the law enforcement guys said. That's what we're looking for.
Right.
Now, if they officially wouldn't say that, so then as I'm there, I get tipped off in a text, hey, we're in chase, a black SUV. And so right away, within a second of me getting that text, where we were, which was basically the main center of where the FBI was, the bomb squad, all those teams were right where we were by those railroad tracks. They took off. I mean, it was like unit, go, go, go. The tactical teams took off. We jumped in the SUV. We drove here. So they've given us a little bit of information, but yeah, a lot of the main stuff, like, you know, are there 2 bodies in an SUV that have been pulled out? I mean, stuff like that. Are there just 3 suspects? They're not narrowing that down for us. We're getting little bits and pieces, basically.
Now, right now, is there a dragnet by you? Are there police helicopters all over the place? And are there house-to-house searches going on right at this moment?
Absolutely. The house-to-house searches you cannot no longer see because we got moved back. There's only one helicopter, though, and I don't think you're not going to see it at night, unfortunately. The news helicopters, which you get some of the video from the air, they've been moved back and up to get out of the way. And, of course, at times they're told not to show certain scenes, especially if it's a tactical situation. And they listen, of course, and follow law enforcement in that situation. So there is one helicopter up we know that is law enforcement related. And there are, yes, house-to-house searches going on. And we do know, Bill, I talked to one woman earlier on the phone before her phone went dead. She's been in the closet now for 2 hours since she heard the initial gunfire with her dogs, and she's been told to hunker down.
As an experienced reporter, you know and I know that if there was a dragnet going on, there'd be more than one police helicopter in the air, and the lights would be on, the spotlights would be on, and there'd be much more intensity, even where you are right now. There'd be sirens going in and out, because that's the way that these things are conducted. It tells me that I think the police know what the disposition of the case is going to be. That's speculation. I don't like to do it, but it's educated speculation. You just don't have one chopper on a crime of this magnitude. You've got 5, because it's LA County, it's San Bernardino County, it's FBI, it's a whole bunch. It's a joint force trying to get these guys under control, correct?
Yeah, it's a massive force here. I mean, I would agree with what you're saying about the dragnet situation. The only caveat I might bring in, Bill, is obviously in a situation like this, if there are only 3 main suspects, if 2 of them are dead behind me, again, we're somewhat speculation here, and there is one barricaded as a whole other line of cop cars will be coming in here in a second. You'll see over my shoulder. If that is the case, there are just 3 suspects. You know they're going to be looking at possible other connections here. Where'd they get the weapons from? Are there other people maybe not as involved, obviously not as involved as active shooters? So you do have that dragnet taking place as well. And in this situation, I think what they're trying to do is to ensure that they have if there were 3, if they have those 3 completely either surrounded in one house and dead, or if they're missing somebody. You know, there's been a lot of different calls coming in, as you know, Bill, in these situations. I've heard them on the scanner myself today of so-and-so running this way, so-and-so running that way, and they have to really respond to those, too.
What are the warnings to the people in the community? That will tip you off as well as to the intensity of right now. What are the warnings? Are they saying you can't go out of your house now? You can't drive on the street now? What are they saying?
Well, San Bernardino's a big area. I will say the streets that I've seen are not as crowded as they normally are this time of night. A lot of people staying in, watching what's happening, staying out of the fray. I will say this, beyond this police tape, and this basically quadrant of an area, it's I'll probably say a mile square. It's a massive area they've now moved back to, with the shootout being right there and the search basically being right over there. That whole area, people have been told to stay in place. They've been told to stay down and stay in place, like that woman who was in the closet.
Right.
The sheriff has said, stay in place, we'll come to your door, we'll tell you when it's safe.
Through the local news, the authorities have said in this area where you are, don't go outside. They have issued an order not to go outside. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
And also, the reason why this press conference is late too, Bill, I was told by a federal source that I'm close with, is that this obviously changed. They wanted to have the 8 o'clock Eastern press conference. This whole situation and the ongoing situation that apparently is taking place with the barricade, if that again is still ongoing, that is what's pushing them back a bit, because it's very fluid, as you know, Bill.
Okay, so they're trying to compile the new information to bring it to the nation. Now, Adam, I'd like you to stand by. Obviously, we're going to go back to you when anything happens, but I want to bring in two people right now who are experts in counterterrorism. They have some information that's important. First is Aaron Cohen in Los Angeles, and then Jim Hansen in Washington, D.C. Jim, I want to begin with you because you know something about one of the suspects, I understand. Tell us.
Across the police scanners, Bill, the name Farouk Saeed came out as the suspect who went into this meeting/holiday party, left angrily, and they believed was the one who came back and initiated the shooting.
Do we know anything about Farouk Saeed? Do we know anything about him?
There's a lot of work being done. It's not that uncommon a name. So there's work being done to see if there are any connections between him, where he may be going to mosque. Are there any other indicators that this was an Islamist, jihadist type attack?
All right, we got to be very careful here, Mr. Cohen. Very, very careful. If it is a terrorist attack generated by fanatical Muslims, it becomes an international Paris-type story with implications for the President of the United States on down. So we don't want to speculate. But do you have any information for us at all tonight, Mr. Cohen?
I train active shooter law enforcement around the country, Bill, and my sources have also said that there has been an Islamic name that was released and that's been given out as far as one of the attackers, compounded with the fact that the attackers went to a specific place for a specific reason with the type of tactical gear that would allow them to create maximum damage and then leave. Also leads my sources to tell me that this could be a potential international related terror attack due to those specific things that I'm hearing from my sources on the ground. Again, these are people that I train specifically an active shooter, so this is what I'm hearing.
Okay. The problem with the story right now is that San Bernardino County, while a fairly sophisticated area, is not New York City or Los Angeles or Washington. And this facility that these men intruded upon, this is kind of just a regular neighborhood facility. It doesn't look like, you know, a statement that ISIS would make or something like that. Again, we're speculating, but I wanted to get both of your opinions on that. First, you, Mr. Hansen.
Bill, America is one giant soft target. So the idea of if ISIS wants to create the most fear, hitting us in places that are not iconic is the best way to do it. It brings everyone into play, and we are all now in play. So I think if this is an attack, and they don't have to be tied to ISIS, they can be inspired by ISIS, they can just be people who believe that jihad commands them to kill the infidels, and doing that anywhere, even if they are doing it in the furtherance of a personal beef, leads them to paradise, and that's what they're looking for.
Okay, now, Mr. Cohen, we were going to do a report tonight with Rudy Giuliani, which of course we're not doing now because of the breaking news situation, that said a study out of George Washington University in Washington, D.C., pinpointed 300 social media people affiliated with ISIS, and 71 ISIS people have been arrested in the USA, those 300 in America as well. So they're already here. And I think all the counterterrorism experts know that, correct?
That's absolutely correct, Bill. The online radicalization has been ongoing for several years. ISIS is a terrorist group that has mastered the use of the internet, just the same way celebrities use it to create their, their careers in the media, for music. And what we've seen now is how easy it is for ISIS to almost one-up Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is not going to be able to outdo 9/11, but ISIS knows that they can be very successful with incredible low sophistication, and that there is a pool of potential talent for them to tap into right here in this country against these soft targets like we're seeing in San Bernardino.
Yeah, but we don't want to, again, we don't want to carry it to a conclusion because we don't know. But I want to get back to Faroud Saeed, Mr. Hansen. You heard the name, again, over police transmissions, correct?
Yes, I did not hear it, but the sources we spoke to who reported that from L.A. said that that was the name that went across the police networks, and that was how they started the search for the suspects.
Okay, what sources were they?
Bill, they're folks in law enforcement. I don't have their names that I can give you right now.
But if that information filtered its way to you, how did that happen?
That came across because the people who heard it were on the scanners, part of the actual tactical effort to find these shooters.
Okay, but how would you know that?
I know that because we spoke to them.
And you spoke to them why?
Because we were attempting to find out, A, were there any names in play, and B, once we could get a name like this, was there any way we could find any social media or other things that might lead us to believe that he left a suicide note or he did one of the other indicators of a jihadist attack? They're prone to doing those final
All right, so when you heard the name Faoud Saeed, did you check him? Did you run him down? Did you find anything about him?
We have not yet. Like I said, it's a common enough name that no one that I am aware of has yet come to a definitive answer. And at this point, it's only a name that was heard over the police scanner. It has not been confirmed.
No,
perhaps at the press conference they might do that.
Everybody's trying to find out whether this is a domestic terrorism like Charleston, South Carolina, where just an irrational, crazy person goes in and shoots up a church full of people, or whether it's Islamic terrorism, because then the story becomes international. It becomes a story where, okay, here they come. All right, this is number one. And we have some information I want to give to the folks right now. According to the Washington Post, they're reporting this evening that a local law enforcement official confirms that ATF agents found what is believed to be a pipe bomb on one of the suspects. The official said the FBI is also looking into that case. So now we have, Mr. Cohen, reports of big weapons, gear that I guess you could buy anywhere, and a pipe bomb, which I guess you could make. Does that give you any clues at all?
Yeah, it gives me a lot of clues. One, if you look at the actual the vehicle takedown that was transpiring when the Bearcats were blocking in the SUV, it was obvious from watching the footage as well as from my sources. And again, these are, I've been very close to Southern California law enforcement for many years, and I get text messages from these guys because they want to make sure some of this information gets out in their own quiet way, if you will, because we communicate, Bill, in the tactical community. I've been a reserve deputy for 9 years and a SWAT instructor. We're always texting and keeping abroad. So the SUV, the tactics that were being deployed were specifically tailored for what we call a slow and deliberate clear, which meant that there was an explosive or a very strong possibility of an explosive on one of those persons in the vehicle. And from my sources, I'm hearing it was 2 suspects in the vehicle who had been engaged by law enforcement. You can tell from the shrapnel and the bullet holes in the front windshield, Bill, and that the robotics and that the clears were dedicated at removing an actual improvised explosive device from one of the suspects in that vehicle.
Does this have the earmarks or fingerprints of any particular operational organization? All right, so I'm asking the question again because you have a dual scenario here. You can have homegrown terrorists that we saw in Boston, Charleston, where they're just haters and they go in and they kill. And then you have the organized Islamic jihadists. Does this tell you anything, Mr. Cohen, the information that you have given us, does it lead to one way or the other?
Yes, it does, Bill. It leads me to believe that there's a very strong connection, in my professional opinion, to Islamic-motivated international terror. The reason why is because it has the same print as the Bataclan-style attack, where Saleh Abdel-Salam opened fire on a group of innocents, well-prepared, well-equipped, armed with Kalashnikov rifles that are very easy to get in, and then left and retreated to Belgium, where he then was able to either continue on with carrying out terror or until he was engaged. And so you have this group of subjects who performed a very similar type of attack. They went in, they opened fire, and they left, and they did it, Bill, in under 5 minutes. That means to me that was premeditation.
You are drawing parallels from San Bernardino to Paris, Mr. Cohen. That's what you're doing right now.
Absolutely.
Do you concur, Mr. Hansen?
Without a doubt. I think this absolutely has the earmarks of the same type of attack, but even more scary, Bill, is the fact that this has the ability to happen anywhere. This doesn't have to be internationally inspired because they've seen how to do it. They know how to do it. We had the Boston Marathon guys. We had Major Hassan at Fort Hood. This has happened before in the United States, but now we've got foreign groups like ISIS calling for it to happen, inspiring people in the United States who are already here, whether they infiltrated as ISIS operatives or whether they simply were radicalized in a mosque that's preaching jihad or did it themselves online. They could be anywhere. They are among us, and consequently, that makes all Americans targets. And this is going to become a bigger problem, and more of this is going to happen.
Yeah, and it's impossible to stop in a free society. But if these individuals who killed the 14 people and wounded 17 others are found to have ISIS ties, and, you know, obviously they'll go over their computers, they'll look at their backgrounds, they'll find out how they got in here, who they associated with. The FBI is excellent at that. Then the pressure now becomes on more to take ISIS off the map. So that's that story. But if it's a Boston Marathon, two crazy brothers who think that they're going to kill innocent people and advance the cause of jihad, then the story takes on another angle, in the sense that you can't stop it in a free society. You just can't. And unfortunately, that's what the case is. Now, Mr. Cohen, you have made your reputation in Israel, correct?
Correct. I served in Israel's counter-terror unit.
So Israel is a country that every single day of its existence, there could be a terror attack. The people of Israel know that. Do they have a different mentality than we Americans have?
Yeah, they do. Israelis, regardless of where they stand politically, understand the motivation of radically fundamental ideologues who can't be talked to normally, because when you're dealing with that type of ideology, there's no logic. It's a delusional mentality, and regardless of where Israelis stand, national security is always taken seriously. Everybody serves in the military. Citizens, when permitted, often carry weapons. We rely on our citizenry in Israel to respond, as we've seen with all these crazy knife attacks in the last month, and it's because Israel is a very socially security conscious society that we don't have as much terrorism as there would be if they weren't the way we were.
So let me
Israel.
paraphrase. So you're saying because Israelis, who are pretty robust in their political differences, all right, because they all come together on this issue, protecting themselves from terrorism, it's easier for the government to do that. While we in America are divided along ideological lines on how to attack ISIS, what to do with the jihad. As you both know, our president won't even mention the word jihad. So it makes it more difficult for the country to unite around a single strategy to protect ourselves. Would that be an accurate assessment, Mr. Hansen?
It is absolutely the problem, Bill. It is the difficulty of a free democratic society that does not feel as under siege as the Israelis do. But there are things we can do. The president at this point has to be told in no uncertain terms his job is to kill ISIS and to cut down the black flag, as the Center for Security Policy's plan to kill ISIS calls for. But we can also do things here in the United States. They're difficult, they're painful, but they need to be done. We commissioned a study and published it in a peer-reviewed journal of 100 mosques in the United States. Out of those randomly chosen mosques, 80 of them were either preaching jihad or had jihadist literature available. Those things are not compatible with a free society. And at some point, the safety of our citizens demands that it's not freedom of religion if the religion you're preaching is preaching violence. And that's something we need to do.
Mr. Cohen, I'll give you the last word on it.
Well, there's three things we need to do here, Bill. We have to call this thing what it is, and I absolutely agree with your gentleman from the center. Call this thing what it is, which is Islamic fundamental radicalized terrorists. 2, get aggressive overseas, and 3, start to get aggressive with our preventative measures here in the United States. Otherwise, we're going to see a lot more of what we saw today in San Bernardino.
All right. And again, we are speculating to some extent based upon the information that's coming in here. So we're not drawing to any conclusions or saying anything in stone. We're just having a discussion about where the investigation has led right now. On that note, let's go to Fox News correspondent Trace Gallagher, who is monitoring the investigation in Los Angeles, and Jonathan Hunt, who is near the Inland Regional Center where the rampage took place. Anything new on your front, Jonathan?
Yeah, Bill, right now there appear to be 2 main fronts here. One is the ongoing search for a possible 3rd suspect as police continue to go down a couple of streets, a couple of miles from me here in San Bernardino. Now, separately, we understand that law enforcement officials are currently carrying out search warrants on at least 1 residence in Redlands. That is right next door to San Bernardino. So 2 active scenes right now as they continue the search for one possible suspect and continue the search for a motive in this rampage that killed at least 14 people. And we simply, at this stage, according to all law enforcement officials we've spoken to, have no clear motive, although there are some indications officials have been saying, Bill, according to reports coming from a very reliable reporter at the LA Times, that this may have all started simply with an argument at this holiday party that we understand was going on at the Inland Regional Center.
All right, but if that's true, these guys certainly had a lot of things prepared to bring in these kinds of weapons and the garb and everything like that.
Yeah, the suggestion, Bill, is that there may have been an argument between 2 people. That one of those persons then left, returned with at least 1 accomplice, dressed, as we now know, in black, wearing these black masks, according to witnesses, with these fairly heavy-duty weapons. So, yes, it would appear that there was some planning involved, if that indeed was the case.
And if the pipe bomb report is true, you just don't conjure up a pipe bomb. I mean, you got it around. Trace, what do you have for us tonight?
Well, I just want to expound on what Jonathan's saying there, Bill. We're still trying to vet this LA Times report, but the theory here is that this was rented out. This conference room that the shooting happened at was actually rented out by the county health department in San Bernardino, and it was kind of a Christmas party, also kind of an awards banquet. And the report is that this person was actually inside the conference room and then left after an angry altercation and then came back inside. But the question you raise is a very good one, Bill, which is if you come back in with 2 other shooters and you shoot the place up, there was clearly an active plan to get out of this building, because this building at the complex at the regional center was the only one that was not secured. So what happened is you had shooters go in, they opened fire, they reloaded, opened fire again, and were able to leave the building because there was no security there, got in apparently to that black SUV and lingered in that area for the better part of 4 hours, because it was 4 hours between the shooting and when the shootout on the open street happened.
Sure, they live in the area. I mean, and they're not real smart anyway. I mean, they go out broad daylight in a car that was described to the authorities, and it didn't take them long to get nailed down. Now, it's about 4 minutes to the press conference in San Bernardino, and we're hoping that they can advance the story and give us at least what they know about the perps. I mean, that's the key right now. The people who are hurt, the 17 people, we're monitoring them. They're in hospitals all across the area. We talked to a man, this is a very interesting story, Carlos Ortiz, and his son, Kevin, was shot 3 times. Kevin's in stable condition. Mr. Ortiz was going to join us, but they just let him in to see his son for the first time. Now, Kevin called his father, Carlos, and described what was going on, that these guys, there were 2 gunmen, and this coincides with what we told you at the top of the program, the other eyewitness who was shot in the back. And these guys just calmly walked in and started mowing people down and firing all over the place, and then reloaded and started to fire again. Anyway, we wish Kevin Ortiz the best. We hope that his injuries aren't too grievous, but the victims are going to be monitored, and that'll be a big story for tomorrow. For tonight, we're trying to find out who these guys are. And then, as I said, if it is a terrorist component, Islamic, that just blows this whole thing up into another Paris situation where the president's under siege already, and that becomes a big international story. Whereas if it is just a local beef, then it's a local beef. It gets down into Charleston. It gets down into Fort Hood and that. Now, the Washington Post is reporting also that federal law enforcement officials are saying they do not believe the shooting. They do not believe the shooting is an act of international terrorism. Okay, these are initial reports that are coming out, which is why I warned everybody that speculating is very difficult. But we have a name, and the name is obviously a name that was on the police band, and it is a Muslim name, an Arab name. So we're going to wait, we'll take a deep breath, and we're hoping this press conference will materialize shortly. I want to recap on what has happened here. About 11 o'clock Pacific time this morning, 2 gunmen at least went into the San Bernardino Community Center, where they have rehab for people with disabilities, and they also rent out rooms where there were a couple of parties going on. Apparently the men shot up one party. We don't know why. We don't know what the motive is. They fled. And Adam Housley, I guess, has new information on this. Adam, what do you have?
Yeah, Bill, I just got with federal law enforcement sources are telling me the 3rd suspect's a female, and that kind of throws a little bit of a wrinkle in here. We didn't know what to expect of, as you know. Trying to get a confirmation on the name or type of name. We're getting some speculation on that as well, but won't go with that until we get more information on it. But we're told the 3rd suspect's a female. They're going to address some of this, I'm told, in the press conference here very shortly, as you've been alluding to. But we had heard that there might have been this 3rd suspect, the female being looked for or held up into a home, and now we're being told that it is a female, and that they're going to hopefully have some more information for us when that press conference takes place, Bill.
Okay, do we know if the female is still at large?
The person I spoke to said this person said that they believed that they was still at large. Again, this is the federal agencies are all trying to work together. You know, the information gets passed around pretty quickly, but it's also very fluid. Under their interpretation, the person was still at large, but the information they got was like 10 minutes ago, so it could change. The person could be in custody at this moment, but they're still under the impression and still operating on as if the female is still at large, Bill.
Now, is there any stepped-up activity where you are? As again, we were talking about the search, how it's conducted. I know that there's a lot of activity. Is it frenzied or is it calm where you are, Adam?
You know, since I spoke to you last, it was calm, and then it got a little frenzied in some respects. We saw one of the battering rams come out of here. We saw a bunch of units leave here. We saw a couple come in as well. I talked to one of our producers who's actually on the other side, basically the other side of the location from where we are, so diagonal. It's basically a square that they've taken people out of, and he's on the other corner and says that over there he still sees some searching, but it's calmer over there. But we did see some activity here, Bill, 5 or 10 minutes ago, right before I got that phone call that said it was a female was the 3rd suspect.
Okay, now, in the air, the helicopters, is there still just one hovering overhead?
No, there's 2. I saw a second one, Bill. I know it's at least 2 police because they're lower. The media ones, again, because it's night, the media ones are way up high there and over there and over there. But the police ones are low, and there's a police one right behind me, over my shoulder, behind these trees, and there was one over there, I believe, as well. So seems like there's 2. 2, you think, Lance? Yeah, Lance thinks there's 2 maybe 3. Here comes one right now, Bill. And so they have picked it up a lot, at least in this area, in the last couple of minutes, because we hadn't seen the helo this close to us since I got here.
Do they have
when
their
the shootout happened
spotlights
2.5 hours ago.
Do they have their spotlights on, Adam?
They do have their spotlights on, which means there's still a search going on, Bill.
Yep, that's what it means. So if you got 3 police helicopters in the area and they have their spotlights on, obviously they're looking for somebody.
Here comes another one.
And this is 4.
Yeah, there's definitely been a pickup in action, Bill. Definitely, because here comes another one right now. Again, these are not media. There's no way they're going to allow media to fly this low.
Right.
I don't know if you can even see it at night out here, but here comes another one coming through right now. So there's definitely some more activity. Again, we saw the battering ram come out of here right after I spoke to you, and then we saw a number of units, some tactical teams leave, and then I got the information from a good source in law enforcement saying that it's a female who's the 3rd suspect.
Now, who's taking the lead for the search? What law enforcement agency is taking the lead, Adam?
Right now, well, see, that's part of the problem, Bill. Is San Bernardino Police says that they're still the lead, but I know from talking with federal sources that the FBI generally steps into these situations. They're very good about working with local law enforcement here in California, especially. There have been a number of scenes, but I know the FBI is obviously very active.
Right, now let's go to the press conference in Southern California. Go.
Press conference, but I will say this: since that time, we are still working on the building here at the Inland Regional Center. As officers were searching the building, we had mentioned in the first press conference that there were some suspicious devices. One of those devices is believed to potentially be an explosive device, so they're taking a very cautious, very slow approach to processing that building and rendering that safe. So I would imagine we're going to be here for several hours as the bomb squad continues to work that part. On the investigative side, we had followed up on some tips. That took us to a residence in the city of Redlands. When officers were setting up on that residence to watch it, there was a vehicle that was seen leaving that was suspected of possibly being involved. There ended up being a pursuit of that vehicle, and eventually that pursuit came back to San Bernardino Avenue between Mountain View and Richardson here in the city of San Bernardino, where the suspect vehicle stopped and there was an officer-involved shooting. We had multiple officers that were involved in the shooting. We have 2 suspects that are dead at the scene. One is a male, one is a female. We had 1 police officer that was wounded. He has injuries that are not considered to be life-threatening, and he is at a local hospital and is expected to be okay. Of the suspects that are dead at the scene, 1 is a male, 1 is a female. They were dressed in kind of assault-style clothing, I think is probably the best way to term it. They are both armed with assault rifles. They are both armed with handguns. And there's also kind of some sensitive stuff around the vehicle that they're just not real sure. They're taking a very cautious approach to dealing with the vehicle in case there's more explosives there. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Bowditch with the FBI to talk about some parts of the investigation.
Thank you, Chief. So first off, my name is David Bowditch. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI here in the Los Angeles Field Office. B-O-W-D-I-C-H. First off, we want to extend our true sadness to the families of the victims. There are many, many victims who were involved here. Some are obviously deceased. Others are wounded and being treated as we speak. This is truly a tragedy in our country, and we will continue to apply all the resources necessary to assure that both us, the Sheriff's Department, the San Bernardino Police Department, as well as the ATF, work this thing together to assure that we have chased down every lead to solve this case. Secondly, we are bringing in FBI resources. We have agents on a house in Redlands, California right now. That house, as we know, we do not know the contents of what's in that house, but previous active shooter incidents have shown us that there are times when devices are left behind. We do not have any indications there are devices to my knowledge, but we certainly are going to proceed very cautiously into that house to preserve life and limb of our employees. We're bringing evidence response teams in to work hand in hand with our state and local partners on the officer-involved shooting scenes, as well as the scene here where we have multiple victims, as well as the house. We will continue to go down this road. This is a marathon, not a sprint. I know one of the big questions that will come up repeatedly is this terrorism? And I am still not willing to say that we know that for sure. We are definitely making some movements that it is a possibility. We are making some adjustments to our investigation. It is a possibility, but we don't know that yet. And we're not willing to go down that road yet.
David, the relationship between the two dead suspects?
Unknown at this point.
How old approximately are they?
I do not even know that. This is there is a third suspect, and I don't know the disposition of that suspect. I would defer to that question to the chief. What I will tell you on any indications of terrorism or this investigation, and I've told a few of you already, we will go where the evidence takes us. Now, it's possible it goes down that road. It's also possible it does not. We're just not sure yet, and when we are fairly sure, we will let you know.
David, do you have a motive for this? Possibly terrorism.
There are a number of potential, and there's a few potential things, but we just don't know, and I'm not willing to go down that road. This is a very fluid, active investigation. We are still gathering facts. All the heads of agencies that we have here, we are still gathering some of these facts ourselves, because this scene is strewn throughout the city and into another city, and it's incredibly fluid, and that's just the way these things. We'll get there when we get there.
Chief, do you have any information about the identity of the third suspect, description, anything?
So I should have included that in my in when I talked a moment ago. So as I said, we had an officer-involved shooting on Samuel Avenue between Mountain View and Richardson. There were 2 people in the vehicle. Both of those people are deceased. There was a third person that was seen running away. We do not know if they were involved. We have that person detained. I don't have any information on who that person is yet, and we certainly do not know if they were involved. It's possible that they were not. In addition to that, and the reason we put things out on social media that we asked for people to shelter in place in those neighborhoods is because there were some folks that called in and had reported that they heard somebody jumping fences, and they reported some of that activity in the neighborhood. We don't know if that was possibly responding officers, but we took a cautious approach. We locked down the neighborhood, we asked people to shelter in place, and we searched that neighborhood extensively. As of a couple minutes ago, we just got word that that search has been wrapped up. No additional folks have been contacted or seen there, so we feel that that area is safe and we can lift that shelter-in-place order there.
Chief, do you have a motive yet, and why this location?
We do not have a motive.
Approximate age of the suspect?
We do not. I do not have that right now. I do not. Keep in mind that I said that there were some things that were causing the officers to take a very, very cautious approach in approaching those suspects, and so we just are not that far into the investigation yet.
Chief, is that possible?
I'm sorry?
Possibility these suspects might have had suicide vests or something similar?
I don't know. I have not heard suicide vests, no.
Do you believe that this whole situation is all clear, that people are safe, or there's still more shooters potentially out there?
We feel confident about the neighborhood where the officer-involved shooting took place, that we have secured that, and there's nobody outstanding there. We're reasonably confident on that. On the broader scale of the investigation, as I said early on, we had information that there were potentially 3 shooters. We are still at a point where we are tracking down that information. We are going to try to continue to identify if there was a third person involved, or potentially even more people that might have been involved in the planning. But we're still pretty early on that part of the investigation.
Chief, there was a number of reports about a holiday party.
I can't listen to all of them.
Chief, there's a report out that at the holiday party, somebody left angrily, went out, came back with 2 other people, guns, and started firing. Any truth to that?
So I have heard that they were in a meeting or a holiday party type event at the Inland Regional Center. Somebody did leave, but we have no idea if that is the person that came back.
Oh, so that's a possibility then?
Somebody did leave. There was some type of dispute or something when somebody left that party, but we have no idea if those are the people that came back.
Chief, do we have any idea what kind of weapons were recovered at the point of the shootout? You said long guns initially.
They were assault style weapons.
Semi-automatic rifles, AK series, AR?
Yeah, that type of weapon, yes.
Are there explosives, sir, near that black SUV currently?
There was a report that they potentially threw what was identified as a pipe bomb. I think we've rendered that device safe. It was not an explosive. I think we're still working on the vehicle and making sure that that is safe.
Can you give us anything on description of these suspects, their appearance or ethnicity, anything, age?
Just the way that it was described to me is, and I said this in the first press conference, they came dressed and equipped, and I think the people that we have at the scene that are deceased are dressed in that way. They're dressed in dark kind of tactical gear, I think is the best way I'll put it.
Ethnicity, anything like that? Do you have any
I don't know.
information on that?
I don't know.
Since you served the search warrant, is it your understanding that they...
I didn't say we served a search warrant.
Okay. So I understand you served a search warrant, some were being told. So is it your understanding that they were holed up in the general area then the whole time? They never left?
No, there was information on the early part of the investigation. As we started to develop information, there was one particular focus area that we went. There were a couple, but there was one particular focus area that we went to, and it was one of those follow-ups, focus areas that led us to the house in Redlands, that led to the ultimate pursuit, that led to the officer-involved shooting. The address was connected to the follow-up that we had. I don't know who the suspects are, nor do I know if that is where they lived. They were carrying assault-style weapons. I don't know the specific caliber or make or model of the gun.
Chief, the arrest at Aurora.
Hang on, real quick. There were 2 people in the SUV. Both of them are deceased. One male, one female. While they were engaged in the gun battle with police officers, and we had several officers that shot at them and into the vehicle. I don't know what bullets caused their death.
Third person in custody, but you're not sure they're involved.
We have a third person that was seen leaving the area. He is detained. We do not know the extent of his involvement, if any. It's possible that he was not.
Arrested at Aurora and Colson?
The person was detained very close to where the officer-involved shooting. We don't have an Aurora.
Was he wearing similar clothing?
I don't know.
There was an arrest on Colson Street.
There was somebody detained.
Have they been identified?
We have not identified them yet.
Chief, did that person have weapons on him? That third suspect that's detained?
I don't-
Weapons located on that person?
I don't have that information.
Were there any words exchanged during this gunfire that you can speak of between the suspects and the police?
I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Okay, we're going to try to do another press conference sometime around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Hopefully we'll have more information for you at that time. Thank you.
All right, I was a police chief of San Bernardino, and the breaking news there were 2 suspects shot dead by police and 1 suspect being detained. You know, it's funny because I've been doing this for 40 years. The police know more than they say. And there's always little hints. When the FBI guy got up there and he said, look, we're not ruling out terrorism, that means that terrorism is on the radar, okay? Because if they thought that this was just Bonnie and Clyde, all right, 2 ne'er-do-wells who just shot up something for whatever reason, they would quickly get that out. But you cannot speculate further than what the man said. So terrorism is in play. Let's bring in Catherine Herridge from Washington, our correspondent who knows all of the intel players. So what are you hearing tonight, Catherine?
Well, Bill, we've just had a conversation with a U.S. government official who has told us that the lead assailant has been confirmed as a U.S. citizen. They did not provide further information, but they did also tell us that they had been working with a foreign name earlier, and they believe, based on their review of records, that that name has washed out. What caught my attention at that news conference is the description of the male and female suspect that were killed at that SUV, the assault-style clothing, the assault weapons, handguns, and then also what they believe may be explosive devices inside that vehicle, and then also at a suspect's home. A final point, the FBI, as the evening has progressed, and you rightly point out, is becoming more deeply involved in this investigation and has not ruled out terrorism as a possibility in this case, Bill.
Okay, we might tell the audience that if it's a local beef, if it's just people in San Bernardino committing murder, that's not a federal crime. All right, so the feds don't get involved. And there's no bias activity here as far as we can tell. So the fact that the FBI Los Angeles office is almost taking the lead here, he didn't want to embarrass the police chief by speaking first, shows us that there is an avenue of investigation that contains a terror component. Now, when you say, Catherine, that it's a U.S. citizen, as you know, the George Washington University study just out today says that there are about 300 U.S. citizens involved actively with ISIS on social media, and 71 have been arrested for ISIS-related activities. So that doesn't really tell us too much, does it?
Doesn't tell us a lot in this particular situation, but the facts seem to be laying out this evening in such a way, Bill, that the FBI is getting more intensely involved. As you rightly point out, that would not be the case if they thought it was simply a local matter. And they're also very focused on the level of preparation there seem to be here, and also how heavily armed they will, and what they believe may be improvised explosive devices.
Right.
Again,
I mean, look, it's not just the beef that somebody got mad at a party, obviously. But it's interesting because the Washington Post is reporting that someone told them that it wasn't international terrorism. That's what the Washington Post has reported. But if you listen to the FBI guy, he's not ruling that out. So, you know, you've been around long enough, like I have, to know that we're probably not going to know till tomorrow what the extent of this is. You know, but once they find out who these individuals are, go into the home, and as we just heard, Catherine, they can't go into the home yet because it might be booby-trapped, like the guy in Colorado did. So that they can't go in yet, but once they get who the guy and the gal were, they're easily going to trace them down. They'll get their computers. They'll see where they are. And by this time tomorrow, we should have a full profile. Do you think that's the way it's going to unfold?
I think we'll have a much better picture by this time tomorrow, because now that they have these two suspects who were killed at the scene, they should be able to identify them fairly quickly. And once they have identifications, as you rightly point out, they're going to scrub their electronics. So they see what kind of social media footprint they had, if any, and what their phones, SIM cards, their computers will show about their activity leading up to this event. The thing that also caught my attention at that news conference is the police chief, I believe, said that there had been a report of an argument at that conference center, the room that had been rented, but they were not clear that this individual was the same person who entered with the gunman. There have been a lot of reporting this evening that it was, but this does seem also in doubt at this hour. Okay, well, we might have some clarification on that point, Catherine, and we appreciate you helping us out tonight, because on the phone right now is Lieutenant Rich Lawhead, Public Information Officer for the San Bernardino Police Department. We appreciate it, Lieutenant. We know you're really busy, but can you answer Catherine's question about the argument that allegedly happened at the center?
Well, you know, obviously there, like the chief said, there was an argument. However, we don't know, you know, what that argument is about, whether it has anything to do with this case whatsoever. And we don't want to be too quick to point fingers or say, yes, that was involved. I mean, we have to be careful about what we say.
Oh, absolutely. You can't speculate. Now, what you can tell us, though, is the person who is detained, is that person in your custody at your police station right now?
That person is detained. I won't say exactly where they are. Obviously, that person is detained, and we're going to do like the chief said, a full investigation as to determine, you know, if they had any involvement whatsoever, if there's any connection to them whatsoever.
Male or female, sir?
What's that?
Male or female?
I'm not going to comment on that right now.
Is there a reason? I'm not being a wise guy. Is there a reason you're not going to comment on that?
No, I just basically want to hold off and let obviously the investigation run its course. I don't want to seem like I'm keeping information from you, but I just want the investigation, without saying who it is or who they are, whether they're male or female. Let's let it play out a little bit here.
Okay. Who is interrogating, your officers or the FBI?
I would imagine it's going to be, since this is the case that originated